Well, a clear divide is starting to form here in the Asia League. We've got Bleed leading the front pack at 9 points, and it feels like the bottom three are starting to cement themselves a little bit more so. It is time to welcome in our beautiful analysts, and I do mean beautiful because Dev is actually there. I don't know about your co-caster,
Poor
Dev, but
Mandy.
I can only speak for you.
Damn.
Shots fired. Shots
Oh
fired.
God.
Maybe
I'll
I should
take the
start calling you the.
compliment.
Maybe your nickname's going to start becoming the Fonz, Dev. What do you reckon? I reckon one more button and we might be there.
We'll see. The thing is with this shirt is the buttons are very loose, so you never know what'll happen by the end of tonight.
Well, very loose. That seems like a pretty good summation of this group. That's for damn sure. Mandy, how are we feeling after the first 3 days of the plays?
We're feeling good, to be honest. I feel like Asia League has turned out to be as beautiful and as chaotic as we expected it to be.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm just keen for more. It's looking good.
No, it is. And it is fair to say, Dev, that we are starting to find that divide that we expected, to start the stage. Asib looked all right going competitive against Bleed, but obviously they've fallen away quite dramatically with their loss against Knock Knock just less than 24 hours ago. So that one's certainly going to hurt them in their campaign. I don't know how much of a campaign I would call it, but it's certainly not looking good for them. And then there's one team on this list that really scares me, Dev. Do you want to go ahead and take a stab in the dark as to what team I'm talking about?
Is it a really bloody team, like a really vicious one, a really visceral one? Is it one that makes other teams bleed?
Yeah, it might be. Do you want to talk more about them?
Yeah, of course. Bleed were the most hyped thing going into last year. This super team got formed. It wasn't like a rebrand of an old roster. No, like literally Gaming Gladiators and Direwolves died for this roster a year ago. Direwolves obviously trucking on despite the players that left as a result. But yeah, these guys actually struggled to fill up to their expectations last year. If you followed, especially in Atlanta, they finally made through to a major. They made a bit of a splash there. They went to SI. They continued their international form. And they've come home and they're kind of one of the few exceptions globally, I would say, to this trend that we've seen of teams that went to SI having a bit of a post-SI slump. And as you can see, they've now gone 3-0. They've taken down some of their biggest rivals already, particularly Fury. That's the main one that we looked at. That was their second play day. And getting that win, as a result, Fury, I think, in that post-SI slump, they have fallen a little bit. Bleed have also taken down Direwolves yesterday, which is the next team that's at their throats. So I think there's a real shot here that Bleed could come out first seed after this round-robin phase is over.
And what's crazy is we'd be remiss to talk about Fury in 5th place, but to be fair, they've had some pretty damn tough games and they're about to play their 4th. Let's go ahead and talk about tonight's matches because Fury do kickstart against Direwolves. Now, this for me will... I don't want to say it will cap off the hard games for Fury, but currently they've already played Bleed. They've already played Jolita, and of course, last night they played Elevate, to which they 7-0'd them. So this for me is like one of those last really hard benchmarks that they need to get over, Mandy. But the rest of the games tonight, do they feel as one-sided as what we might be assuming?
I think they are. At least the way I see it is that it's essentially the top 4 teams playing the bottom 4 teams on the flip side of each match, right? So I think, yeah, for Fury, I think like you've said, this should be their potential final hard game. But then if you look on the side of like Bleed, for example, they're just starting to get to some of their easier matches. So it just depends on what side of the bed that you woke up on.
Yep.
Now you've got your easier matches or now you've got your really hard ones coming up. And I think Fury from here on out, I'm expecting them to sail a little more smoothly.
And Dev, I think the glaring question here is, Knock Knock, Daystar, and Hasib, they all go against opponents that really should be, this might sound a little harsh, but they should be heads and shoulders above them.
I'm going to be harsh as well, Rob, and say that essentially today's matches are probably the 4 best teams in the league versus the 4 worst teams in the league. Sure. And if you are going to debate that, you look at Direwolves and Fury, and maybe, maybe Fury's in the top 4, maybe in the bottom 4. I would go in and say what you were saying earlier in that they have had their 4 hardest games as the first 4 games, and this is probably the easiest one they've had yet. But of course, that's why the match of the day is the first game, and that's why that will really tell us a lot about the trajectory of both of those teams. But yes, like Knock Knock have the toughest game of the night, no doubt about it. I think Daystar as well, I've got to be really careful because Elevate got 7-0'd yesterday, and that means they're going to be hungrier than ever to upset today or to perform today. But it really comes to all these games. In theory, they should all be, I guess they should all have clear favorites. But this is the Asia League, and Jalita upset Fury. So you never really know what can happen, and I'd be welcoming some upsets tonight.
We would love to see a couple.
My dog would as well, apparently.
I think your dog may well be the #1 fan for Asia. Let's go ahead and just... Sasha? No, let's not do that. Let's not go down that path. Let's go ahead and talk about the predictions. As we've said, it's a very one-sided night, and I think that this really does go to cap it off. Mandy, do you feel it's a little unfair to Direwolves?
No, I don't think so. I think Direwolves have really not looked that good this stage, to be honest. Yes, they've had their easy games, but even in their easy games, they dropped the ball a couple times in just some weird ways through the rounds, like just small mistakes, getting caught out by very strange things. Yesterday's game especially, I think strange was like the word of the game that me and Dev kept saying over and over and over again when we were casting them. And yeah, I feel like once they go up against some of these harder opponents, I feel like they will struggle a lot, and I think Fury's one of them.
Yeah, it's... Look, I think that there's no doubt in anyone's mind they're going to make it to play. I mean, if they didn't make it to playoffs, honestly, I don't even think there's a world in which they couldn't. Even if they struggled through the entire stage, I don't think they would. But it's more so when we get to those BO3 formats, once we start cracking into the top 6, where are they going to sit? Are they going to be competitors? Are they going to be contenders for the major spot? I don't think so, but it doesn't mean that it couldn't start tonight by upsetting everyone's predictions. And as, of course, the followed suit for the last 3 games. I mean, I have gone for Daystar, yes, and I will say I am biased. I am just praying.
ED fan right here.
I might well be an ED fan. Me and ED we've got history, I've got a lot of love for that man. But also, there is just an element of hope. I always enjoy seeing new teams break through regions, new teams start to, form a name for themselves. And I don't necessarily think that Daystar is the team that's going to all of a sudden turn things around and contend Fury, but there is always that opportunity. And Dev, I think you encapsulated it perfectly. Elevator coming off. Let's just say what it was. It was an absolute spanking, right? So this you could either look at this game as Daystar's worst nightmare or best opportunity to beat them. But I think I'm just theory crafting at that point. But look, I think the games tonight they've got the potential to go a little quicker, Dev.
Yeah, historically, you'd expect that the latter 2 games are probably going to be the most dominant, but also Hasib against Jalita. Obviously, Jalita's still a bit unproven. They did get a huge win over Fury, but they haven't been perfect, so I guess I could look to that one to be an upset, and of course, the trend continues that no team from South Asia has managed to take down a Southeast Asian roster thus far this stage, and even just historically, it's been extremely rare that any of these big Southeast Asian teams have been topped by the old Knock Knock rosters or the Hasib's iterations as well. So I would love to see that. I am massively biased in favor of Jalita, though, in the same way that you are for Daystar, so I kind of want to see them be in fighting contention for the major as well, and for that they will need all the points they can get, including against Hasib later tonight. Hard to pick any particular match of the game, but I think if I had to, it would be, like I said, the first one today, Direwolves versus Fury, because Fury are obviously fighting from behind, and Direwolves are arguably a little bit boosted right now. I probably would have put them in 5th coming into this season. It was between them and Jalita for who would be 4th, who would be 5th, and right now they sit in 2nd. So it remains to be seen whether Direwolves will be able to retain that, because 2nd place is where you get that free BO3 in the playoffs. Top 2, of course, skip 1 match in the seeding. And so everyone is going to be vying for those spots, including Fury.
Well, let's dive straight into that match and start talking about the latter of those teams. Fury really do come into this stage not as red hot as we would have hoped for. Now, again, it is super important, Mandy, when we talk about Fury and their start to the stage. They're only on 4 points, but they've played Jalita, they've played Bleed, and they have played Elevate. So that is 3 of what we're calling the top 4 teams. As Dev said, now things get a little bit easier for them. Do we expect to see Fury come back into that? I don't want to say 2nd place team. It feels really harsh to say that, because I know in Southeast Asia they are the #1 and were last year. But obviously they have to get a little bit more respect on their name.
Yeah, I think at this stage it's pretty important for Fury to start claiming some of these points. I know that ultimately 6 of the 8 teams are going to go through to playoffs and yada-da, so it shouldn't matter that much, the results. You just need to beat 2 or 3 teams.
Yep.
But I think now that they're going into the easier games, and with how close the league is as well, you don't really want to be missing on that 1 and 2 seed, right? You really want to be doing everything you can to skip that first BO3, because the league is so tightly contested. If you end up in that like 4th place, 5th place, 6th place match, you are fighting someone pretty tough no matter who it is, right? So
Yeah.
I think for these guys, collecting all the points that they can, basically asserting them as a top 2 team from here on out, to me is extremely important. And I think for the first couple games, like, yes, you could argue that they had their de-rusting period. They can't really lean on that anymore. I think yesterday's really dominant performance against Elevate is, like, to me, a great sign that they've probably shaken off that rust by now. And
Yep.
from here on out, I think it should be pretty smooth for them.
Yeah, it's the turning card, isn't it, Dev? And I think that maybe it probably is best shown in their EPS, considering, you know, they have lost 2 games. They're all pretty much hitting the average mark as we'd expect at 100.
Yeah, and I think that's a testament to the nature of the games that they have lost so far. So obviously their first one was a 6-8 against Jolita. You're probably going to have pretty good stats if you're only losing by 2 rounds. And Bleed, obviously they played Bleed on Skyscraper and went 4-7, so they still had a really solid contest against Bleed. They didn't push overtime, unfortunately. Didn't even get to a 12th round. But they, I guess, also had a chance to really farm their stats in the 7-0 against Elevate.
Yeah.
And that is quite remarkable, because even though Elevate perhaps played below their typical standard, that is a 7-0 against what, maybe, I think after Playday 1, I reckon Elevate looked like the second best team in this league. And so for Fury to 7-0 them is a massive statement. And I think that these guys have what it takes to not only get into those top 2 spots going into the playoffs, but I even think that we could see a massive reprisal of Fury. They are a great BO3 team. And
Yep.
in the big high-pressure games where other teams might drop off, they go harder. And I wouldn't be surprised if these are the guys we see in Manchester.
Well, I mean, look at their SI results, right? They won 3 out of 4 best of 3s. Granted, their group was a little bit weaker than some of the other groups. They still finished 2nd in their stage, which is absolutely absurd to think from an Asian team that we're getting back to those kind of discussion points. But on the flip side of this coin, Dire Wolves, this one for me, I think is even more important with a little bit of context here. Now, they have the highest rated player in the league at the moment. Jogo's absolutely just going nuclear. Like, these are stats that I don't think I can't actually remember seeing something this high before. 88% cost, 162 APS. It's absolutely outrageous. But there is a really big caveat to the conversation of Dire Wolves right now. Whereas Fury have played 3 of their biggest competitors, Dire Wolves have played the two out of the, you know, bottom 3 teams right now. They have played themselves Daystar, and then they went on to beat Knock Knock. So, you know, are there, I guess what I'm trying to get to, Mandy, is do you think that their stats are inflated here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you pointed out correctly. Yeah, Jogor at the moment, very much the highest rated player, a 1.69 CGG is like pretty insane, to be honest. And
Yep.
only essentially playing the bottom 2 teams definitely does inflate those stats. I mean, we saw those 2 teams go and face off each other yesterday, and it was a wild game, if we could ever say anything. So honestly, I think for Dire Wolves to have gone and played against those 2 teams, still dropping some rounds, especially in a pretty strange fashion. I am a little worried for this team when they go up against more difficult opponents that will probably punish them for making mistakes.
Well, we saw it last night, and it could potentially follow through tonight. Let's go ahead and look at where we're going to be headed for this one. Dev, do you have a feeling as to what map we're expecting?
Oh, you're throwing me right under the bus here. Well, I think
Sorry,
we're probably
mate.
not
I
gonna
always
see,
expect you've got
probably
something.
won't see Consulate, and you know, maybe not Clubhouse, but jokes aside, great band there from Dire Wolves. Obviously, yesterday Fury 7-0 Elevate on Consulate. Fury love Cafe. It's their most their most won map at the moment. They're on a 5-game win streak, but they're the ones that banned it out. Fair enough. Fair enough, I guess. I don't know where it. What is left? Chalet? Is it going to be another Chalet? We always see bloody Chalet. There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is Chalet in the end. Dire Wolves do quite like this map. They're on a 2-game win streak, and that was both from this stage. They beat Daystar and Hasib's Warriors, but they're not flawless on that map. Like, you dig a little bit further back, they actually lost it in the ECS against a team called Devil Package. So that's like the Tier 2 tournament. So Dire Wolves aren't perfect on it. In the last year, Fury have played it quite a lot, and while it's not one of their favorite maps, they do quite like it. However, they really need to redeem themselves because it's also the map that they got 7-0'd on by Team Bliss at SI. So it's a question of whether Fury have really put the work in from that loss and can bounce back.
I think that obviously Chalet is the most played map in Asia at the moment, Mandy. But this would be the fairest map for us to go to, at least in my eyes.
I think you can look at it in two ways. I think the main thing is that in the group stage, there isn't that much strategic advantage in revealing extra maps, in my opinion. And especially if you're like your Direwolves, right? And you've essentially played Chalet, I think it's like 3 times now, or 2 or 3 times in the last 4 play days. You may as well replay it again. You want to let that one slip through the ban phase. And I think for Fury, they've seen Direwolves as Chalet, and they've probably gone, okay, we can beat that. Honestly, they've probably gone back and they've watched the VOD. Yes, they did beat the 2 worst teams on it, but honestly, I think they show a lot of weakness on that map. So I think for Fury to jump that straight their way into it, I think it's totally fine.
Well, it's time because Fury, they've got to turn their stage around now. They have to turn this conversation around, whereas Direwolves, they have got their 2 hardest games back-to-back. Bleed last night, Fury tonight. Can they get away with any points? We head to Chalet. Guz and Xenox will take you through it.
Yeah, I think really well said and sets up the stakes here for this particular match. It's not do or die, Guz, but certainly a big game between 2, I guess, inter-regional rivals. We've seen Fury and Direwolves go head-to-head for many years now, and I think also we're at this point in the stage where we're starting to see maybe some of those performances in the first couple of play days get ironed out a little bit. You know, Fury, great response yesterday. They look like they're back to their best. Good time for them to, I think, accept this challenge of the Direwolves.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we're at the point in the stage already where I think Bleed have already proven that they are probably peeling ahead of both of these 2 teams. So both of them are trying to keep touch. Both of them need to prove themselves. And this is quite an important game in doing so. Maintaining a top 2 finish at the end of the league could prove to be very, very vital in a league so close.
Good to Chalet. It's been a very favorable map inside of the Asia League. It'll be the 4th time we've seen it, which is the most played. The next best being a couple of 2Xs. So Chalet has been a bit of a home stomping ground for Asia League for a lot of teams across the board. Feels like the more neutral of the maps that we've had. For Fury, of course, yesterday 7-0 against Elevate, guys. We got to cast that one. Certainly a surprising scoreline. Not a surprising result, but a surprising scoreline. After, of course, Fury lost the opening 2 games to start their stage, losing to Jalita and Bleed. Beating Elevate, then into Direwolves, I think this will save their season heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, let's jump into the ban phase then, as Joe gives us a nice big smile to the camera. One of the top performing players in the league at the moment, red hot, and Fury will need to find a way to try and tame him. Monty off the board first. Montang has been an incredibly potent attacking ban, one of the highest presence attacking operators so far, when not banned, often played. And clearly, obviously, Dai was not wanting to deal with that. Ying as well, so not too many curveballs being thrown. And I honestly suspect that the defense is going to be quite similar here. I don't anticipate we're going to see much of a shake-up in terms of meta or approach necessarily in this match. It's going to come down to round-by-round adaptation, which, in my opinion, on a map like Chalet with these 2 teams going toe-to-toe, again, should make for quite a competitive and fun game to watch.
Yeah, I agree. I think this should be the kind of game that, for all intents and purposes, both teams can win. Fury probably going as the favorites after what they were able to do yesterday against an Elevate roster that I thought was having a pretty good stage. As for this Direwolves team, I mean, they were okay against Bleed. Nothing too outstanding. Had some good defensive rounds. Eventually did lose out 7-4. And outside of that, hard to really then game where they're at. They're playing Daystar and a South Asia team in Hasib Warriors for their first 2 play days. You know, it's kind of like both ends of the spectrum where, okay, well, they've played some of the lower teams, but then they've also played the best team. So this is going to be Direwolves' first opportunity against the middle of the pack. And what is an expanded middle of the pack when it comes to the Asia League. So for me, this is where we're going to get more answers to Direwolves and for Fury heading deeper into this stage. Going into it, though, right now, despite the 1-2 scoreline, I think Fury are the slightly favored of the 2 teams after what they were able to do yesterday. And they also get to start on attack here on Chalet. So we'll see if that does bode well for them. Doesn't necessarily always have to be slightly better for the attackers. Defending is still very prominent on this map.
Yeah, the mute ban makes things a little bit intriguing. It does, obviously, at times is going to impact the information gathering of the attack as well as their ability to open up walls as well. Hard breach. But that does mean that the Solace will be available. We're also going to see the double down on the Maestro here for the first round. PC crash, so there will be a rehost round 1, but if my knowledge of the rules is correct, the same operator picks will persist and the same site. And that Solace Maestro combination will make it very, very difficult to drone, not only in the early round, but also through the mid round with the layering of the Evil Eyes as well. So those very much keep in mind. And yeah, hopefully we get a pretty swift rehost. I know that there definitely are crushing issues at the moment, so we do just have to deal with that, but such is life.
Yeah, I mean, that's just unfortunate. The nature of this particular league, these instances are probably a bit more prominent than other regions. We're kind of expected and very much used to it at this point. Unfortunate for Dark. And you're right, I'm almost dead set certain the picks have to remain the same. The site definitely does. And yeah, I guess we get an extended pre-show for this particular matchup. We've kind of said everything when it does come to these two teams. We're at that point in the stage as well where there's still more questions that need answering. We're not deep into the playoffs where we can kind of delve deep into a season-long journey for both of them leading to this moment. You know, as I mentioned before, for Direwolves, when it does come to where they're at currently, it's really difficult to gauge. You played the worst, you played the best. This will be their first opportunity to play that in between and see where they really stack up against everyone else. I know that was the discussion from James as well on the desk to begin the show. So, look, at the end of the day, we're not going to sit here yapping too much. We will head to a break, rehost. When we come back, though, we'll get underway in Chalet.
Talent Drama, take one.
Alright, this is a really tough call. I'm actually not quite sure about this one. I'm gonna have to think for a really long time. I know my answer.
Wow, so shocked.
Oi! I feel dogged by
Dev
this.
cop a stray.
Yeah, Dev definitely
How?
caught this straight.
Actually, to be fair, I'll be on in 5 minutes and
Yeah.
you'll be on in like
Oh,
5.
actually, no, that's true. That is true. I am.
First frag.
I don't know, I've seen this guy farm a little bit. I went wrong.
What?
I went,
Yeah,
I
that's
went
what I'm
wrong.
talking about, baby. Big dog! Big dog!
Come on. Yeah,
he-
thank you.
Why did he listen? I'm on drones.
I figured you'd be just spawn peeking or
I'm
something.
on drones.
He doesn't know how to get. So what happens is someone drones someone into the building, and the other player is an entry.
It was who gets the first pick, not who gets picked
Not
first.
who watches it on a drone.
Yeah.
Well, this might be a controversial take, I don't know. Only if I'm on drones can this person pull this off.
Wow, absolute bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go.
I really have just continued to just not read the room.
You haven't played enough
The
with this,
thing is,
mate.
Rob doesn't want to work together with anyone.
No, I just want to run in and find as many heads as I can. We play it like another game that I shan't say.
This is a tough one.
I mean, it's not like you can't really kill yourself with nades anymore.
You can. I've seen it.
Well, you might if I haven't. I just picked the worst person.
It's the
That's
it's
what
the
I've
most
done as well.
obvious. It's the most
what I've
obvious.
He already knows.
It's the most
He already
obvious.
knows.
This turn.
Yep. Is that a first 5 out of 5?
Yeah, that's the 5 out of 5. Well done, brother.
Should be proud of yourself.
Oh, this one's.
This is actually tough.
I know who I'm going with.
Okay, I have a story for this one.
Come on, Amanda.
Oh, she got a story.
Oh!
Wait, what?
Wait, who
I
did
have
you
had
say?
to call both of you to get on an Age of Show before.
That is true.
That is.
I remember that.
And then I called both of them over and over and over.
Laura woke
And
me up
so-
and was like,
yes.
why is Mandy calling you over? And I was like, I don't know why. And then I like clicked in 2 seconds later. I was like, oh, I've got a broadcast. Like now.
Most likely to
I've actually got a good one here. I've got a good one, and I want to see what everyone else says.
3,
Oh, no, this is a 5 out of 5.
1, Dev.
But to be fair, not his fault. Most of the time, his luggage gets lost. Not due to his
Also,
his issue.
my shoes were stolen from my hotel room in Brazil, and I've never got them back. So,
Are you barefoot right now?
yes, I don't actually own any shoes anymore.
Get the grippers out.
Yeah, I've.
This is an easy one. This is easy. Flip it over.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
There is a reason.
Yeah.
There's
No,
a reason
that
we
is
call it.
bull. It's
There's-
not
Look,
guns.
there's a reason we call him the content. It's not because he's good at content. It's because he creates.
Sorry,
it
did I
without-
wait Gus? I meant to write me.
Oh wow, that was really good. Good segue.
Did I make a mistake?
Thank you very much for watching Talent Drama. We will see you after the break. welcome to Drone in the Unknown with my favourite Oceanic and Asian talent.
We haven't actually signed the contract yet, so.
If anyone can guess this right,
That's T2 in.
it's a wall.
No, that is Oregon. That's Oregon.
It looks a bit like T1. I don't think it's T2.
That's definitely backstairs though, right?
Alright.
If I get this right, I'm telling you
Because
right now.
could also
Right.
be laundry stairs. I think it could be laundry stairs.
That's a good guess.
3, 2, 1, flip him.
Yeah,
very
thank you
nice.
guys for hard carrying the team.
Love the way we're all like, oh, geez, he came up with a good. But I was like, instantly, it's Oregon.
Oregon, mate. That was
Piece of
never the
shit.
question.
Yes, it was. He was like, geez, what map's that?
Well, that's
I got
Jake.
it wrong.
Jake doesn't know what day it is.
Why did I agree to do this again?
Villa?
Sorry, I'm
I'm definitely getting Villa vibes,
No,
but
it's
also
not.
cafe. So
Has
I
to be
reckon that
cafe.
carpet's red. I
Yeah, it
reckon
has to
that's
be
like.
cafe.
I'm gonna just
Mickey?
lock it in. I don't even know.
Has to be.
I'm
I'm
gonna
actually.
change it. I'm gonna change it.
Yeah.
If I had this right the first time, I'm gonna cry.
You ready? 3,
3,
2, 1.
1. Cafe reading. Yeah.
That looks like border. Like the back of it looks like workshop.
I think it's on a rubbish bin.
Yeah.
So a little rubbish bin.
Rubbish. I'm looking.
Oh, do you know what
I-
it would be?
I
There's
feel like it's Harry
computers,
Potter.
there's computers in the top right.
I
Is it-
feel like this is workshop.
Custom,
Oh, not workshop.
Customs or Harry Potter?
Where's next to workshop?
I don't know. You tell me, big boy.
Shut up, you f.
Vents.
Bobby.
Oh.
Wow.
Would
Damn.
never have got that.
No one did coast, right?
Nah. Maybe I threw everyone when I said border instantly. That's border. That's border bathrooms.
Is there a bathroom in cafe at all?
I think I've got this wrong.
Ah! Water bathroom?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wormhole.
Jeez, what is that?
What is that light? Like, is that a fire or is that?
No.
I'm
that's
ready,
a-
let's go.
That's a light
Shut
bulb.
up.
What's your guess, James? Is it good?
No. Steam.
That is as good as mine.
Yeah.
I said
Theme Park Armory.
Oh, the furnace.
I've been prone in that corner too many times.
Is it classroom?
That's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah, it's like mattress up against a wall.
It's Oregon. Oregon.
You can do it.
Bunk.
I very often pre-play drones here, so I should
Oh,
be on
really?
the right track.
Turn.
Is it Blue Bunker?
Yes! I pre-plays here all the time!
Damn it, yeah. When you said I pre-placed, I was
did
like
like that.
dining, because that's where
is it false scent, mate.
I got
False
that
scent.
this one, I'm not sure
This
what
one
it
looks
is.
easy, but I actually am a bit confused.
I reckon it looks a lot like Oregon to me. Don't you think it's kind of like Big Tower of Oregon? Bank lockers? Yes!
it was
I
bank
knew you
lockers.
would get it. I knew you would get it.
I
I'm
was
tilted.
legit confused.
Do we really need me and Rob on this show?
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and apologies for the delay. We did indeed not have just a standardized rehost. We have had a substitute. So unfortunately for Fury, they've had to bring their coach in. Vaughn is making his, I don't know if it's his debut, guys, or not, but it's not often you see a coach make their way in that often anyway. So Dark, obviously, we saw crash at the beginning, and he's not been able to get his computer working again. So we've got a coach sub for Fury, which I really don't like. I hate this because we now kind of can't use this match to its validity. Fury will always just say if they lose this, well, we had a coach. If they win it, though, I will say it makes Direwolves look a little bit worse. So probably less pressure for Fury. You can lose this and say, well, we had a coach. For Direwolves, you would hope that they can beat Fury with a coach.
I mean, yeah, they can lose and then use that excuse to cover it, of course, but that won't excuse the standings at the end of the match if they don't get any points. Because, again, they are still very much teetering on the edge of not being able to make top 2, or at least it being a very difficult mountain to climb. You lose this in regulation, it only becomes more challenging, so... Obviously, circumstances have prevented them from playing a full 5, and we'll see how they go in this particular matchup. Same site, and the operator lineup is not the same from the defense, I don't think. Oh, maybe it is. It probably is. My apologies. But definitely that Solus Maestro does persist, which we highlighted before, and that is going to make it quite challenging for this attack to gain info, but we see the Grim in response.
Honestly, I don't even know how you would remember at this point. It took that long.
Well, I thought they didn't have his army, but they probably did. So,
Right.
like I said, just ignore me.
1-for-1 trade to begin. Joe Gort finding the coach. Oh, Fury. 90 seconds left, and Lycolis will slip in through Trench. BGM with the entry into Trophy, steps on a goo mine. Seal up above its soul has got an interesting line of sight. Joe Gort close by as well inside our bedroom, makes his way into Solar. Heavy defense on the Solar side. You can see the Maestro cam as well at the feet of Joe Gort, double stacking this position. Trying to deny any kind of entry up those trophy stairs. That would be a Gemini from Lycolis. Does bet out the shot to Seal and also says to Fury, this is going to be a dangerous area, but they are looking to persist. BGM with the kit now making his way up trophy stairs towards Solar. On the rappel though, Joker's now got some work to do. Also watching towards Solar. Defensively though, Direwolf's in a good position.
Yeah, they don't have the hard breach as well to open up the wall and expose Joe's position, so this is a good spot to hold. B's make it a little bit more complex. Forced back, BG Man will find Pika. So the attack with the advantage, a decent clear. Souffle though still control over towards the library hallway position, can hold that barricade and the vault into Piano. Does so successfully. So 30 seconds on the clock. Fury is still looking for some site control.
Very tucked in here from Seal. Flash to go through. Ineffective. Not wide at all. Seal continues to spray here on the Maestro. Out of bullets. Needs to reload. 2 down for Fury. Crit J now just a solo in a 1-on-2. Pushing through into Piano. But holding the angle was Souffle. And Souffle and Joe Gort both combining on site. And pretty strongly for Direwolves. Had a look at the statistics as well during the break. 59% defensive win rate on this map. It is also the most played map in Asia League. So a bit of validity to that statistic. I'm imagining it's just the nature of Siege at the moment. Defense is going to prevail, and even on a map like Chalet, which certainly there's avenues for attack, it's going to be defense we expect. Kitchen and Dining now to follow from Direwolves after winning up above. That'll be similar location, just different bomb site.
Yeah, Direwolves could try and make a pretty conscious decision here to really target the coach of Vaughn on Fury, playing that hard breach role. We saw him die first, unfortunately, in the last round, and then it made it a little bit more challenging to play ranged hard breach if they wanted to open up the likes of the Solar Wall, or even just to clear keeper barriers as well. So util game is going to be critical in this match. So it's really important that that hard breach stays alive for as long as possible, irrespective of really any objective. So Direwolves can look to target that. We see a switch up in terms of defensive composition this time around, so the Solace will be taken away, the Maestro as well. Even that is army too. In exchange, though, we see the castle to cut off the crossfires that can be established from the windows, which are very, very powerful here on Chalet. And we'll also see some traps as well in the form of both the Frost and the Legion to try and just throw in some layers of complexity for Fury to deal with.
Yeah, by the way, Vaughn is Mad Duck Ranger. I think we've actually seen him fill in before. I could be wrong. Maybe once before.
Yeah, it rings a bell, yeah.
And interesting to note, by the way, he's also a caster. One of our own. And at the ripe old age of 37, is still playing at this level. So credit to him.
He might
be playing the supportive roles.
He might be the oldest person to ever play a game of professional Siege. And I'm not even saying that as a joke. Like, that legitimately may be a fun fact.
Yeah, it could very well be. Has got some big shoes to fill, though, with Dark's absence. Oh, the little battle won, though. Souffle winning that balcony fight against Lycolis. Ash gone on the floor. Dead. Advantage Direwolves. Pika wanting to maybe go and peek over towards Ego Belg, but holds in office for now. On the tuber out, there's a head on that corner. Shoulder, I9. Couldn't quite get the kill onto the peeking Pika, and will hold in towards default. We're at the half wall. Of course, Kitchen and Dining, you do want to clear above. And I9, he does get the kill onto Joe Gort, who I thought was just snapping for a second. Very vulnerable. Should have been able to watch that position.
Well, Fury have no hard breach. They've got no hard breach, and they've now got no explosives outside maybe a Gon 6. So the castle's going to be fortified. The hard walls are going to be fortified. If Direwolves are any good, if they want to be a top 6 team, it's around in a situation like this. You've got to win. You cannot be throwing picks away for free when you have the perfect conditions to win the round.
Well, that one was the one I thought maybe I9 wouldn't get, but he doesn't. Sorry, that he would get, but he didn't. After getting a couple of earlier kills in the round, he has opened it up for Fury, even without the hard breach, still finding success. Bearlax over into Kitchen. Logic Bomb rings out, watching down towards the main hallway. And also, the flash gives a bit of that intel. Expecting maybe the push through to come from Fury. Still up above is Pika, very low. Felix just gets caught on sight. Hard breach or not, does not matter apparently. Fury are able to just push their way into sight. Bit of red ping information. Pika can't find an angle to stop that plant going down. And that will be a successful plant for BG, man. One close left. And Vaughn is able to get the final kill in the round. Fury will get themselves an attacking round early here on Chalet.
Oh, that's just not good enough from Direwolves. If your entire setup is reliant on the hard breach up above, down below being electrified, and on top of that the crossfires being covered from castle barricades, and the other team is not running enough explosives to deal with that, is not running any hard breach at all, you have to win that round. It's simply unacceptable for a team that wants to be competitive to be losing a round like that. Against an attacking lineup, there's also last minute running a substitute. So I was giving away way too many free picks up above, not supporting the players like Pika well enough on that half-wall position up above as well. Fury kept it very simple, very straightforward, and didn't throw anything unexpected towards Direwolves that was a positive. So, yeah, pretty disappointed by Direwolves in the way that they approached that, though.
Yeah, I do wonder because I don't think Jogor's looking towards Ego Belt. If he's not, then it's a miscommunication in that moment. What is he watching? Is he watching Repel? Is he watching Solar? Because if he's watching Solar, then he just gets shot in the back, and the player that was supposed to be watching it hasn't calmed that it's, you know, now dangerous. And that being Pika, who fell in towards half wall. So hard to really know who's to really blame in that situation when we don't actually know what the comms were.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
I don't understand what was the point of opening it like that, but anyway. Second go, second attempt for the Direwolves. This time we'll see if they've learnt their lesson. And interestingly enough for Fury, once again, not bringing any hard breach. Not feeling it to be necessary.
I don't blame them. Why would they bring hard breach when they were able to just farm the last round? I mean, clearly not necessary. Just put Vaughn on a role he's more comfortable on. And Brava's actually a very good operator to put a sub onto. You can play, you know, relatively safe from distance. Focus on hacking those Maestro cameras as a primary target. It's not do or die if you are the first to fall either. So, not the worst pivot from Fury. But again, on paper, it should bolster the chances of the defense. If you're able to play into that top hold setup properly, if you keep the office wall up, the dining wall up, it should be hard for the attack to really get much done.
You know, I would imagine slower approach though with the Twitch and Brava combo here from Fury. Working their way over towards Trophy. Really stairs up towards Solar. And last time out though, it really was just a nice double kill from Ego Belt. And Critcho with the lurk down below. Still 2 logic bombs, gets rid of a goo mine. And with that can very much sense there's a bit of pressure to watching towards West Main. I just wonder if Fury's setting up for a bit more of a direct hit. A lot more focus here on this first floor rather than top floor. You can see the blue outlines all just roaming around. West Main now in straight towards dining. J just caught napping. No trade to come through off the back of that logic bomb. Maybe sensing an opportunity to strike on sight, but yeah, good response. And Seal gets the kill. 60 seconds left. Direwolves with the advantage, and they double down. BG Man also falling. It's all direct right now from Fury. And then a little bit of a bar stock flank hold as well, and this round's over. Much better from Direwolves. Questionable, though, from Fury. I mean, if you want to question Direwolves in the last round, that's fair, guys. Now question Fury, because what was this? You went away from everything that worked in the round prior.
Yeah, good work there from Direwolves, doing a better job in shutting down the lurk that Fury tried to employ. Last time, obviously, it was mainly headed around the second floor and taking control mezzanine and then working that across through the likes of Office Piano. That time, they tried something a little bit more game-centric. So maybe not playing into the vert, expecting probably a more fierce response from the defense, although they were very much ready and waiting for that one out every single engagement. And yeah, the structure from Fury quite poor. Again, a little bit more forgivable when you are running a sub that can often break apart, but
It wasn't his fault. He's doing his job outside playing with Bravas.
oh no, I agree.
So yeah, I think it's just a matter of the game plan was just completely off. Played into that roam game that Direwolves were employing. I thought they actually did a decent job of having a bit more pressure off site last round. Earlier than that, it was kind of just a hold above, fell apart. This time they put a little bit less pressure up above, and Fury kind of played into that. Had Fury got a bit more direct, I think they probably could have emulated what they had done in that second round. By the way, Direwolves get their second round on the board. They do move away, though, from Kitchen and Dining. Fortunately, because they did lose it, it has opened back up again in terms of Office and Bedroom, which they did win initially the first time around. So we haven't moved. Fourth round, and we stay here.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Yeah.
Such is the nature of Chalet.
Blitz in play then for round number 4. We've seen a little bit of Blitz throughout the Asia League thus far. I'm intrigued to see how they employ it here. Last time Fury used the Grim to zone out this Solar position, but instead they may look to force the Blitz up and use that as a pressure point in combination with the Kappa Tower to prevent, you know, the top of the stairs being held. That's a potential outcome here. Options are plenty, though, for the defense to formulate a response. The Thorn Razor Blooms may be positioned on the stairs to make it awkward for Lycolders to push up. And there's also an opportunity for the Azami to pivot over to this side of the map, although she's currently over towards Library. That's Pika. Can combine with the Magnets from the Wamai to help fortify those if required. And there should be enough information now, I think, being projected to the defense that this is going to be a north push. We'll see, though, if the outlines of Direwolves suggest that they are going to respond to this by rotating, or instead maybe just hedge their bets at the minute that it could be a bait. We know it's not, though. Lycolders has that fuser in hand.
Yeah, and I think Lycolders is just mindful of the fact there's a first floor Roma, and if he starts to push up Trophy Stairs, could get pinched from behind, and then, well, that's the biggest weakness for the Blitz. You can see how kind of worried he is for that back push coming in from West Main. Spots one over towards Dining, and with that, he's kind of like, well, can I really commit up above? That's the kind of biggest issue, and probably needs a bit of help. This way he's going to be calling out. Razor Bloom does get activated. Jogor does find a free kill onto I9, who I imagine went in on the rappel. One in towards Bathroom. This is certainly one of the strong points for Lycolders, but he does expect one to push through from the piano side. Felix does get a free kill. Down below, Nitrosol from Souffle, who eventually did push through. An easy kill from Vaughn, though, at least onto Trophy Stairs, does give Fury a way back into this round. We're going to need a bit more of that. And BG Man still out on that rappel. 2 versus 4. Direwolves once again in a really good position to find their third round here in the game.
Once again, Fury just lacking a couple of the key components for that particular push to make it work. Lacking pressure on the cross Bathroom. Don't know if there was pressure double window. If there was, it wasn't sufficient enough to dismiss Jogor, who does eventually die. So good pick there from Vaughn, who's currently second top fragging for this team, going to highlight the issues that Fury are having in this match at the moment, where key players are not performing their roles properly. Maestro as well on a potential island if BG can find the kill, but he won't. Position though revealed, and Vaughn now in the 1 versus 3 with the yellow ping. 15 seconds, so time not on his side. Flash to come through. Almost isolates that pick, but Seal swings. Shuts him down. Direwolves go back to back.
Yeah, the original plan there for Fury is try and get the Blitz up in towards Solar. Not going to do it on the rappel. Going through Trophy, and there's a player lurking Dining. Now, at that moment in time, and that was spotted really early. Why are you not just trying to clear out that Roma and Dining then? Why are you not putting pressure on him? Instead, they just completely ignore him. They just ignore him. What does he end up doing? He pushes towards Trophy, gets a Nitrocell kill from below. Was there a bit of an over-focus on the Solar side? Even the Repellion from I9 did that so early on the Capitao before Util was even cleared. Razor Bloom's going off. They hadn't really smoked anything off. Jogor's able to get a very easy swing on that Repellion. In terms of the team coordination there from Fury, it was just completely off. And in the end, they do lose the round. Direwolves able to respond after that second round loss. They go 3-1 up, 2 rounds to go in the half. Suddenly looking in really good shape for a team that, arguably should be doing well. Against a team with the coach, fill in, the disruption really even as a team when you're sitting there. You get into the round, Dark then crashes, then his PC's not working, then you're going to get a coach in, then you're almost getting forfeited because it's taking so long. Yeah, mentally quite draining for Fury. Definitely kind of look at this match and think, okay, well, it's not going to be indicative as to how good they can be. That's still questionable in some of these rounds, that's for sure. Lost G time.
I mean, Jogor certainly has the license. Okay,
Oh.
no. License provoked.
Lost it.
Yep. He lost it as fast as he got it. And it gives it in now. I mean, Direwolves have to be very careful in this game. They have Fury on the ropes. Fury genuinely look pretty lost at the moment, understandably so. They're not hitting defaults. And if you're giving them opportunities to now make mistakes later on the round because you're losing an entry in a fashion like that, you just have to be so careful, with defensive rounds being really important at the moment.
Yeah, the other thing I want to add now as well is it's not a case of Vaughn going 0-4, right? And having zero impact. He's actually been doing his job as a supportive player. Now, is that the same role that Dark will typically play? Maybe not, but nevertheless, everyone has to adjust. Like Hollis 0-4, that's a little bit of a poor start. I9, BG, man, struggling to kind of get involved. I mean, even Crit J is hitting some good kills, so it's not really about the individuals and KDAs. The team coordination just seems off, which is really strange when you're adding a coach into the mix. Actually, in some ways, you can find benefits in terms of the communication and the game plan that you want to set out. Felix does get a kill onto BG, man. He again struggles. 2-4 now. The line got off, I think, 1 E, 1 D. Walking canister gets blown off in the hallway as Crit Jake goes for a peek to see if anyone's top library. Red Ping Intel, not bad, goes for the softball spray, but ineffective against Pika, who will maneuver his way around top library. And Felix momentarily has been flashed out of the mezzanine position near fireplace. Souffle losing his life to like Colas. There you go, on the board now. First kill of the game, and it does give Fury the advantage.
Felix, though, able to hold this position over towards mezzanine, elected not to jump down. Has been droned a couple of times, so position revealed. And this is a key fight coming up. One more drone, Gemini. I9 probably spotting him once more. But will he win the fight? He will. Good push through. Seal and Peak, and now need to hold out for 45 seconds.
Where did that Nitrous go? I think he threw it through the floorboard. Well, much better from Fury. Pika couldn't sustain. He lost his position, got overwhelmed. They're all so low. I mean, if there's ever a winnable moment, it could be this. That was a Gemini from I9. Oh, one spotted on the stairs. And the peaks from Seal just ineffective. And Vaughn is able to get quite a couple of kills early on. 2 rounds for Fury. I mean, such is the nature of Siege at the moment. You can look so poor and run in one round and then turn it around in the next. That's why you have to just mentally leave each round at the door, guys. You cannot be worrying about the previous round. Oh, I made this mistake or I did this. Moving to the next, anything is possible. Fury find 2 attacking rounds. I tell you what, a third puts them in a really good position. And I actually think it's going to be just as easy to be able to, I don't want to say the word hide, but hide Vaughn on the defense. Get him to just bunker down on site. Get him to play very much site-anchored positions. He doesn't have to push out. I mean, they're kind of doing that here in the attacking round in terms of playing supportive role, hard breach. We've got a Snow White in the 6th and final round of this half, but Fury, even with the coach, really taking it up to Direwolves.
Yeah, it's like what I was saying in the previous round. If Fury are having issues running defaults, and we have definitely seen that in this match, Direwolves just need to be very careful in the way they approach this defensively. If you're going to go for roams, you can't be playing for your life. You need to be playing to waste time and getting back to site, ideally, to force those executes where Fury are making mistakes. You know, roaming around with the Boss G is fun and all, but as we saw in the last round, losing that first pick snowballed pretty quickly for Fury against EW, so quite an important round here. Fury will be able to very much build a bit of pressure if they win this out. Expected path, though, if Direwolves are able to win also, so an intriguing 6th round to conclude the half. We are yet to go to this objective, so in terms of compositions defensively, again, we see that Vigil for the roam up above, the Souls to facilitate that, and then on site, we'll see them lean heavily into that Mirror plus Nitro combo, Kaid also with Nitro for wall denial, and then the Goyos as well. So Locolas under pressure on the Twitch to deal with some of that util, and Crit J on Nomad will be critical for flank watch.
Feels like a somewhat important round. Rivals, my mind, probably needing this 4th. And a good start, courtesy of Jogo with the Nitro Cell. Gets rid of the coach himself, Vaughn. Playing the Docker beat. No logic bombs. That's a big loss. Find that kill early on. Very much a detriment for Fury. And also the way Vaughn has actually been playing. And now they lose like Cola. Seal finds a kill. A bit more aggression here from Direwolves. Over towards Boiler. And I9 over peaks, but he gets the kill anyway to Felix. Spot West Main Stairs. And has actually unlocked Boiler. still alive in the 3 versus 4. I9 will remain low. Position also known. And he definitely is going to need some help from Crit J and BG Man.
Yeah, you can see that diffuser on the ground at site door. Currently engulfed in flames from the Goyo, so Fury will have to wait a little bit here. Perhaps an opportunity to pivot a little bit elsewhere, maybe fight this West main control, because that flank potential is going to be really difficult to deal with. Fury, though, could try and look to flood site. That's another opportunity. Get blue control, then hold the stairs and main. Library stairs and main stairs. Whichever path they go, though, will be challenging hatch control as well. Also in the hands of Direwolves, now weakened, though, as I9 finds Pika.
Yeah, he's really done a good job of salvaging this round. Has I9. His basement control. Getting the kit, though, will still be a challenge. Well, the air jab can certainly help. And still some decent amount of time remaining. Ogre lurking West main does need to be mindful of the air jabs that have been put in this position. If it does catch him, he loses his life. Surely someone swings on this. They did a little too late. But eventually the overswing from BG Man pays dividends. Kept pushing, kept searching, got the kill onto Jogor. Fury now with the player advantage, and I9 has been able to slip in towards blue. BG Man going for the plant. Doesn't catch the first, but he should get this kill. 4-3 in the back. Seal will go down. And that is a well-calculated attack from Fury, despite being in a deficit to begin this round, losing Vaughn early, and the Doc could be gone. They went down to a 3 versus 5. Brought it back, win the round, and with that, a 3-3 half for Fury looks pretty good.
Yeah, really good work there from Fury, isolating those 2 picks off site before the execute. Joe might be the top-rated player in the league so far, but the last 2 rounds, he's probably the key reason why his team lost. I don't know what he's looking at there, West main. Surely was anticipating the attack to hunt him down, but then caught looking elsewhere. Maybe expecting the pinch trophy here. So somewhat forgivable, I suppose. Maybe just respecting Fury a little bit too much, but they just overloaded the bot West main position and killed him anyway.
It's basement. Well, I mean, at that point, you can't be expecting. There's about 30-40 seconds left in the round. If they're going for a trophy push off of that on a basement site with 30 seconds left in the round, they're playing it bad anyway. It's a really strange decision there from Jogor to look around, to look behind him. Either way, I agree with you. I mean, it's very strange. Direwolves also losing that 5-on-3, like the wider picture of that.
They had
round,
hatch control. They had full hatch control. Like, I don't even understand why he's going for the flank when you have the positions that you had. Again, the fundamentals in this game have genuinely been quite poor, and the only reason I sound like I'm being harsh and negative at the moment is because these are 2 teams that should have fundamentals down pat, alongside your likes of Bleed and probably to an extent Elevate. They should have the basics of this game down pat at this point. So I don't know what's going on in the server at the moment outside of the Fury sub, but it just has not been up to the standard that it should be.
Well, every chance that Direwolves will be able to improve their fundamentals here on the attack, and, well, I guess maybe even vice versa for Fury, potentially on the defense. And no hiding Vaughn, straight onto the Warden. Talk about the confidence, and look, can sit site, but very much an impactful and important operator. You can't be afraid to peek and play into the flashes and the smokes if there are any. A lot of flashes. I say a lot, I mean a lot. Like, everyone has flashes except Souffle. Straight away onto the repel for Felix. They pop in EE1D. Yeah, a bit of red ping information as well off of the Hive Launcher, and he's one to follow up. Oh, a second as well. The smoke just completely ignored. Lycolis does get one onto Pika. The Felix on the repel has been quite damaging, and Lycolis is low. 1 gas babe remaining. Bit of yellow pink information as well towards Piano. Jogor fighting this one as Seal finds the kill onto Lycolis. Vaughn will fall on the water, and I9 going for that flank up trophy into Solar. Does catch one onto Felix, who eventually repelled in. And he get the second over towards Office. Not to beat, not straight away. And then a pro play, you see him, but wasn't watching. And for I9, I think he's had a couple of chances to maybe salvage this round. Those chances have dwindled, and Souffle is not going to give him a second one. And Direwolves will open up their account in the second half with a win.
Yeah, that's probably the right approach there from Direwolves. Just ramp up the pacing and the pressure. Don't really give Fury too much room to breathe. They're probably already scrambling enough as it is in terms of roles and positions with any changes they've had to make with the substitute. So if you can sort of put the foot down in the early round and then not give them the opportunity to recover, it's probably the best way to go about it. So Good way to open up the attacking account. Got a little bit scary there right at the very end with Diffuser caught over towards Ego Bulk, but ultimately relatively well converted by Direwolves. We'll see if they can find similar success on the other objectives. We go over to Kitchen Dining, round 8. Relatively similar lineup followed. Good first pick, good second. So that double window control there from Felix was absolutely spot on and did a good job syncing that with the rest of the push. And then from there, very traditional snowball attack.
So Kitchen and Dining now for the 8th round as Fury looking to kind of keep this back and forth nature going. In some ways, it's eventuated into that from both teams now looking, I guess, competent enough on both sides. Direwolves an attack round here. A lot of it defensive rounds in the first half. Really difficult to split these two teams. Which, you know, it's very easy to say, well, Fury have a coach, but the coach is playing quite well. I mean, bigger there with an opening kill onto Crit J, who has kind of been locked out of a couple of rounds now, and it's the Azami that has lost his life. Top library. No Kiba barriers that will generate throughout the round, so that's a big operator to lose, but more importantly, a big player for Fury as well. Crit J, typically the kind of player who is great in finding kills and executing mid-round counter punches on the defense. Just unavailable now as the default gets shot at by Joe Gore. And with that, Direwolves have got themselves library control here, and they can start to sweep across through the mezzanine. Lycolis holding in towards Mud. Is that a misdrone that I just saw? Because Lycolis hasn't moved off it.
Potentially. Smoke a long way away from the objective. Always a risky play to make. Now at the man disadvantage, perhaps Fury feeling the need to go for a play. Now roam up top library. Is there a drone holding this position? Potentially, but Joe taken low. Able though to escape with his life. Will Lycolis be caught on the rotate? Chalet is a map where it's tricky to rotate. Through basement though, perhaps a little bit easier. Now 0.5 fireplace stairs. And he's going to get a freebie. Dai was not anticipating that.
Yeah, I mean, Pika just completely caught off guard. Jogore's very low here, by the way, so he's kind of a dead man walking. Souffle finds a kill onto Vaughn, and yeah, I mean, so low that he actually goes down to the electrified wall. I mean, he can get brought back up, though, and he's pretty much got the same amount of health anyway. Actually, not worth it. I remember the days where you'd purposefully down someone and bring them back up for a bit more health. That frag's going to get rid of the shield. BG Man does need to move out of that into Piano and starting to sense maybe a chance to swing. Like Cola shoots Seal in the back. He's going to finish him off with a gas babe, and BG Man has been able to rotate in towards bedroom, find a kill, and with that, suddenly the round in favor of Fury. Jogore's still alive. As long as he doesn't go running into any electrified walls, he should stay alive and get some work done with the Boogie auto breaches up above, open up these floorboards, and Felix can rotate outside with the kit. Still 30 seconds. An I9 and Lycolis, though, well prepped. Nitrous Cell 2 gas babes, but it's an easy entry kill. Lycolis still running around with 20 seconds left, maybe anticipating that they were both upstairs, caught in the hallway, and I9 is on an island.
Nitro to come through, 10 seconds on the clock, the drop to come through. I9 almost wins the second fight. And he gets
Goo Mine!
Goo Mine. Are you kidding me? Are you serious?
The Goo Mine from Vaughn. Up the Vaughn, up the Mad Dark Ranger, and Fury will tie things up 4-4.
This has been a game of Siege, that's for sure. 4-4 scoreline. And a round that really should not have gone the way of the defense. Direwolves had the early advantage. They were leaning into the roaming smoke, which ultimately actually had quite a good success rate from Lycolis on the defense. Direwolves then had a very, very, very good read on Lycolis being at that particular rotation at that particular point in time. Can only assume they had a drone there. Got it down to the 1 versus 1. And then the Goo Mine, the final tick of damage, and to finish the remaining player off.
Double wall can counter through at the default. Plant position.
Bomb located by attackers.
Massive change up from the Direwolves on the attack. Dockerby, Buck, and Thatcher
Seconds remaining.
will be brought in response to the Kaid of Vaughn. Very much will look to open up that main hatch from there, rotate off, pressure above, open up floorboards, find some lurkers with the Dockerby. Very default and standardized looking attack here from the Direwolves. Now, opening up the hatch might take a little bit of time though, if BG Man on the tube route can delay. Not in the position to do so as of right this second.
So they've got some decent pre-play strains up above Direwolves, so they should be able to lean into that decently well. And again, with that Dockerby in play, Logic Bombs, one of which available, will aid in the room clear. Gumine's continuing to pose problems and should be giving a read to Fury as to where the push is being initiated from. Library control succeeded, and that will allow Souffle to get to work with this vertical control. Make sure no one's able to catch them on a rotation this time. Like Coles was very aggressive in the last round and proved quite costly. This time, though, the drone's in position to watch them in the absence of no dedicated flank watch.
Well, this is risky. They haven't opened up main breach. Felix has been droning for the last minute. And if you lose Pika, then you lose arguably your best ways of opening up main breach. And typically most teams will open it early in the round so then they can get to work, you know, clearing roamers, opening up floorboards. But yeah, electing not to. I mean, I imagine at some point in the round they're going to go and open it up. And you can see the exothermic in the hands of Felix right now. Good job with the shoulder peek. You know, they ping over towards that main breach as they, I imagine, are looking to try and open it. Zodo Canister's delaying. This will be an intriguing little mini game. If this stays closed, Zodo Canister again, we moved away from it. Oh, I imagine it got opened. There is still one Zodo Canister available from BG Man. Yeah, opened up. I imagine that was a little bit delayed, and like Colas losing the battle against Seal. Awkward one. Crit J responds through dining. But it's a kill onto Souffle. 40 seconds left, and with that main breach opened up, Direwolves have got many avenues now to attack site.
Need to come through then. Bit of util clearance potential here for the attack. Still trying to deal with his roam above the half-wall position. Second nade to dislodge, although I think it just falls short. Crit J takes a chunk of damage, eventually down. BG Man and Vaughn now left in the 2v3.
Yeah, not a lot of time though, and they're all very low. Very winnable here for Vaughn and BG Man. Extremely winnable.
15 seconds left.
Still trying to see if he can spot anything. And with the double Vulcan canister setup, it's going to be difficult to get the plant down. Vaughn just did not need to peek that. He can hold the close angle. There wasn't a lot of time. And default plant was not going to be in fruition. Seal's down. With that, that's the kit. BG Man just has to hide and he wins the round. That's it. Round's won. One shot, one kill. That's all that was required. Vaughn gave them a look in on that blue peak towards bot library stairs. But BG Man gives them nothing. 5-4 to Fury, and on the verge of taking this game against Direwolves, even with a coach.
Yeah, I think the way I framed it before, it's it continues to come into fruition. The battle of the fundamentals at the moment, and that's being exposed late round. It's the storyline for a lot of the APAC regions at the moment, where they're really finding it challenging to find those win conditions that are most optimal and then converting them. I think up until that point, it was relatively straightforward and you know, quite predictable and played out the way it probably should have. And then we entered this phase of the round where, unfortunately, yeah, Direwolves just aren't able to flood the side effectively, feeding a favorable one to the defense. And with so little time remaining, because the clear up above took a little bit longer than they would have liked, no opportunity to recover that diffuser. So, to the credit of Fury, they are, you know, putting in a really good effort. This is a gutsy effort from them, considering they are playing with a substitute very last minute. Irrespective of the experience and skill the sub may have, it is going to lead to ripple changes through the team and the way they're playing the map. So maybe in some respects that's working in their favor, because Direwolves have at times looked a little bit lost.
The bomb.
I actually don't know who deserves to win this game right now. You could argue Fury, they're playing with a coach. Have they been better inside of the server? I mean, I've seen both of these teams play dramatically better elsewhere, but it's also just the nature of the game, right? If both teams are a little bit sloppy, then that's just going to compound the sloppiness even more. It's a snowball effect. And I think that's just the case of this particular game. I think both teams are far more capable of playing really strong, methodical Siege with great fundamentals, as I9 will lose his life. Pika, I imagine just the Solus that has gone drone hunting gets caught by a player who's just pushed in super quickly, and Pika wins the battle. Happens time and time again. Got to be careful when you're on that Solus. I mean, you've got to be prepared for it. And Lycolis looking to double down in towards Blue, and Pika holds this angle. He might be good for a second head angle. Lovely shot, though, from Lycolis. I mean, he knew that Pika was down there after the initial entry against I9. Really well played. Crit J getting aggressive towards Piano.
Yeah, gnarly entry there from Direwolves. Or pardon me, from Fury, rather.
A bomb has been located.
4-4 now. Double stack Library stairs. And BG Man on the cross. Playing inside of Library. A bit more of an advanced position as I'm a barricade to protect him from the double window. So even a rotation here from Direwolves will be a little bit tricky, although they do have 4 nades. Vaughn can peek up and down for info on the Warden. Just needs to be careful that he doesn't give away his life for free here. That's the most important thing. He can trust BG Man to hold this cross and support him.
Just under a minute remaining. Fury looking for that match point. BG Man in towards the library box with a good angle. Great angle. And Crit J in front of him as well to stop any push coming from Big Window. That's a down onto Felix. And Crit J might just be aware of this as he continues to push, and he spots him trying to get back up due to that adrenal surge. Really well played from Crit J. Kabound on that knock. Seal, though, does get a kill. It's been like that. Scrappy again, back and forth, and another couple of kills towards Piano side. Seal in the mezzanine, can't flick, and it's Vaughn that gets the final kill again in these rounds. Match point for Fury. Looking to overcome Direwolves here on Chalet. Even minus without one of their players in Dark, plus a coach. And a pause has been called now by Direwolves.
I mean, that was actually really quite clean from Fury. I really liked their adaptation towards the very late round there to over-aggress in combination with the flank. It made it very overwhelming for Direwolves, who was still at that point really looking to contest for control and clear either top library or mezzanine. They didn't really achieve either, and as they then stagnated and probably just wanted to recollect themselves for a moment, we saw this from Crit J, which, yeah, was kind of the nail in the coffin on top of the flank that came through from Lycolis as well. So, some really good stuff there from Fury. Comes the tactical timeout from Direwolves. And honestly, this is going to have to be one hell of a tactical timeout because this has not really gone to plan for them this game.
No, it certainly hasn't. Started so well. They had a 3-1 lead. But credit to Fury. They've just got better and better as the game has progressed. I think they've looked a little sharper as well. There was some questionable decision-making in the first couple of rounds. None from Vaughn, though. He's been great as a stand-in for Dark. 2 match points, Kitchen a dining defense. It's all set up now for Fury to collect the 3 points.
Attackers need to locate and defuse this.
Think about what that could arguably do in terms of the standings for, I guess, both of these teams, guys. It would actually elevate Fury above Direwolves, who came into tonight second place, tied though with Elevate. So it's a pretty big 3 points, very handy 3 points, especially after beating Elevate yesterday 7-0. You then go and beat Direwolves. I think coming into this stage, it was probably easy to make a case for Fury being the team that's better than the rest outside of Bleed. And getting these wins would at least put them back into that position. Yes, they did lose to Jalita, that being in overtime, and Jalita hasn't been able to really capitalize on that win since they did lose to Elevate afterwards. It's been a bit of a turbulent stage for a lot of these middling teams in the Asia League. So far, only Bleed has been perfect thus far. Everyone else has had at least one loss. The Direwolves now on the verge of their second.
And a loss in this game will make that top 2 finish very challenging. Certainly more challenging for Fury if they were to lose it, although that looks unlikely at this point in time. For Direwolves, maybe not as disastrous, but I think they'll be quite frustrated that they've lost to a substitute or potentially lost to a substitute. Never a good feeling as a core 5.
Yeah. I mean, the one caveat is if you don't finish top two, you need to finish third. So then you're on the opposite side of the bleed bracket. That's the biggest thing. I think Direwolves will still be more than capable of achieving that. But you're right, in terms of finishing top two, it becomes a lot harder if you lose this game. Not impossible.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, certainly not possible, but challenging. Into round 11 then. You see the Ram brought out once again from Joe. So there'll be good vert potential here from the attack. Any potential west main flank is being held by Pika currently, as Joe now progresses forward through Library. Contested by Crit J, so the extension with the Azami. Triangle setup, as you can see, 3 players on the top floor here for Fury. Key part of dislodging this will probably be some hard breach on that office wall. Direwolves are running the Thermite.
It feels like a slow round, pace round. Like Colas, oh, that's a greedy peek. Maybe sensing the pressure, and then Jogor was already up close. I don't even know if Lycolis was aware of that. Wanted to take that battle towards the player at big window. And ultimately loses his life, and on an operator that could be so influential later into these rounds. No gas babes available. And the hold towards Barstock has been undone. Over to site we go with under a minute left. Advantage for the Direwolves. They haven't had that many of them in this half. Vaughn 6 and 7. Has he got one more impact for us? Jay also can't win his battle. Jokor suddenly activating with 40 seconds left in the round through the library hallway. His next battle, potentially Piano towards Vaughn. The coach of Fury gets onto his drone as the exothermic is going to open up. Main breach towards half wall, but it is kitchen and dining. So they can't plant here. You gotta still go down below with that kit, which is what Felix is holding. I9 with a Nitro Cell, but he splits the middle. And somehow they both survive as that breach gets opened up. Vaughn will go down. Jogor's got 3. Pika then gets another. And suddenly, when match point has gone against them, the Direwolves have awoken.
Yeah, things going from bad to worse there for Fury in that particular round, but from good to even better for Direwolves. Initial clear over towards backstore was really clean. Good execution off the flash. Questions asked, though, why Lycolis is roaming again. It's a great one-and-done strat on the smoke, but backing it up with the reattempt is perhaps a little bit overconfident. The rest of the team then kind of fell apart from that point onwards. Response from Direwolves was good, though. Here is the replay of that Lycolis flush out. So the flash followed by the swing. That was really, really clean. Joe obviously then going on to get 3 kills in the round. So 2 more after that. Just every single one going the way of Direwolves as they overload site. Good work there from Direwolves to keep the match alive as we prepare ourselves for the final round of regulation.
I mean, his overtime deserves at this point more than a regulation win for Fury. That's the real question. I'm probably leaning towards OT. I don't know if either of these two have probably deserved 3. You could, again, make that argument for Fury. Probably a lot better than Direwolves, and it will be that case or not. Direwolves can't get 3 points. They can only get 1 or 2. Need to force OT to also deny Fury all 3, which in the grand scheme of things could be important when it does come to those seeding discussions by the end of the stage. So big round now. This is very much something that could have an impact by the end of the stage. Back onto the Ram once again, which was, yeah, I guess a bit successful. We've seen quite a bit of it on Chalet. Jogor was a big factor why they were able to win that round. And Lycolis with a cheeky spawn peek from West Main. Couldn't get the kill onto Seal, but he has gotten him very low. Did take some damage back, but it's a small win. Very small, fine marginal win.
So we saw those Goyos outlined over towards the default plan position. That will mean that if Fury identify that, they may elect to go for something a little bit different and instead focus around Snowmobile, just because that could be a little bit challenging to deal with. It's not the end of the world, though, if they're able to get quick boiler control, and they may also focus on that. Pick it down West Main now. Doesn't really catch much. I assume elsewhere, Felix will be getting to work on the hard breach. There's also, again, that RAM available for the fireplace soft breach. Double stack up above, though, from the defense. So Rome employed, top library stairs, mezzanine cross. Flashes to come through. Crit J sees white. He is able to just escape, but eventually taken down.
just feels like Critch hasn't quite been able to get to his best, but Pete from high 9! And there's a down player as well. Morthan has done his job. Only 2 up at the moment for Direwolf. Seal bleeding on the floor, but he's going to get brought back up. Felix should be able to get this revived. No one close to deny. Everyone down in the basement on site now. So it's a 3 versus 3. For the Direwolves to send this one to overtime. Seal's low. Lycola's just above half health though. Not much better himself. 60 seconds. Certainly still time for a rotate to get themselves towards basement, towards site. No real pressure. Boiler 1 in towards blue. Vaughn still up. Mad Duck Ranger himself could be very pivotal here to secure all 3 points for Fury. In blue, he is going to be one of the first contact positions.
Yeah, good work from Direwolves in clearing out the Goyo canisters and then identifying that this push can work. They got the Electro Claw off the wall as well, but the 2 Barrel Zoto canisters are going to make this wall a little bit more challenging to open. It can be sorted out one more time potentially, but BG Man, I think, was late and the wall now opened up. So 25 seconds, Kit will rotate. A default approach here from Direwolves. We'll see if Fury can deny.
All picker up above. Yellowping, he's got the information, but he went for the soft wall first. Lycola's just come straight through the front door. Seal, Vaughn, you don't have to peek this now. It's just a solo player, 10 seconds, who needs to get the plant, and he immediately falls back off of this position.
5 seconds to go.
Oh, so smartly done here from the coach. The time is already wasted, and Fury've got all 3 points with their coach standing in. Fury stand tall. What an applause from Lycolas. But not just his team, but for his coach coming in at the last second. Fury have been able to take down Direwolf 7-5 on Chalet.
Challenging circumstances for Fury in that game, in a match that was
And his mum.
already going to be difficult. Yeah, like, dinner's ready for Lycolas right on cue. I mean, timed
Dinner's ready.
perfectly. Doesn't get any better than that. And yeah, smiles all around for Fury. It was a very scrappy game at times, obviously goes without saying, but there were also some, moments of brilliance there from both teams, particularly Fury. And I think the most important thing was they stuck the sub on the role he needed to be on. The rest of the team was able to adapt enough around that, and they patched up some of the mistakes they were making towards the end of the match. So plaudits go to Fury, full 3 points, big for bolstering their chances at a top 2 finish.
Yeah, for Direwolves, though, back to the drawing board as they succumb to their second loss of the stage. They forfeit a top 2 position to Fury with the coach. They will not be happy with this result, though. But as we saw, Lycolas, he's the happiest man on earth. He's won a game, all 3 points, and dinner is ready, as is, of course, those on the desk.
Yeah, thank you very much for that one. A very interesting match. There's no 2 ways about it. A coach has to play and does quite well, all things considered, Dev. But this was really, I guess, teed up as a critical match for both of these teams as a turning point in the stage. Now, fortunately, it happens on play day 4. That's the midway point of the actual tournament itself. And it does feel like what we were saying before has actually kind of come to fruition. Fury, they've now gotten out of that, the slump of the bigger teams, and Direwolves are going into it.
Very much, yeah. And in fact, after Fury's game today, their matches from here on out are actually pretty straightforward. They've played the 4 best teams, aside from themselves, in the league so far, so they really could cruise even to first seed, depending on how other teams in the league go. Yeah, massive win here for Fury because this was such a pivotal moment for them. They beat Elevate yesterday. I think that was also a very pivotal moment, especially the fashion that they did that. Today, winning against Direwolves really was essential for guaranteeing that they will likely end up in one of those top 2 spots, which skips games going into playoffs. However, the sub, having to play without Dark, that's a huge curveball to throw last minute, and I am really impressed by them for what they managed to achieve.
Yeah, their number 1 fragger, unfortunately, unable to, enter in and really have that same impact. But, it goes to show that a team is a team, regardless of whether you have your first seed or your 6th seed. It doesn't make a difference what you do, as long as you've got players in the server. Mandy, it's interesting when you go to the player cameras of Fury, there was a very large energy about them tonight. Do you feel like that is the kind of thing that wills you on to win in these moments?
Yeah, I think it is as well, especially for Fury. I think, Mentalist mentioned in his interview that coming back from SI, the energy's pretty low, in the team, everyone's feeling a bit burnt out. So I think once you go back into your officials, having like that hype man in the server, someone like everyone riled up and into it is really important to keep the momentum going. especially in matches like this where it just feels like they go on and on and on. The rounds are ticking away, there are tech problems, you lose a player, you just need some of that good energy in there to keep the team rolling.
Dev, there was a very interesting comment that I saw in our little green room chat about the Goo Mines. It feels like they were almost a bit of a throwback to 2019.
Yeah, I tell you what, Legion's had his fair share of buffs. Need I say too many? And we actually saw quite a few pivotal moments where Goo Mines saved the defense, and fortunately for Fury, it was both on their side. So there was that 1v1 in Trophy and Kitchen where the enemy ended up dying to a Goo Mine. And even in, I believe it was the second last round, no, it was actually the last round there, the player who jumped in the window in Display Hallway on the top floor, the one that was low HP from that attempted spawn peek earlier, he just immediately got down to the Goo Mine. Even though he wasn't finished off, that essentially enabled Lycolis to get a second, or I9 rather, to get a second kill there. So massive impact, massive time waste for Direwolves. Yeah, we love Goo Mines. Fury is certainly loving them right now. A lot of luck involved in that, but I'm sure they will happily take that. This was a huge game for them. Big match from I9 on the top frag, but also interesting to see. I mean, his it says double BG man, but I assume one of those is Lycolis. Lycolis playing really aggressively for better and for worse at various points in the game tonight. I love the spirit in which Fury played this game. I think Guz nailed it on the head. They said to Mad Duck Ranger or Vaughn, just do the role that we need you to do, and the rest of us are going to play around that. And I think it meant that the rest of the team was uncompromised, and it was a hard game, but they really got it done.
They certainly did, and we actually get to hear from Lycolis firsthand as to how this one panned out. Lycolis, is that tape on your forehead?
Yeah, it's the thing that cool you if you it out.
Oh, well, I guess you kind of needed it. You guys were on a bit of a heat of this game. Look, the big and obvious question in the room is the fact that you had to play with your coach subbed in. What's happened? What's transpired? And how have you dealt with that in the game?
Well, it's like start with like Dark unlucky, like PC have problem. Somehow they have problem on the game day. Yeah, and so we have sometimes we scrim with Warren, so we just like try to put him in a role that just drone and then reaching and then play like thing that like easier to like just play, and the other we try to like play the other part that is hard. That was our idea, and on the attack it's kind of like not that good, but we like made it out like it's okay, Yeah. And on defense, I was trying to be more aggressive because but we're missing that, we're missing firepower. So when I saw somebody die, I knew that I must be like one guy that have to do something, not just like usually I just gonna like try to play safe or wait for the like another opportunity. So for tonight, I just play for what I think is the right thing to do. Nothing much. Yeah.
Lycolis, I got a question for you. Obviously, you've explained the play style that you had to adapt when you were playing with the substitute. But what was it like? What was the vibe, the energy like in the comms, especially when you took the lead? It was quite a pivotal moment when you were on defense. Obviously, you managed 3-3 at the end of the half, but then you took the lead. You got closer to match point. What was the energy like in the team? What were the things that you guys were saying to each other?
During a round, we're just saying what we usually did in practice. But when the round ended and we get the win, everyone just crying and it was yelling. We usually didn't do that much with Dark, but with Vaughn we just do it. We just like try to keep our energy up higher so that Vaughn could still like feel like calm, to play in the game. Yeah.
My question for you is, what are your key takeaways from playing at the 6th Invitational? It wasn't that long ago. There wasn't much of a break between SI and Stage 1 as well. So I'm wondering, how has the team managed to process through all that information and that experience that you've been through?
I don't think we lacking much when we playing in SI. The only thing that I think we lacking was like sometimes we lost confidence, and sometimes when things not working out, I think we somehow everyone just lost confidence and nobody could like cheer everyone up, when everybody's down. So we were trying to, when we back, we're trying to talk that we might need to like focus more on our practice, not just like wake up every day and just play the game. Yeah, like that. We just have to like practice and focus on the practice, and then just like every day, focus. Yeah.
Lycolis, I actually have another question for you. You mentioned confidence, but something that we've noticed about Fury is sometimes you guys do quite struggle. Sometimes you go back into your shells. You don't play with your max confidence. And then there's games like yesterday. Like, how do you flip the switch between these two extremes of Fury, of absolutely dominating and running over teams, and then falling back into old habits?
That's a good question because I don't know it either. Well, I don't even know because like when we lose, right? I usually ask like, why do we lose and the way we make it was like the same thing again, and somehow after we talk it out next week, we just doing better, So I don't actually know why. Maybe it's just because of practice, or maybe we talking out and we feel more calm and more confident. Or I don't know, man. It just happened, I think.
Hey, sometimes you gotta put your hands up and say it's out of my hands. You know what I mean? It's okay. It's all right. We'll keep following along with this storyline, Lycolis. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
I don't think no. Maybe just thank you for everyone watching tonight. At least I have a first time to be interviewed here, right? Because yesterday I got canceled.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, my friend. Well, hopefully we'll speak to you again before the stage is out. I mean, if we don't, there's a very serious problem. But let's speak to you again, shall we?
Yeah. I hope to see you again.
Take care, Lycolis. And obviously for Fury, their day looks brighter now, Dev. You know, they move on. They've beaten Elevate very handily yesterday. They beat Dire Wolves in strenuous circumstances, all things considered. You know, the coach gets subbed in. Obviously, Dark's having issues with the PCs, but regardless of whether they scrim with the coach or not, you're going up against another team that is contending for the playoffs, contending for that top 4 discussion. It's a tough game, but they get it across the line, James.
Yeah, I think that. Whoa, hit me with a James. Okay,
I did hit you with the James there.
I think losing to Julita would have been a bit of a kick in the teeth for Fury in their opening play day, especially because they were actually leading that game earlier. So obviously between that one and losing to Bleed, they would have really had their confidence rocked. And yeah, I will say it, Fury is probably the most emotionally dependent team in this league, maybe. One of the most emotionally dependent teams that I see play at the top level of APAC. And I think that, Lycolis said it, right? They don't know why they can't always perform consistently. Sometimes they're the best team in the league. Sometimes they are not even in the top 4. And it actually reminds me, Mandy, of that book that I always talk about, the one that you made me read about sports psychology. And I really think that the key to Fury's consistency would be unlocking the mental tools that they need to really overcome the inner game, the mental game of playing Siege.
Mandy?
I was really interested in what Lycolis was saying about how in the absence of Dark, he actually put himself in that position to go and fill his shoes. I mean, Lycolis isn't the most mechanically talented player on his team by any means. He's the support player, but he knew his place in the team. He knew that the big macro decisions he had to make round to round to actually go and fulfill some of that playmaking ability that Dark was lacking, by not being there. So I think, for Lycolis, to me, that's the hallmark of a really good leader and an IGL. To actually have such a good holistic understanding of the workflow of his team. And just off the back of that, I really felt like Fury deserved that win. That was really good.
Yeah, and that now puts them in great stead as they have the bottom 3 teams to play for the remainder of their play days. So you'll definitely want to keep an eye out for how high Fury can get in the standings. Will they even bounce above Bleed? It might be unlikely, but still possible. We've got another matchup coming up after this break, and God only knows what Elevate are going to pull out in the server as they take on Daystar. With my favourite, Oceanic and Agent.
We haven't actually signed the contract yet, so...
If anyone can guess this right...
That's T2 in...
It's a wall!
No, that is Oregon. That's Oregon.
It looks a bit like T1. I don't think it's T2.
It's definitely backstairs though, right?
Alright.
If I get this right, I'm telling you
Because
right now.
could
you're
also
right.
be laundry stairs. I think it could be laundry stairs.
That's a good guess.
3, 2, 1, flip him.
Yeah,
very
thank
nice.
you guys for hard carrying the team.
Love the way we're all like, oh, geez, he came up with a good. But I was like, instantly, it's Oregon.
Oregon, mate. That was never the question.
Yes, it was. He was like, geez, what map's that?
Well, that's
I
Jake.
got it wrong.
Jake doesn't know what day it is.
Why did I agree to do this again?
Villa?
Sorry,
I'm definitely getting Villa vibes,
No,
but
it's
also
not.
cafe. So
Has
I
to be
reckon that
cafe.
carpet's red. I
It
reckon
has to
that's
be
like.
cafe.
I'm gonna just lock it in. I don't even know.
Has to be.
I'm
I'm
gonna
actually.
change it. I'm gonna change it.
Yeah.
If I had this right the first time, I'm gonna call.
You ready? 3,
2, 1. Cafe reading. Yeah.
That looks like border. Like the back of it looks like workshop.
I think it's on a rubbish bin.
Yeah.
It's on a little rubbish bin.
Rubbish. I'm looking.
Oh, do you know what it would be?
I
There's like
feel like it's
computers.
Harry Potter.
There's computers in the top right.
I
Is it-
feel like this is workshop.
Custom,
Oh, not workshop.
Customs
Where's
or Harry Potter?
Where's next to workshop?
I don't know. You tell me, big boy.
Shut up, you.
Vents.
Bobby.
Oh.
Wow.
Would
Damn.
never have got that.
No one did coast, right?
Nah. Maybe I threw everyone when I said border instantly. That's border. That's border bathrooms.
Is there a bathroom in cafe at all?
I think I've got this wrong.
Ah! Water bathroom? Oh, please.
Oh!
Wormhole.
Jeez, what is that?
What is that light? Like, is that a fire or is that?
No.
I'm
that's
ready,
a-
let's go.
That's a light
Shut
bulb.
up.
What's your guess, James? Is it good?
No. Steam.
About as good as mine. I said
Theme Park Armory.
Oh, the furnace.
I've been prone in that corner too many times.
Is it classroom?
That's what I was thinking. So
Yeah, it's like mattress up against the wall.
It's Oregon. Oregon.
You can do it.
Bunk.
I very often pre-play drones here, so I should
Oh,
be on the
really?
right track.
Turn.
Is it blue bunker?
Yes! I pre-place here all the time!
Damn it, yeah. When you said I pre-placed, I was
in
like
like that.
dining, because that's where
is it false scent, mate? False scent.
this one, I'm not sure
This
what
one
it
looks
is.
easy, but I actually am a bit confused.
I reckon it looks a lot like Oregon to me. Don't you think it's kind of like Big Tower of Oregon? Bank lockers? Yes,
it was
I
Bank
knew you
Lockers.
would get it. I knew you would get it.
I was legit confused.
Do we really need me and Rob on this show?
This one's pretty easy.
This one's pretty easy.
I mean, the map is easy. I actually don't know where.
One.
how wrong am I?
Is it?
It is off.
I did break room. No way! Is that your first one?
One that everyone else got wrong.
Well, it's Oregon.
Yeah, but where?
Oh, that looks like classroom.
3, 2, 1. I'm so right. It's not even funny. I'm so confident. I'm so confident!
I did finish writing before you revealed it.
I got Oregon. I got one.
That was Drone to the Unknown. Thank you for watching. We hope that you enjoyed it. But we do have more countdown to come. Let's hope it doesn't
Rob.
Hope everyone enjoyed the content that we brought to you here today.
Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you in the next one.
That was Drone to the Unknown. Thank you very much for watching. Enjoy the rest of the content.
We got there!
We're back with Amanda, and we're back with the Jim Bob. Did it hit then? Did it hit? I don't think you're a Jim. I don't think you're a Jim, and you're definitely not an Amanda. You are absolutely
Hell
not
no.
an Amanda.
Hell no.
It don't happen like that. But one thing we are is covering the Asia League. I know. Shock horror. That game that we just witnessed was a very, very interesting game to watch unfold. We had come into this expecting Fury to be the favorites. Even with that sub in for the coach, you still felt like there was a connection on that team that was undeniable. Ends up being 7-5. Direwolves cannot close it out and can't grab a point, which is actually going to be quite devastating for them in their campaign, considering who they've got coming up in the coming weeks. But moving forward with our next matchup, Daystar. The young Gunners, Mandy, they take on Elevate, and I mean, Elevate's a wounded beast right now.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I think Elevate look pretty rocky, I think it's fair to say, after last night's 0-7 to Fury. Speakeasy actually went and tweeted, "Good morning, everyone. I dreamt I got 7-0'd. Haha, silly dream. Mate, it was not a dream. You did get 7-0'd by Fury yesterday, and now they're going up against Daystar." I feel like for these guys, this is just an opportunity here to recompose, really. Yesterday was a bit of a shocker, but hopefully today they can rectify that.
Definitely a shock to the system, Dev. There's no two ways about it, but we know that this roster is capable of so much more and so much better. I mean, this is the game that they really would want to be bouncing back onto.
Yes, very much. And good news for Elevate. The last time they played Daystar, they actually 7-0'd them on Oregon.
Wow.
That was way back in September when Daystar was called APR. But hey, I'm looking for storylines here, Rob, and so you got to take whatever I put down. Elevate, obviously, there's been no better opportunity to get back on the horse than this game right here. And no better chance when you're playing a game like this one against Daystar, who really should be the underdogs in this matchup.
No, absolutely. Daystar have been a roster that unfortunately just have not been able to do enough in the league so far, but I still have beliefs. I still look at this roster and I still think that there is an element to them of, I'm going to say fieriness, of aggressiveness. And look, whether that's going to translate or not, I feel like their attacks just haven't been up to the par, Dev. Do you think that that could potentially be something that turns around?
Yeah, potentially. It does depend on the map as well. Like looking historically at some of their data, like they really struggle on attack on specific maps. For example, Border and Chalet, 27 and 25% attack win rate, whereas you look at like a Bank, they got 83% attack win rate. So it really, and they're actually undefeated on Bank the last 3 times they played it. So it really depends on the map that we end up going to, which I know is, of course, jumping on that a little bit prematurely. For now, just focusing on the rosters. Obviously, Daystar have also played with subs before as well. I think it was Momo Rins who didn't end up playing. Was that yesterday? Yeah, that's right. And so we've seen subs work in favor of teams. We've seen it work against them. And I just hope that we get the full rosters for both teams this game.
Yeah, that's all that we can say, because both teams are going to need that. You really can't underestimate the impact a sub can have. And look, we're all hopeful to see this one follow through in full fruition. Let's go ahead and have a look at the map vetoes. And I do hope that if this discussion turns the way I think it will, that we do stick away from a Border or a Chalet for Daystar's hope. That attack win rate is a little bit scary. Border's gone, but we all know where we're going, man.
Daystar, ban Chalet right now.
Not again.
Don't go to Chalet again. You've done it again! You did it again, Daystar! You've gone twice to Chalet and you've lost both times. It's not going to be easier because you're playing Elevate. You lost this to Direwolves. You lost this to Jolita. It's not... I mean, okay, let's have a look at what Elevate... Well, Elevate haven't played it since they got the new roster, so... I don't know. Yeah.
That's my thought, Mandy. That is my thought, Mandy. One of those ones. What hope is there, Mandy? What hope is there for Daystar in this one?
Honestly, the hope is that Elevate looked a bit like, hey, how you going yesterday, right? I feel like if Elevate have not fixed up whatever's gone on about 24 hours ago, then look, Daystar could steal away some rounds. I mean, we interviewed Jolita yesterday after they beat them 7-1, and they said they were pretty surprised that they beat them 7-1. They thought they were better than a 7-1, or at least referring to Daystar, of course. So, honestly, look, if they're on the ball today, you never know. You never know.
You never know. You always have to stay hopeful. It is time for us to get underway. I was going to try and think of some cool little segue, be really, really fancy with it. But, I mean, the two we're going to aren't all that fancy.
No, we're not. I mean, I don't think we ever claimed to be though, Gus, to be fair. Whereas a lot of the times, Rob
We
very
talk
much
about
likes to
video
think
games
he's
as
a,
our full-time job. We talk about
he's a
video
male
games as our
model.
full-time job. I mean,
yeah.
and
I will say Rob is actually a male model. I can't lie.
Is he?
Can't lie. Yeah, he is. Big game coming up though for Daystar. They do head to Chalet once again. Was your reaction to the map veto the same as James?
no. Because I don't know the stats.
Oh, you
As
don't know the stats.
Dev just said in my ear. No. I did raise an eyebrow. I didn't probably. I wasn't quite as animated, but certainly raised an eyebrow. And this is this has the potential to be a funny old game. I just don't know what to expect, especially from what we saw from Elevate, especially last night. It was way off the mark. So maybe Daystar can pull off something special here, but going to Chalet was certainly not an expectation that we had for this matchup.
All right, well, Daystar looking for redemption after yesterday's 7-1 shellacking at the hands of Gelida on this very map. So the bar is quite low when it does come to Daystar here on Chalet. They are looking to at least get more than one. That has to be the goal. Elevate, I mean, they too looking for redemption. Losing yesterday 7-0 to Fury, not on this particular map. And as James alluded to, they have not played Chalet so far in this particular stage. I don't know if it's necessarily been one that they care whether or not they go to. Definitely, they can't get too much since they have allowed it through here in this game. Now, on the defense to begin, 59% defensive win rate on Chalet. Expecting Elevate to do well early on. When it does come to Daystar, though, yesterday it was just the one attacking round. They do begin on the attack, so we'll see if they can improve upon that one round.
Well, surprise, surprise, it's the Ying Monty combo taken down on the attack. So these teams will stick to, what has become a pretty concrete meta at this point on the attack. Defensively, we do see a little bit of a switch up with the Kaid taken down this time around. Will alleviate some of the pressure when it comes to opening up walls. And the Solos also off the board. So Elevate defensively are not going to be relying on the Solos to gain information and also to deny it. And we'll see if Daystar are able to lean into that with things like pre-placed drones. And perhaps maybe some of their operator selections as well. But yeah, again, quite eager to jump into this game. I hope for Elevate's sake they do bounce back. They know that yesterday was just not acceptable. But they also should find solace in the fact that it's a best-of-1 league format. And so they can bounce back today and sort of shrug that off pretty quickly.
A general consensus for this game is that Elevate definitely the favorite of the two teams. Their result yesterday was largely unexpected, the nature of that result being a 7-0 capitulation. They couldn't really get anything going. Found no real success inside of the server. As for Daystar, yeah, I mean, I guess similar kind of storyline. I mean, there's not much of a difference between 7-0 and 7-1. Oh.
This is what ranked looks like at 4 AM when you're sleep deprived. But it's better now.
A big result here as well. Elevate need to probably get this win. You've lost to Fury now, so no longer a spotless record. They did beat Gelida back on play day 2. Just need to keep the points ticking over. Daystar, for them, it's a matter of can you avoid bottom 2? That's got to be the goal. Can you beat the two South Asia teams? A result here against Elevate would be quite shocking, but would also be so amazing. Hijack gets an opening kill. On to speak easy. And see from Elevate's perspective, wanting to challenge these kind of spawn picks. I'm imagining big window in games.
Or was it above? Surely it was games there, the mirror.
Yeah, games at the window. Tucked into the corner, looking at the spawn peak.
Yeah.
We saw another spawn peak up above that didn't see anyone. But for Elevate, it does not work out. Looking for a little bit of aggression at those windows. Daystar switched on.
I mean, again, that could be the approach here, Elevate early on, at least if they can test the waters and bully Daystar out of the match. I don't think that's a particularly bad idea. Doesn't quite work out, though, for the first engagement in round number 1, though. And so Daystar now with the advantage. We'll see if they can convert it. With their composition, they shouldn't have too many issues in clearing this mezzanine position. There will be pressure, though, on Neon on that Flores to get those Roteros to work. Good info inside of Dining. And the Nook could go for a bit of a lurk here and then pinch through horizontally. Pretty self-proficient. Flicking drones themselves, KZB. Shed needs to be really, really careful here.
I mean, KZB's lurk here looks pretty good. 90 seconds, push up West Main. Shed's watching, but not watching the right angle. KZB is going to get the kill. Oh, no, he's not. He flicked over. Well, Elevator probably done enough in this round. Neon now the solo. I really don't know how KZB wasn't able to get that kill. Oh, nice little flick from Neon, but not good enough. And Nhaikal's going to get the final kill of the round. And the fact that he's getting shot in the back and he still did a pretty decent job in a 180 flick behind him, bot library, and did a little bit of damage. Now, strange old opening round. Elevate will be more than happy, though, after losing a player to the opening spawn peak. And we go down to basement for the second round.
And you can see the Elevate players, they're playing up to the cameras a little bit. Again, yesterday against Fury, it was a 0-7 loss. So that's now the first round 1 of the week.
Woo.
And it comes off the back of losing the early engagement, so good from them. Pretty critical that Shed did win that fight over towards West Main. Probably a little bit unlucky for KZB in terms of the timing and the angle, but even despite that, Elevate winning every single one elsewhere in the meantime, as the rest of the push came through. So good work in withstanding that pressure. Down to basement for round number 2. Tuber out for site denial in combination with the Bandit. Keeping in mind again that Kaid is banned out, so Bandit will be pretty important for that combination if defensive teams want to run it. And we will also see the Vigil employed on the roam with that Boss G, which seems to be getting far too much playtime for my liking here in Asia, but it can be impactful provided Arpe is sharp on his shots and he's getting support from the rest of the team.
They're going to go for this again. Boss Chi from Ape. Another spawn peak opportunity for Elevate on the defense. And pop goes the Weasel. So much easier when you get the kill. Yeah, so much better. Shed with the exclamation mark. That's Cotley that gets eliminated. There goes the Ram, so you lose a lot of that soft breach. Especially on a basement site where you want to probably get into that main entrance, open up with the Boogie Auto breaches. Or even top floor looking down below. Either way, not going to have it. No Ram. And the Boss G has become quite prominent. Main breach looking to get opened up will be pretty comfortable, you would imagine. Secondary EMP into the exothermic charge. Although, the Tuber out plus the Bandit could make this a little bit tricky here for Daystar.
Yeah, no nades for the attack to nade through that drone hole to find the Zato canister and or the Bandit batteries. Or even the Bandit themselves.
That's going to stay locked.
Yeah. Until they get vert pressure for it, which again is challenging because the best vertical player on the team is in the
This
grave.
guy's dead. Yeah. And it's just falling apart at the seams for Daystar. First plan and second plan are basically in the bin. What's the third plan? Probably roam around, drone out, find kills, hunt down this Vigil, make it a 4-on-4, then hit site. That might be their best avenue to winning this round. Player on the repel out solo and over towards Ego Bug to maybe get position into office. They're trying their hardest to drone out Arpe. You can see the amount of drone work from Daystar to try and flush out this position. They've got a repel on Solar, so Arpe can't really go into Solar. If he does, he probably dies. They've actually done a decent job, and Neon, though, caught in the back, and Haikal has actually come to help out. But Arpe, who would have been calling the pinch, Murmurin able to get that kill onto Haikal, and Arpe is now trapped over in towards the closet. But up close, he is going to be very difficult. Lovely double swing, and KZB gets the headshot. I tell you what, for a plan B into plan C, the plan C is looking better. 3 versus 3, 60 seconds left. Decent job in clearing out the Vigil. Now you can hit site. You got the Grim, you got the Hive launcher. You can certainly get some good information.
Yeah, relatively well played.
One canister though.
Yeah, the Solid Util here from the defense is going to make this tricky, right? The Goo Mines are deployed, assuming they're in this, wine cellar direction. That's going to be tough to deal with. Plus, double Zoto canister as well from MC. He can drop those down and make the sync on the push really challenging by slowing down the attack. So, job far from done here from Daystar. We'll see though with 25 seconds if somebody can step up and make a big play.
Yeah, I mean, the time, though, you got to go a little quicker than this. Get into this attacking play earlier. Looks like it might be double drop hatch off the back of the flashes. Hijack's got one more. They expended. Drop down. Can't hit an initial shot if anyone was going to be peeking towards blue. Good Mind's going to further slow him down. And the Nitro Cell, well, it doesn't quite hit. And Hijack has to stick it or try and save KD. He did neither. And Elevate will get their second round.
Yeah, the late round util there from Elevate, and the positioning was absolutely spot on. With only one Grim Launcher to dislodge Pillar, that defender could alleviate that spot. They just had to then be really careful of the blue lurk and anything potentially down fireplace as well, which they were. So, yeah, solid work there. They started the mid round, did a good job in recovering from here. Minute 20, 3 versus 5, and they then took another 20 seconds to deal with the two remaining defenders up above, RPN and Heikel. Unfortunately, though, late round going to be tough. Still an Exothermic in the pocket. They ultimately would have liked to have used that elsewhere for some pressure, even if it was just perceived or phantom pressure at that point, but ultimately not meant to be with that Bandit 2-Brow combo. So really well played by Elevate overall. Daystar just lacking that extra gear for the attack, but they found themselves in a pretty tricky position.
Yeah, very early tactical timeout taken from Daystar. Not happy with the performance to start. I mean, who would have seen this coming? Chalet might be not the map for you guys. I don't know. Maybe it could be the fact that this is the third attempt and the third failure. I mean, we're only 2 rounds in, but not seeing enough to suggest that this is a map that they should be going back to for the third time. And I very much agree with James on the desk. Only this map veto kind of came through. Kind of wanted to see them go somewhere else, try something else. Still, plenty of rounds in this half. By no means is hope lost, and to their credit, even after losing the Ram and not able to get main breach, they still kind of made that last basement round possible towards the end. Good little roam clear up above. If they can emulate that kind of work, then yeah, maybe they can find a couple of attacking rounds. But Elevate, once again, looking to just kind of lock down these positions. The 2-Brow employed once again in the hands of MC. Coupled with the Azami, the Mute, the Castle. It's all about on-site defense here. Kitchen and Dining up above. Vert hold, reinforce off, and make this impenetrable.
Yeah, Daystar are going to play up above, I presume, with the gridlock in play. That's a bit of an intriguing setup. We don't often see Kitchen fully reinforced off the Trophy. Typically, teams will have a line of sight to make the vault in a little bit more tricky. So there must be some kind of system that Elevate have in place to make Trophy more difficult to enter. Or perhaps they're willing to forfeit that control even and give it away to the attack. I know they've got that line of sight west main, which we're watching now, but it's the Trophy window itself, unless they've got Vert up above, or again, they're happy to forfeit it and lean into the castle barricade that's set up. They're still going to drone this, so we'll see if they exploit this. This is going to be a really intriguing part of the round, if they want to play into this, or they sense that it's a bit of a trap that elevator set. Oh. Oh.
You don't take first shot.
Oh my god.
Maybe second shot. There you go.
There we go.
Well, good trick and discipline from Momo, and you take the first shots there as he's moving around. And arguably, I think Speakeasy would have survived. Instead, patience is a virtue. Does get the kill. Drone hole is impactful, as you alluded to. E1D plus the Adrenal Surge says it's time to enter the building, but a Nitrosol from MC will make that difficult. Into Dining, though, for KZB, as Cotley's going to lose his life. There is the trade that eventually comes through, and with that, a bit of sight control for Daystar. Question is, though, who's got the kit and where is it?
That's a phenomenal question. I have no idea where that diffuser is being put to rest. And Elevate will capitalize.
It's not outside, is it? Oh, it's outside Trophy.
Yeah.
Is it outside Trophy? And they've just left it as he's gone in on the entry. I think it was Momorin who was the one that probably should have brought it in with him. They had full sight control. I mean, KCB is still inside of Dining, but they left the biggest piece of utility that is required in this game. The defeat shown there for KZB. Of course, you can shoot down the keeper barrier now. And the LMG with its extended magazine means that he can spray that down. Adrenal Surge activated as well. Full health for KZB. In that moment, could have taken the time to vault out the trophy window, grab kit. But now he's locked himself into finding these last two players. And with little time, that becomes even more difficult.
Well, they need to come through to create a bit of space. He senses correctly that these defenders are above, but Elevate will peel off.
Bro, you got to go quicker now. You've opted into this. You've got to pick up the pace. Well, one close. Got to force this. And in fact, an opportunity. Yellow Ping. He knows where they both are, but he couldn't hit the initial shot. He knew the one was close, and Enhaikel will get the final kill. Oh, that was a strange old round. Great opening kill through the drone hole. The entry to site was swift and precise. But they forgot one big, important thing.
Well, we laid it out early in the round. The fact that Trophy was fully reinforced off, Daystar identified it. They then wanted to try and exploit it. And they did in terms of, you know, positionally. They just forgot the big win condition, which everyone memes on, that no one plants in ranked. Well, you have to have the diffuser with you if you want to be able to get it down. And ultimately, it was just left outside.
Attackers need to locate.
You know what the interesting thing about it though, right? In that instance, you're attacking a site, which is a vert hold site, kitchen dining, but you play up above, etc. If you are able to even get into that position where you're able to get the plant down quick, you can then play the post plant. You don't even have to worry about the vert. The fact they got site control, caught Elevate off guard, they would have got plant down, then it's a post plant retake, and then you can start sending players through trophy, for example, and flank up above if you want, library hallway. A lot of avenues to the round. Now, Momarin has it to his left. Never brings it in with him when they do make that entry. KZB does his best in a 1v3, but yeah, I think even in that moment, 50 seconds left, if he gets that kill, should he not just go out, trophy window, grab kit, and at least give yourself a plant opportunity if you need it? It's better than trying to go hunting with 20 seconds left. I mean, the round was lost by the 1v3 anyway.
Yeah. To be fair, he nearly actually did win it in the 1v2 through Dining Hall. It actually got a little bit sketchy there for Elevate for a moment, but they hold on. It's perfect rotation, 3 rounds for the defense. Back to back to back. Can't really ask for much better. See if Daystar, though, can produce a response. We go back to the primary side of bedroom. Capitao in play for the execute. Walmaido in play, so magnets to counter. And on the topic of counters, we are going to see KZB spot out this mirror set up down below, and he'll be quite eager to get an Ash charge onto that, which he does right now. So that mirror window, I can only assume, has been cleared below. Don't know exactly who's actually playing on the mirror window, but nonetheless should be a position that's now weakened.
Over with an attack, again, has been quite good for Daystar early on, getting these opening kills. Catch 22 though, I mean, KZB low, so it was a little bit to Neon, but I mean, it's been an intriguing half. They've not been short of finding opening kills. Follow-up is where the questions have probably laid the most for Daystar. Has it in at the moment now on Shed, 5-0. Perfect start so far, takes out another drone. Not too many have been taken out so far. I think it's very much the site execution for Daystar that's probably leaving a little bit to be desired right now through this game on Chalet. A decent amount of pressure on the Solar side. On office and bedroom. 60 seconds left though. It's all about compounding the advantage that they've got. 5 versus 4. You've got the numbers. You can now start to trade positions. You can overwhelm something, say like a bathroom. 2 players go in, maybe only 1 comes out. There's still a win. Remember in through the library, very late here on the flank. On the push at this point. There was 1 player towards mezzanine earlier, but yeah, this is a very slow-paced attack from Daystar. Oh, good swing. Headshot found from Neon. Now you got to go off of this. Yeah, lovely push. Well, in the end, I guess a slow-paced attack has been a bit better for Daystar. Down to Shed. 6-0. The KD is very much about to get ruined by Neon outside of the balcony still. Okay, they didn't rush anything, and in the end rewarded, and they get themselves their opening attack round of the half.
Yeah, they kept it very simple there with the solar smokes and then both double window, bathroom, cross being held. That weakens bathroom, it weakens the cross back from piano. And then with the sweep in late from Momo on the Twitch, didn't leave Elevator many opportunities to make a play. So some pretty solid work there from the attack. Quite well measured and calculated, not overcomplicating things and risking it go astray. Really good shot there from Neon. Could make the argument that the dry swing there was a 50-50 fight, and if he loses that, it would have been quite challenging, I think, for the rest of the defense to be unlocked, but backed himself in, won the fight, and sometimes 50-50s like that can be the big difference maker.
Only managed the 1 attacking round last time out here on Chalet for Daystar. Yesterday against Jalita. It was a 5-1 half. 2 more rounds to go. Will that be replicated here in this match? Elevate already able to you know, offset their 0-7 loss yesterday at the hands of Fury. Now with a decent first half, looked good. Haven't really made that many mistakes. Arguably just losing a lot of their contact fights in that last round, and Daystar just a bit better in the sheer gunplay. They've done a good job, actually, Daystar, of getting these opening kills, despite the fact that Elevate themselves have, for the most part, been looking to seek them out with the spawn kills, as Enhykel gets a pretty free headshot onto Neon, pretty big, gets rid of the Flores. No Rotero drones for this 5th round, and again, another spawn peak from Elevate. It's gone back and forth. There's certainly been some moments, you know, we saw the Boss G out on the solar side peak earlier. The opening round, though, went the way of Daystar. It's been pretty 50-50 on these shallow spawn peaks.
So with that Flores taken down, that's going to bolster this defensive setup pretty significantly, most notably that Azami now will be more challenging to clear. We haven't seen a lot of teams opt towards shooting down those barricades. They're pretty fringe cases. Teams still leaning heavily into explosives, so expect that to be pretty limited for Daystar. And the flow-on effect of that, plus the deployable shields, means that this top floor hold from Elevate is going to be a real challenge to clear. There's a horizontal extension as well through to Kitchen. RP lurking down below. There's a lot of different elements to this defense for Daystar to try and break down. It's still possible, especially with the likes of KZB up on the Nook, to be able to lurk around and maybe find something for free, but I do fear for Daystar, halfway through the round, they haven't been able to get a whole lot done yet. Oh, and a Frostbite.
Cotley's down. Does get brought back up. Hijack was close by. It does give Daystar an advantage now with over a minute remaining. Certainly in a good position to maybe find their 2nd round win in a row, and would be already doubling up from yesterday. Flash in front of Enhykel, doesn't look away. Over towards big window and already planting at the half wall. Kotley, that's so aggressive. Without a real clear angle being held by Hijack, at least gets the kill. 2 versus 2. Kit already at the half wall position. Aware of that. Default still up as well. Top library. Ape doesn't really need to play this position, but I imagine he would have been spotted. Momorin trying to just lurk, push in. KZB, while he lands the shot, then eventually gets rid of that default. Tries to play off the red ping, but Speakeasy already in a good position. Elevate make it 4. Sloppy round, but salvaged. And now with 1 round to go in the half, looking to emulate what was done against Daystar yesterday by Jalita and go 5-1 up in the half.
Yeah, we saw yesterday defensively over on Consular, Elevate were consistently having their roamers getting caught in pinches and unfavorable fights. We haven't really seen Daystar do that today. They haven't been in those, you know, similar positions. The spawn peaks as well have been throwing a bit of a spanner in the works, making things challenging, especially if they're losing that early engagement. We're seeing them very quickly then pivot into lurks. Horizontal sweeps, not wanting to play the util game, and I guess understandably so, at least in the last round the floor is dead, but yeah, it made it very difficult. Felt an attempt to try and direct hit sight in the end, and if it wasn't for the 1-1 trade double window, maybe it actually could have gone down, but again, much like a couple of the rounds so far in the half, very 50-50 gunfights. In that case, very much 50-50, dictating the result of the round in the end.
Yeah, Elevate certainly been the better team. Daystar, though, not through lack of trying, have still got themselves in a position where they can win here on basement. Snow Wine, final round of the half, go to 2-4. And statistically in this region, it's fine in terms of an attacking performance. As long as they don't lose anyone here on the initial spawn. Elevate have been peeking these windows. To be fair, to credit Daystar, they've done well in dealing with some of these picks. A bit of information there due to that default. No one spotted, but also means a bit more of an idea as to where the attack's going to come from. Last time out, they were unable to get the main breach opened up. Zoto canister to delay the exothermic. And then a shot as well, because then Enhykel's just peeked over. And he might just about clean all of them up at this point. My goodness, damage done. You lose the exothermic charge now because of the thermite being eliminated. And so suddenly, this main breach, I mean, there's only, you got secondaries, you got 4 of them, but I don't see a world in which this gets opened up. Gonna have to revert now to plan B and head into the building, clear out these roamers, if there are any, and hope for the best.
Yeah, really well timed jump out as the attack tries to process what's happening on the breach. Stuck looking at that, not expecting the jump out. Well timed, well played. I think in future we do need to see the explosive counter though through the drone hole. Bring a frag grenade and just make it a little bit more tricky for the defense to deal with the hard breach on the wall. Something for future thought. Momo this time on the Nook. He's the one to sneak into an advanced position over towards Trench.
Ooh, almost lined up.
Nearly. Spots the knee of the Legion, but doesn't land much. 3 versus 4. An important round for Daystar to win here, but unfortunately at the moment, it does look tricky. They still have the secondary hard breach available, so if they can get some control up above and get the hatches to work, maybe, and then 5 launches from the Grim to dislodge. But in the face of, once again, such strong defensive utility in the Grim Mines, the Zoto canisters, information on Valkans potentially on site, yeah, it's probably going to be a challenge too far gone for Daystar.
Looking for this default plan. 40 seconds to try and get quite a lot of work done, and they're going to rotate over, maybe look to open up a boiler wall as well. Not with the battery. It is available if you want to bring the secondary hard breach. Well, he's gone for a big rotate here. Hit in the hands of Momorin. Not a lot of time. Secondary hard breach over towards boiler to open up. Does give them an extra avenue of attack. With that doff, the Grim Hive Launcher isn't enough to give them the free kill. Despite that red ping information, Speakeasy has played the wall really well. You can see the jiggle peeking here is perfect from Speakeasy. A bit of really solid mechanics from a player with so much skill and professionalism, and has been around the block a long time. Understanding there's not a lot of time there. Doesn't need to over peek, just jiggles. Good spray control. 5-1, and it all started here from N-Hike. Pretty easy vault out. And these are the kind of things that honestly top teams should be mindful of, and for Daystar, I just think they got caught really half asleep.
So 5-1 then for Elevate. Today is going far better than yesterday. Far more closer to the game plan, I presume. On attack, we'll see if they have any teething issues, but they have such a big lead now that it's difficult to foresee them losing this match. Fully expect them to walk away with at least the tertiary sites, which will be enough in this instance. So we'll see what they bring to the table, but in terms of this initial lineup, it is pretty much the most vanilla basic lineup you can bring in Siege. Maybe IQ as the flex is a bit intriguing, but that's in response to the Valkyrie, which saw quite a bit of play in the first half. And so Elevate very much giving the indication that they'll go slow, steady, rely on fundamentals, which is the ultimate edge that they should have in this match. Anyway.
Yeah, against your leader, Daystar were unable to get any defensive rounds, eventually losing this 7-1. Let's see if they can go a little bit better here. It is Chalet, yes, but defense has done quite well in this map so far already, even today, let alone yesterday. And Daystar with a decent looking lineup. Arpe straight over towards Jigsaw Belt. Just going to pop down this Claymore and get to work, I would imagine, on either one of these windows, maybe a bit of both. Or he just leaves it there for the time being. Someone will come back and play the balconies later outside of bathroom and piano. Gets onto the rappel. Large emphasis already here from Elevate as to where they kind of want to attack from, and their pressure. Speakeasy over towards Ego. He's got kit. Something to keep in mind.
So some early impacts then from N-Heikel. And it is the Claymore to get the kill, baiting him out. Arpe, Speakeasy. Also on the kill feed.
They're already in. Oh, that's so clean. Lovely little battle around Piano behind the keeper barrier, and the pace from Elevate just rapid. KZB trying to find an angle there on the pixel through trophy stairs, unable to do so. The plant is already successful. This hole down below completely ignored. Lovely shot onto Arpe, clean from KZB. As clean as that is, though, the defense up above was not clean at all. And Elevate breaking straight through. They'll go up 6-1. I don't know where KZB's going. You can't save.
He does have a frost mat. Maybe it'll carry over to the next round.
No economy in Siege.
Disappointing defensively there from Daystar. Up above, first pick off the back of the Claymore. Every other position then very quickly dislodged. Elevate sensed that was the trigger point in the round to go for the push, and they made it work. And I think the one fight that probably really encapsulated how rough things were for Daystar was that fight in Piano, even with the Keeper Barrier standing. Still losing it out. So unfortunate there for their first defensive effort on the primary site. Nothing goes to plan. And Elevate now on match point.
Yeah, hard to imagine there's much of a comeback possibility for Daystar. With that round encapsulated by the pace of Elevate in comparison to what we saw in the opening half. Quick, not just in their approach in the site, guys, but also their setup. Like how quickly they were able to get over the belt, get the double claymores down. I believe I think the claymore that actually got set off must have been the solar run out. I don't actually think it was the balcony ones.
I think it was either solar or true.
Yeah, because Ape was the one who placed the balcony ones. Either way, again, highlighting just how quick they were able to get there, get those down, put the pressure on, and then straight in towards Piano, straight in towards site. There was about 1:40 or so on the clock. So Elevate just, from the get-go, everything they did, structured, but also nicely paced. Daystar just fell apart, unfortunately, and I think they tried to do something down below. Clearly didn't work. We go to bar games, though. We'll see if Daystar can at least find a second round. I'd like to see them get a second round, guys, just for the sake of not having the exact same result as yesterday, which would prove James Dev Marta Stewart very much correct in terms of the map choice.
Ugh.
What the hell was that?
Previous lineup. Welcome to 2024 Siege, mate. Although the fact that it got shot was pretty crazy. Straight, like, very quickly, too.
Oh, that's what I was talking about. It's just how quick that got shot out of the air. That was just, as soon as that reached its peak, it was just already gone. Opening kill, by the way, did go to Daystar anyway. Zafe losing his life. Okay, well, I guess a little bit of that pacing for Elevate will get stalled out now. I don't know if they're going to double and triple down. Keeper Barrier shot out by N-Hikel.
Yeah, well, they have the LMG to counter the Keeper Barriers from the Azami. They also have the Kappa Tau if they want to flame or smoke Mez. Big Easy will position himself over towards Ego Belt to try and help out. Gets gifted one by KZB. And now there's a lot of pressure here on Neon to step up.
Oh, little pop-up from Cotley, and N-Hikel was already in place. Goomine and Razor-Bloom. But doesn't matter, straight back out. MC straight to the half wall. It's all for naught in terms of the utility set up by Daystar, but it is a 3-on-3 with that kill onto Shed.
Oh.
Just as that logic bomb was ringing, and Hijack up above. And very much delayed his plant from going down, and MC's already moved into bar stock. Minute 20. And still every chance for Elevate to kind of change the way that they want to approach the conclusion of this round. I think they're going to play off of Speak Easy instead of playing off of N-Hikel. That big window, plant successful. Hijack probably a little bit confused right now. And MC immediately as he gets off of that plant, gets the kill onto Hijack. Neon does get the down, 2 versus 2. Speak Easy in a bit of an off-angle position. And an easy final kill from N-Hikel onto Neon. GG's in chat, 7-1 yesterday on Chalet. Unfortunately for Daystar, they were the 1. 7-1 today on Chalet. Unfortunately for Daystar, they are the 1. They can't find a win here on this map. Time to try something else for Daystar. It's not looking great for this stage of Asia League. So far, their only win coming against one of the South Asia teams that we've got in this league. Another beatdown at the hands of an SCA team. But good news for Elevate. The response that they absolutely needed to have today comes through very quickly. 7-1. They got 0-7 yesterday on Consulate. Massive turnaround. You can argue their opponent all you like, but they looked clean, concise. This is the Elevate I expected a bit more of yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate's fundamentals were completely out of the window yesterday, but they're very much back in the picture today. So good work from them. They kept it clean. They kept it simple. And honestly, they looked far better. So good work from Elevate. And as you can see, quite pleased with that result.
You might be the prediction king, guys, but in this instance, James Dev Marta Stewart's frustrations in the map veto have come to fruition. He was right, and unfortunately for Daystar, they were wrong.
They were, and that now leaves them in a very, very poor predicament, Dev. I mean, Chalet, it is not their map.
Yep. Every now and then you see a team that really love playing a map. Maybe they farm it in scrims. Maybe they've spent 20 hours stratting and dry running. But the results do speak for themselves, and this is the third blunder for Daystar now on Chalet. And what's more, every time you play a map, it gives the chance for your opposition to VOD it and figure out how you play it and the best way to play against you. So I would be very disappointed if Daystar continue playing Chalet at this point. It's not only the fact that, yeah, they're maybe not great at it or not as good as they think they are at it, but also it's just going to be so easy to VOD them now. So, yeah, back to the drawing board for them. Really sucks to have a game go this way. But for Elevate, it's exactly like we were saying in the pre-match desk. They really have bounced back into form. And we often see that from teams when they get smashed the next play day. It's a huge wake-up call and they get back into it.
Yeah, Elevate obviously come out of this, Mandy, with probably maybe the biggest takeaway that we've had so far in the Asia League. You know, giving that warning shot yesterday, it's the time to do it, right? Day 3 in the Asia League, you've still got plenty of time before we even head to playoffs. What does this mean for Elevate moving forward?
That is a good question. I think for these guys, yeah, it's just to keep up the form from here on out, really. I think they've probably secured themselves like good enough form to at least be in the playoffs. I guess with their blunders, it's pretty hard to be eyeing for that 1-2 seed now, especially with Bleed doing so well and the middle pack being so tightly contested. They could still try and go for 2, I think, realistically, in their position that they're in right now. Yep. But I think really it's just, you know, riding the wave out to the playoffs from here on out, keeping in good form, don't get burnt out. I think they'll be fine.
I think one of the biggest takeaways for me, Dev, was looking at the player cams throughout that entire game from Elevate's perspective. It's very clear they came in today with a very, very specific vision.
Yeah, you really saw that energy rise up, and they absolutely needed that. It's similar to what we talked to Lycolis about. He knew that it was going to be a tough game because they were playing with a sub, so the entire team got more animated to try and compensate for that. I think we saw that with Elevate compensating for their loss yesterday. I think it was Shed at the very end there who was like got up and he was like punching his camera or something like that. So it's kind of the kind of energy I love seeing. And yeah, Elevate, I think they know exactly what they need to do to get back on that horse. I think they've done it. It's just about keeping that consistent form because there are a lot of really tough games to go. And as you said, the priority for Elevate should be top 2 spots. And I think that is incredibly achievable. I actually at the moment think that Elevate are probably the favored team for that 2nd seed, just since Fury had a bit of a slow start, but Fury will be coming for them.
Now, Mandy, this might be a bit of a tough question. I might be throwing you under the bus a little bit here.
All right.
But what's the takeaway for Daystar in this one? You know, you've got to try to take the good with the bad and the bad with the good. But what is your takeaway?
I think the takeaway for Daystar for me is that they need to go back and try new things. I think is the big one. You know, consistently going back to Chalet over and over and over again when you know that you're probably not going to be in contention for the top spots, maybe trying to make playoffs here, to me, isn't really a good way to be practicing or progressing. I think for them, looking at progression and just staying process focused, I think is the main thing that I would be pushing forward for that team, I think at that point. And I think that going into your officials day after day, doing the same things over and over again isn't really that efficient way of moving through the process and actually learning new things. So I think for Daystar, yeah, I would just like to see them, even if it doesn't work, at least try something new and continue to develop their strat book.
Now, Dev, coming into this stage, we had a number of debutants, and most people on their team were kind of touting them as some of the best performers in, you know, it's going to sound weird to say, best performers in ranked stars. If
you're talking about Enhycle. You're just spelling it out.
I'm not only filling it out, I'm stretching this out as long as I can go. But Enhycle obviously coming into this stage, very much an unknown factor, but Elevate was so confident that he was going to be the pickup, and it looks like he truly is.
Yeah, and it's always a gamble. We see a lot of big ranked stars or fresh 18-year-old players that have really proven themselves in the non-competitive scene, and sometimes joining the comp scene is a huge challenge for them. Enhycle today, 12 kills, 4 deaths, 88% cost, I think it was. He was farming. This is the kind of game that he needs to play to get his confidence up. But I would actually put more stake in the experience that he will get out of games like the one yesterday against Fury, Elevate, Bleed, like all of the big teams, because that's when you not only like just get an ego boost from farming teams that are less organized than you, but you actually learn how to play for the win rather than how to play for the style and the frags, which is typically how ranked is played more so. And I think that the real experience, obviously he's put on a good show today, the real experience is yet to come.
Certainly is. We actually have Rando for an interview, the coach for Elevate. Rando, just before we get underway with the proceedings here, would you like to let everyone at home know who you are, where you've come from, and what you're doing with Elevate?
Yeah, sure. Hi, good evening. So I'm Rando. I'm currently coaching Elevate. Spent a few years in T2 in Europe. So I started in the Nordic scene and the very well-known Finnish scene, actually. And then spent the better half of last year coaching a team that became known as Jihu. And now I'm here. So
yeah, it's a nice little journey. It's a consistent trend. We've obviously already spoken to Shed, so we've got a little bit of insight from your previous year, if you will, in that focus. Coming into this stage, I do want to get an idea. What was your understanding of the Asia scene and how it plays out? Did you know much about the teams and players?
obviously paid general attention to the region, and I think Fury and Bleed made big statements last year, so it was hard to miss what was happening at the international events. But obviously when we got the offer to come over here, spent a lot of time researching the region, both in terms of our league, but also the other leagues in APAC, so that we knew what teams to practice and what teams to avoid, how to improve and how to build a team. So, but I wouldn't say I was the most well-versed, even though I did live in APAC for a little while, but that's quite a long time ago now.
Dev?
Can you give us a hint of that? I just want to hear. So you're from Norway, am I right? And you're living in Norway now, but you said you spent a bit of time in APAC.
Yeah, I lived 4 years in Melbourne, actually, so...
Hey!
Oh, wow.
What a homie!
So it's very nice to have an Aussie test, it's... Yeah.
That's awesome. Okay, so my question's kind of related, right? So you're in Norway, and the team is all over APAC, but a lot of Singapore-centric kind of time zone, right? So what's it like actually working with them? Can you run a day-to-day schedule by us, and so we can get an idea of what the workflow's like?
Yeah, I mean, the time difference is actually brilliant for me, because when you're coaching a team, you're usually doing midday to evening practice. But with the time difference, I get to get up early in the morning. I get to have evenings free. So for me, it's lovely. We practice in more or less every day. We're currently a little restricted on time, but as of, I believe, tomorrow, Speakeasy is being fully available after having served national service for 2 years. So we're very excited about that. So we'll be moving into more of a full-time schedule. So it's a lot of, because we're an early team, we're basically building from scratch. We are focused a lot on team activity, synergy, chemistry. We're very aware that right now, discipline is not going to be at the highest level, which you could probably see yesterday, which was on full display yesterday. But yeah, we're working really hard. We know we're kind of starting from behind. Some of the best teams in our region right now have been together for much longer than us. We have about 7 weeks together. So every day, every practice day, every day we're playing officials, every win, every loss is incredibly valuable to us so that we can learn, review, and then hopefully convert that into better play the next play days and as we go along into the year.
That's awesome. My question for you is, as the coach and having such a new team, we don't know the structure of the team that much. They've only been introduced into the league this year. What, as a coach, is your vision for the structure of the team? We don't really understand who's leading the team. Is there people that are more talkative, more energetic, or more quiet? What kind of traits are you sort of instilling into these players as the coach, and what do you see as the team vision?
Yeah, so when we built the roster, we wanted vocality and we wanted multiple players to be able to call and have leadership. So Alex Shed, he does a lot of big picture calling for us on attack. So he's been playing and IGLing the very famous split theory for quite a while. So he's been bringing that in. Then we have Martin, Speakeasy, and Ape. We're calling a lot of the shots in terms of aggressive plays, playmaking adaptations, both on attack and defense. And then we let the young gunner frag like he did today, Haika. But he's also, I think, so one of the things I was quite surprised by when I came over was how vocal Haika can be. So it's been really awesome to work with a vocal young talent. And every day that we, spend together, he gets more vocal. Chow, MC, gets more vocal. But we have Martin, so Speakeasy, and Chow, which is MC, playing these technical roles for us. So it means that they're working areas in the map. They're playing maybe not the most fun operators and the most fun guns. There's a lot of Cade and a lot of Castle being played from
tough
them.
jobs.
But the tough jobs, but very, very valuable for us. So that's kind of the overall structure. But we do run a system where everyone should be able to call, bring ideas. On days where we don't do that, for instance, on days where we have low energy, referencing yesterday, we struggle a lot more. So, clarifying yesterday, very useful experience. Not very fun to get pooped on like we did, but for us, very valuable to learn from. So.
Yeah, that's actually the final question that I had. You were speaking about, how vocal some of these players are becoming, how vocal NHyCull is. We saw it today in the player cams, obviously. A lot of camera punching, a lot of up and downs. It was great to see, obviously, Elevate starting to build that momentum a little bit, even if it is an easier game. It's why we haven't prefaced this game at all. But yesterday, I'm not going to dwell on it too long, but I do want to know, what is the key takeaway in a game like that for you guys? What are you taking from that and moving forward with? Are you just completely forgetting about it, or are you bringing those key factors into, future play days?
Yeah. Good question. No, we don't forget about it. We instantly review the match afterwards. And I think what we learned and what we didn't do well yesterday was we did not manage our own energy and our own focus particularly well going into the match. There were some delays, which isn't an excuse, but we did not do a good enough job to be dialed in. And we actually had the same issue against Elida last week. So we starting off on the wrong foot in 2 matches. Today we did not. We did a much better job at being ready to play. So that was one of the key takeaways for us. We were too timid because we did not have the right energy. And then we look like crap. If you're making plays and trying to go for things and you're timid or you're under communicating, then things will look just poor coordination and, it looks a lot worse than the intention. So we had a lot of valuable takeaways from yesterday. We were not mentally destroyed. We're in group stages. Every day is a new day for us and we can learn. And like the guys concluded yesterday, much better to have such a tough, one-sided match in group stages than in playoffs when we're in best of threes.
Yeah, that's definitely it, right? Get them away nice and early and then get prepared, strap up for what will be a massive playoffs format. Look, finally, anything you'd like to say? We always give everyone the floor before we let them go.
No, thanks for having me. Thanks for the support from the viewers. There's an Elevate jersey behind me. That's available. There's Elevate skin. There's a Mav skin. There's a Vector skin. There's a AK skin. So dap up your in-game cosmetics a bit if you want. And we'll be working hard to be able to perform like this next week as well. So looking forward to seeing you guys then.
Rendo, it was lovely to meet you, my friend, and hopefully we speak to you again. Take care.
Thanks. You too, guys.
Well, that is a very well-spoken interview, if I might add. In fact, that might actually be... I've been doing interviews for, 4 years now, I think, on online shows. That is by far some of the most information we've got out of it and probably the most well-spoken interviewee we've had. So massive credit to Rando. And Dev, it's very, very clear that this roster, this team, is incredibly self-aware.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say about Rando. I mean, that's what you get when you spend 3 years in Melbourne, right? Like, you just become incredibly well-spoken, just a fantastic individual all around. No bias here. Speaking of fantastic individuals, how about NHyCull, right? He farmed completely. We talked about him a little bit before the break, or before the interview rather, and yeah, just 12 kills, absolutely farming today. 4 multi-kills is huge. Like you said, Rob, I think Elevate, this is a huge win for them, even though it is against one of the weaker teams in the league. Just needing to bounce back from Fury was absolutely essential. And I think they've really nailed that. They've hit massive stride of confidence. And as Rando said, this team's only been together for, 7 weeks? So we do have a lot of history of Elevate stats, right? But really only the last 3 games actually are relevant to this roster. And they got quite a few more games to go. And then the oh-so-important playoffs.
The playoffs are going to be absolutely massive. That's the biggest focus for all of these teams moving forward. And I think that, it's very clear to see that a lot of these teams are being spearheaded by people who have very clear visions and understand what they want to achieve. But guess what? It's time for us to go to a break. We'll be back after this with more Asia League. I'll tell you what. If I have to hear another whisper in my ear,
Look, let's just
I am
say, let's
gonna-
just say, Rob, there's a reason that James Devmata Stewart didn't work Six Invitational. He's just completely unprofessional behind the scenes, and he really needs to rein it in. You guys can't hear it, but honestly, he's gone off the rails in the last couple of weeks.
Content. This is just it's just typical content creator. You know, he's making the content. We're talking about him. He is the content. He is the creator of this. Well, okay. I should take that
was
back.
a bit far.
I'd like to formally apologize to Jake Xenox and Diddy for calling someone else the content. I can't do that. But gentlemen, welcome to the desk. This is where we break it all down. Jake, you want to break it down for me? There was.
He wanted you to dance, but you didn't dance.
I forgot to unmute, by the way. So that
Oh my god!
Well, I didn't say much, to be fair. But yeah, like moving on to the next game, Rob, I think is the best thing that we could do now and stay on track, stay focused. It's exactly what I said.
Guys, I'm really glad that you understood what I said. The reason I didn't throw it to you is because I know, in fact, you would not break it down for me.
Not.
But what we will do is focus on the last two matches of the night. It's South Asia versus Southeast Asia. And to say that this could be a bloodbath...
This could be...
What could it be, Jake?
The greatest upset in Southeast Asian history.
Honestly, if Knock Knock go ahead and beat Bleed, this may well be the greatest upset in esports history. Guys, this roster has come into this stage, and unfortunately, despite personal performances not being too far off the mark, they've only been able to garner one victory, and that was, of course, against Hasib Warriors, the other South Asian team.
Hey, guys, settle down. This might not be the biggest clutch in esports history. They are in the playoff bracket at the moment, top 6 off the back of that result. Fortunately, they closed it out before overtime. As we mentioned, really important. They get a full 3 points, and they're actually ahead on round diff against Daystar at the moment, assuming they don't get absolutely slammed in this game. So it's actually quite important in some ways that Knock Knock, even if they lose, don't get smashed in this game. They have 5 rounds ahead of Daystar at the moment, and there could be a world in which every round actually matters. So for Knock Knock, they need to take this very, very seriously. Obviously, no pressure on them to win, of course. They're versing the best team in the league, but they need to try and keep it competitive. And I think, honestly, they probably could if they throw a couple of things at Bleed that they're not expecting. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they can get a few rounds, minimize the deficit, and in doing so, keep them in good stead for the top 6.
It's very tough to say that sometimes a game is about minimizing the damage, Xenox, but unfortunately in this case it may well be. However, Knock Knock, you know, these stages are super important. These best of ones are really important for rosters like them, Hasib, Daystar, because we don't know if they're going to make it through to the best of 3 format. So they need to be able to take every game at face value, even if it's against a gigantic team in your way, like Bleed Esports. I mean, I'm actually gonna question you, Jake. Do you have anything negative to say about this roster?
Yeah, I actually do. I would say their conduct lately has been a little bit disappointing regarding certain events. I think as long as they can just keep themselves locked in mentally, stay focused on the games, because inside of the server, there is nothing negative. They're great. They're the best team at the moment. There's only one spot when it comes to getting a major position. They're the favorites for that spot. So you've just got to stay focused on the task at hand. Don't worry about, you know, exterior issues. These guys, though, I don't think are going to even come close to losing this game. This should be an absolute stomping 7-0, 7-1 kind of fashion. I say that even in the fact that, as we remember all the way back, Play-Doh 1, the last time Bleed played against the other South Asian team, they got completely bamboozled in those opening 4 rounds, made to look very silly. But we're at a point now in this stage, Rob, where I think those day one, not jitters, but day one cobwebs are gone, brushed off completely. And I think Bleed are going to be just far too good here for Knock Knock.
Well, I just don't see a world in which it's any other discussion. Maybe they come out of the gate swinging and Knock Knock and get a couple of rounds, but Bleed's adaptations mid-game, I'm sure, will very quickly just snuff that out. So we are not going
Chalet.
to... We are going...
Chalet.
Michael, help me.
Why? What's wrong with Chalet? Is it because we've seen it twice already? Is that why you're a bit...
Because this is the 3rd time tonight. It's just, you know, I just want to see a bit of variety, Michael. I
don't see the problem. It's fine by me. I don't have to cast it again, so I don't really care.
See, Xenox, doesn't he find the weirdest things to be mad about and the weirdest things to be happy about? Look at that smile on his face. I don't think I've ever seen a man so happy.
I enjoy the little things in life, Rob. That's what life is really all about. At the end
you
of the
enjoy
day.
them little.
Oh yeah, you're right. My KD is quite small.
Is Devin Mandy ready, Rob? I think they're ready.
But I think the game's ready, so I don't even know why you threw to me. Just give it to them, Rob.
We're not ready. We're not ready yet. Come on, boys. Leave the big hosting to the big boys that only like big things. Speaking of big things, James Devmartis Stewart.
No, we're gonna do a big this game.
What an intro. I have
Gotta do it
never
big.
been intro. It's only where I can live. Shout out any homies that watched Apex South and know that song and that reference. And those of you who don't, I guess you'll just have to enjoy some amazing matches. And Mandy, this could very well be one of the greatest upsets in history. Or it could be one of the fastest games we've ever seen.
I was gonna say, could it really be one of the greatest upsets that we've ever seen? I think this is very unlikely. Like, very, very unlikely, Tiff.
All right. Do you want to like start to consider, you know, how many rounds do we reckon that Knock Knock should realistically grab against?
Well,
Bleed?
Hasib Warriors got 4.
Okay.
And then Knock Knock.
And they were the first 4.
Yes, and then
as well.
Knock Knock beat Hasib Warriors. Right?
So maybe more than 4. Hey.
So they should get 5.
Damn. Okay.
That's
a pretty big call.
That would be tremendously impressive.
It actually would.
Tremendously impressive. Yeah.
Unironically, would be massively impressive, considering how good Bleed are at the moment. But we have seen Bleed do start a little bit slow sometimes. So if there's any time for Knock Knock to spring into action, it's right at the start. They do start on the attacking side, for better or for worse. I do think in this case it is for worse. I just think even though Chalet attack can be quite potent, I think that you want to start on the comfort of defense. But let's be real, it's going to be a challenge no matter what. And if you think we're ragging on Knock Knock, it's because we don't. It's not because we don't like them. Sorry, it's not because we don't like them, or it's simply they are just like going up. It's a David and Goliath matchup. Like this would be like, I don't know, Furia, you know, the old W7M world champions versus like a team that is significantly below their caliber. And we do see upsets like that happen. But you just have to remember the significance of that. And the significance of this match for Bleed is just getting as many points as possible, staying undefeated, staying at the top. For Knock Knock, the pressure is really just on getting as many rounds as possible to, as Guz said, extend that round difference that they currently have as a lead over Daystar.
Yep, I think that's the main thing. If at least one of the South Asian teams is going to make it into playoffs, it is going to be Knock Knock between the two of them, of course, with the points difference that they ended up getting, taking all 3 just last night. So I think, like you pointed out, for these guys, it's just trying to close out as many as they possibly can. At some point, hopefully later on in the stage, if they can steal a win over someone, it'll give them an opportunity to be in that 6th place spot. And that is, I think, ultimately a big goal for, I suppose, the entire sub-region of South Asia.
Very much so. All right, well, digging into this one, Mandy, we've seen another Grim ban come out. It happens every now and then, funnily enough. We actually saw Knock Knock ban Grim against Elevate as well on Oregon. Unfortunately, they only got the 1 round in that game. We've seen Bleed ban this Ying. Actually, not much recently, but it is often banned against them. Yeah, I don't know. I think that there's not much stake to be putting in operator bans here. Oh, wow, this is nasty from Third. Is anyone going to jump up on... Is anyone actually... No, it doesn't look like anyone is going to go on the helipad, so he won't find that early pick, but it really shows the pace that Bleed are going to go for in this game when you see something like that.
I think Sandy knows what's going on a little bit and is keeping his eyes on some of these double windows, making sure he doesn't get spawn peeked too early. I think library has been fully vacated now, with Turd moving his way down to Ivy stairs, so Sandy will be safe on his entry for a little bit, but it looks like the rest of his team are shaping up for a solo-sided push. Envy on the Hibana is going to look to try and open up this wall, but before he can do that, they've got to dislodge the player just in the corner of that solo balcony.
It's not easy to dislodge players like Hoven. He's got some support from his key, but is Mentalist going to peek that? Wow, okay, Sandy has gone down.
Ow.
2 players peeking the Kali. Now, Hoven takes a bit of damage and the floor below him is exposed, but now he doesn't have to worry about that Kali covering off his bathroom window. And also the Solus is getting so much info on where these air jabs are, where is and is not safe to go for a potential run out or flank.
I actually had no idea where Reaps was for that peek, but he somehow manages to find the one onto the Kali. So here goes Hoven on the re-peek in through bathroom. Does get taken down,
What's
but
going
Mentalist
on?
is there for the trade. There's a player on the rappel though, so he's got to be a little more cautious on the retreat. Don't think he can quite finish off that kill with the danger of the rappel player, but Reaps is going to do that regardless. Player from down below, he does get spotted out through the vertical. A couple shots go through the down and will confirm the kill onto Beat. 2 versus 4 in favor of Bleed. Make that 1 versus 4 for Reaps. 3 kills on the round, just Envy all on his own.
Yeah, and he's getting run out on as well. Here's the Solus. Oh, he's playing on the pillar just to toy with him. He is simply toying with him and baiting for Reaps, who secures the 3k in the round. Utter confidence exuded from these Bleed players. They continued to push to pick. They showed no respect whatsoever. And they said, we will win these gunfights. They kept on pushing, and Knock Knock really struggled to deal with that aggression.
I really liked the way that they were able to double peek out onto the long angle from the Kali, cutting off the bathroom player. I thought, I've actually never seen that before. I don't know about you, Dev, but that's a pretty commonly played cutoff these days. And having a counter like that, I think, is pretty important. I think can be applied to a lot of teams that would play that solo-sided take strategy. And then off the back of that as well, very much playing together on their swings and enabling each other to go for those picks and play the aggressive game. Feeling confident, fair enough, when you're playing against Knock Knock, and yeah, they make it work.
Ah. Hoven here, you can see like he had no respect. He just kept peeking, and then Mentalist did the same thing. Reaps retook the position, and like even here, just contesting the vertical angle, like those holes could easily have worked in favor of the defense, and he finds 2 kills through it, and then obviously they all run out on the last player. That is just pure confidence. Bleed, I think starting on defense is a nice little buffer for them. Even though attack is great, it just means that they can set the pace instead of like, waiting for Knock Knock to decide how they want to play these rounds.
I think so, and just to say like a bit more of a nitpicky thing off the back of that vertical comment that you made, you know, vertical is more of a 2-way challenge than I think that people think, to be honest, in Rainbow Six. That might be a hot take from me, but like honestly,
I think you're right.
I in my opinion, that when you make vertical, it's not always necessarily attacker-sided, right? Especially, you know, on certain areas of the maps, and I think that finding the opportunity to contest vertical when you can, and choosing when it's important for you to be looking down some of those holes, or looking up, depending on what the bomb site is actually quite important. And I don't think it's just that in competitive play, but you can also apply it to rank, to wherever, really. It's just like a bit of a game sense thing. And yeah, I think people don't realize just how 2-way of a fight vertical can be sometimes.
Already an early pick here for Knock Knock, which is nice for them, but they got the early... What is this from Rattler? He's playing Blitz and... Okay, very strange. So you're deciding to put your Blitz on the flank / rotation watch. Very ambitious. So I think Knock Knock have some kind of spicy idea here. The Blitz presumably going to go through Trench. There's a player here in West Main that they'll need to clear out. 3 players here, so they're posturing for some kind of rush, but what's funny here is like the Solus is going to know about it, and Mentalist's wall is completely solid. Bleed are in a really solid position, but they perfectly bait out the kill. Well played from Envy, and now numbers advantage is squarely in Knock Knock's favor.
Hey, this is not a bad position for Knock Knock, honestly. They've really got this backside taken, and getting the kill as well on the player rotating in through Pillar. That's a great spot to be in. Once this wall gets open, if they can capitalize on this opportunity, that would be great. But speaking of, Hoven with a massive 2k with the C4 and is able to get away with his life.
Wow. Okay, this could flip here. This would be a devastating round for Knock Knock to lose. From a 3-player advantage, Turd's in a great position. The Blitz is down. There's less util to worry about now for Bleed, as Knock Knock have lost a lot, but Sanny's in a great position above. He's got the vertical angles. He has smokes to enable some kind of plan as well, but Turd's in a really solid spot. There will be no solid plant denial here. Hoven's going to have to take this fight, but if he wins it, the plant should be denied! Hoven with the 4K Sandy off in Narnia, nowhere to support his team. A 2 versus 5, establishing dominance for Bleed.
Oh man, that was such an unfortunate round there for Knock Knock. They really had the opportunity to try and make that one work, but Hoven managing to sneak his way back in to behind the pillar and then landing that double C4, somehow being able to deny the plant even though the crossfire was there. It was just, wow, massive round there from Hoven. Four kills, and yeah, it all fell apart towards the end there for Knock Knock, even though they were off to such a good start.
Oh, it's a round like that that's a huge red flag, Mandy. A terrifying one for Knock Knock. They did so many things right. They got a lot of early picks, and yet they just could not convert to save their lives. And credit to Bleed, like huge playmaking, particularly from Hoven, as you said, but it does make you scared for, you know, what else Bleed is capable of. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to console that round, Mandy. It's really tough. And what's worse is that, like, a round like that is really going to hit the confidence for Knock Knock. And it's just going to start, like, overthinking, you know, and maybe finger pointing. I really hope for their sake that there isn't a lot of that going on right now. But it doesn't take much to be like, hey, man, why weren't you covering me here? Or, bro, you have to win that fight. Or why are you rotating to blue? And then just you're arguing about a round that's already gone. And you need to just start moving up and shaping up for the next one instead.
I've got no idea what the team comms are like, or the team culture, probably better phrased there for Knock Knock, but you know, hopefully they can stay competitive in this one and composed. It's pretty tough when I think you're playing against a Bleed who, yeah, I don't know, is just playing really frontline here and being really unafraid. That can be quite a difficult force to go and deal with and play the cautious game against, but yeah, I mean, hopefully, even though they've lost those last 2 rounds, they can look on a bit of a positive from that last round. That was a pretty winnable situation that they were in, and hopefully if they can put themselves back in that, they'll have a chance at this round.
Slowing down the pace may be a part of that. Making sure that they dot their I's, cross their T's, punish aggression as much as possible, because Bleed have shown an interest in playing aggressively. They have shown that occasionally they will make mistakes and give opportunities for Knock Knock to find early picks. Wow, what a C4 on! It lands perfectly from Mentalist. That is phenomenal start there for Bleed, and fortunately the Capitao being one of the key elements for this execute has been thwarted so early.
Bleed have got a lot of small tricks up their sleeve, especially early on, that are really catching up Knock Knock. I cast my mind back to that first round where they managed to land the double run out onto the single player that was playing the cutoff, and even just then having a nice C4 lineup that Rattler probably didn't expect is one way to get the advantage early on in the round without even taking a gunfight.
So tempted to go for an execute. Okay, Jiri has now jumped in. He's destroyed this mirror window. He doesn't know there's nobody behind it. This is the site, by the way, and Mentalist is caught lacking. So this is an opportunity now, but Sandy has gone down. The question is, will Bleed overextend and feed into picks, or will they just play the win condition well? Oh, Reaps has taken a huge chunk of damage. Jittery is deep in sight. But Bleed, the Sharks are circling. What a shot! We find another one. The stuns in pocket will not be utilized, but InVZ recovery comes round the corner. Reaps now in a 1v2. These two players somewhat separated. Oh, but Beats got him dead to rights. Solid stuff from Knock Knock. The 7-0 is not going to happen. In fact, only 3 rounds in and they're already fighting back.
Honestly, great round from Knock Knock. Yeah, they lost the pick early on, but Jittery able to find the entry into the bomb site, realizing that there was no one behind that mirror window, and using the Hibana charges opportunistically to make his way in, take down a player that wasn't even looking at him. Forced Bleed to go for the retake, but while they were going for the retake, the rest of the Knock Knock players were ready there from the cutoff. We could see Envy all the way on the other side of the map, entering into jungle just as all the other players were making their way into the bomb site for the defense, and yeah, ultimately put Reaps in a really tough position there on the retake, 2 versus 1. Really well played from Knock Knock, and you know, they were all on the same page. It was well coordinated as soon as that was go time to get in the bomb site.
I'd like to see more of that from Knock Knock. It does take a little... Yeah, it was. It does take a little bit of complacency from Bleed to allow that to happen.
This is quite the free cam. Sorry. Go on.
You're getting excited?
It's like...
You want to get back on the ob sticks, don't you?
I do, but like that free cam, it's like that scene from Interstellar where he's like matching the spin velocity when they, like, you know, that was so cool. Anyway, Sorry. You're talking
Shout out, no, I'll say shout out to Cthulhu on the free cam and Sky on the main obs as well, doing a killing job as always, especially as it's whatever o'clock in the morning for Cthulhu. But my point was that like Bleed, yeah. So like Mentalist was the side player, and he probably should have realized that someone was jumping in, and he didn't, and he was caught looking the other way. That was what enabled Knock to have a chance in that round. So I think Bleed will. They frankly were playing with a bit of disrespect. So I think that they just need to shape up a little bit, like keep up the level of aggression, but maybe just don't get a little bit complacent, because if Knock see like a path to least resistance, they will try to take it.
Alright, so here's Reaps here in the display hallway, just preventing Library from being a safe haven for the attack with this long line of sight all the way deep into the corner of Library. Envy from down below is going to take down Aspie early on from inside of West Main. That's early advantage once again on the side of Knock.
We've seen man advantages not be converted though this game. I think I'm going to say every round so far, if I'm not wrong. The team that got the opening kill has actually lost the round. So wouldn't count out Bleed yet. Yeah, because in the first round it was the guy who got the pick and solo for Knock. The second round Knock had a 5v2. And the third round Mentalist got the opening with a C4, and now we'll see if Envy's opening kill can be converted.
You are not wrong. That is interesting. Well, luck is not on their side, hey? The universe has gone against them, and the Siege gods have looked down unfavorably on them. So, because they've gotten the first pick, this would, if it tells the tale, not go their way. And there goes Jittery, down but not out, as Hoven goes for the peek out on the office wall, which has been pretty aggressively opened in the setup that they've got going for them. Knock kind of stagnating out a little bit, I think, on this attack. They look a bit lost on where they want to go.
I do have a feeling that maybe they're wondering, or maybe they're overthinking, like, we can't lose our numbers advantage. We have an advantage, just convert the advantage. But so many aggressive lines of sight taken by Bleed. Even here, right? Like, look at all these players, but they are starting to punish, so that's really good. Oh, good reply, though, from Reaps. Very quick 180 and a shot into the player double window. Now, Knock have to decide how they're going to shape up this execute. Will they rotate another player onto double window? Will they rotate someone onto piano window? The castle barricade needs to be destroyed. How will they enable a plant? 20 seconds. All of these players forming from the same direction. And that means these linear gunfights may spell the round. Turd finds his first on this long angle, looking for another one. Reaps gets his on a double! This guy is unstoppable. Turd to make it a full house for Bleed. The trend continues. The opening pick will not be converted.
Oh man, the Siege gods have really done a doozy here on this matchup. That is not good for Knock once again. Numbers advantage for not able to convert it. I guess you could say the same for Bleed with the one round that they've lost out as well. But yeah, I think Knock just looks pretty lost, to be honest, in the mid-rounds of that attack. They got the opening pick, but from there on out, there was like 2 players over on Solar, 3 players over on Library side. It looks like they were going for a sweep, but some of the players weren't really ready for that. And then by the time that all 5 players were actually ready to make the execute happen into the bomb site, because they'd all rendezvoused over on that Library side, there was only 20 seconds left to go. Bleed had the read on what was going on, and then this massive flurry of picks happened.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that there's not time nor a call from Knock to go and rotate someone to a different position. The castle barricade on piano was still closed. I don't think the bathroom window was open, so there's just no pressure. And Bleed could just train all their guns in one direction. And they got good guns and good gun skill. So, gonna win those. Fortunate for Knock. They really should be aiming for like 3 attacks, I'd say. 2-3 attacks. Like we said, obviously, expectations are not crazy for them. Like, any amount of pressure they can put on Bleed this game is great. Every round they can get will help their campaign, because there's a decent chance that Knock and Daystar end up on the same number of points, fighting for the 6th place, fighting to get that playoff spot. The round difference means the world.
Alright, here we go. Double hard breach combination on the side of Knock does indicate to me that they are looking to get this wall open nice and early. Mavtrick seems to be the play to get this back one open in Snowmobile. Cade is on the other side, of course. It can be a little tricky to land. But baby EMPs, but C4 through the Maverick holds for Hoven. Could have been close, but doesn't quite sink onto any attackers on the other side. A second one as well. That one does sink for Mentalist. Not only getting a player, but downing someone else as well. Great early advantage once again for Bleed. But Dev, are they cursed now?
Well, you do make a solid point. The team that wins the opening engagement seems to lose the round. But, who knows? Jittery's found his pick. Very nice angle as well. I don't know how he landed that shot. Rattler is going to go and res Envy. So something now to cook with. It is absolutely on Bleed here if they lose this. There you go. So big pick back. Realistically, this should not be a knock-knock round. They've lost their Thermite. They've lost their Maverick. That's the 2 hard breaches. And not a single wall has been opened. I don't think that he'd opened Trench yet. So yeah, it should be a done deal.
Ooh.
Oh!
Nice shots there from Hoven. And yeah, Knock Knock, this is probably the round that I would say they've looked the worst in so far, both in terms of progression and decision making, I think. You know, struggling with the main wall and then sending the Thermite in solo in the back and nothing coming of it, and then leaving the rest of the players with the wrong utility to do anything on the map. And now you've got players running out on you and Rattler's on the roof. It's looking like this is the most abysmal round we've seen from Knock Knock for sure.
Started with that double C4. First one missed, second one landed. It was a red flag that the first one even managed to detonate. Like, really, you need someone to be watching the Maverick holes and ready to shoot a C4 as it comes out. We saw a really nice C4 shot. It was actually a spawn peak C4 that was shot last game out the solar window. You really need to be doing that for the Maverick. Like, being a Maverick is one of the most terrifying things. There's so many ways you can die, so many ways you can be killed, and you just have very little to no support. Look at this. Can we have a look at what this line of sight is? Mentalist is trying to cook up. Is it onto the main door? Oh, Rattler has also moved.
The other thing about... Sorry, I'm kind of writing this round off a bit early. But the other thing that... Oh, okay, never mind. Should I be writing this one off? Okay, yeah.
No, write it off, Mandy.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
fine.
Okay, the other thing about the Maverick thing that you've been going on about, right, is that with the introduction of the pre-visualization of the trajectory, it's now even more dangerous than it was before. To be a Maverick on a wall, because landing that C4 through the Maverick holes has just become like 10 times easier because the defenders can see exactly where their C4 is going. Beforehand, it required a bit of like finesse on the other side of the defense to actually be able to like land the C4 through the holes. You know, we can see that like bottom clubhouse, main, you don't really need to line up for that anymore. You can just stand there and when you're, you know, when the little pre-visualization goes through, then you throw it, right? But, you know, as a Maverick now, even having someone there to support you to try and shoot that C4 is suddenly a much harder job than it was before.
Yeah, and what's more, this a couple seasons ago they changed this, but it used to be that the electrification would destroy defender gadgets like C4s. So you had to be extra careful when you toss your C4. Yeah. If it hits the electrification, it's going to break anyway. So you'd see people like shoot the battery, then toss the C4. Now it doesn't matter. Like a C4 could land on the electrified part and still blow. So yeah, it's just like Maverick's worst nightmare is C4s. And yeah, I used to play a lot of Maverick back when he had nades, and he was such an amazing and fun operator to play, but also absolutely terrifying. Knock Knock have taken their tactical timeout for the final round of the half, Mandy. It's a huge gamble to do it now because in theory, if you're talking strat, you're talking game plan, you're only getting value out of it for this round. I've heard a lot of teams be critical of teams that take tactical timeouts in the final round of a half, but I actually think it is absolutely essential right now. Knock Knock need 2 rounds of attack, and what's more, if they lose this round, they're going to be so dejected moving into the second half. So I think that they need to throw everything that they have got at this round, and then just say, oh, 2-4 is actually not that bad, let's move on to our defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Knock Knock should be taking this one round by rounds, and especially on the opportunity of the last attacking round. Chalet can lean itself into being attacker favored, I suppose, depending on the way that the bans have gone and you know, the play style of each team. But you know, if there's any map that you want to achieve an attack on, it's probably going to be this one. Last time around, we saw Knock Knock actually win out this bomb site, if I'm not wrong, Dev, because of Jittery being able to creep his way on into the bomb site, and then they force a retake situation. So, you know, if they can pull another round like that out of the hat, that could be pretty good.
Theory, this is Bleed's tertiary bomb site. Oh man, is Turd trying to bait them? You didn't even reinforce that wall where usually you'd put the mirror. Turd does find the opening pick on a player placing down a claymore. Oh, sorry, no, I completely misread that. There is a mirror there and a reinforcement. The Ash Charge was simply to destroy the mirror. Unfortunately, the mirror is now broken, but yeah, Bleed certainly happy with that early exchange.
Yeah, and once again, Bleed just doing something cheeky to find the first pick of the round. We've seen them do this a couple times on the attack already, and just playing in an off position like that from Turd and popping his head up as that Claymore is going down is just a really odd thing, and Knock Knock not quite expecting something like that to happen. Another C4 lineup as well for Mentalist. This guy has got C4 lineups for days out into the double window. Sandy as well claiming his cutoff will at least bring one back for Knock Knock, but still not the most favorable position to be in.
Not at all. And yet Mentalist has gotten the opening pick, or technically it wasn't the opening pick this round, but he's got a C4 kill at the start of both of these bar rounds. There was actually a jump in there, baiting there for a second for Jittery. Rattler's just solo entering into a crossfire, mate. That is almost never going to pan out for you. Knock Knock have lost the numbers advantage, and I reckon they've lost almost all hope of winning this round. A consolation kill for Sandy, but 1v3. In the pivotal round after taking their tactical timeout. From here on out, is there any hope?
Oh dear.
He's jumped straight into a frost mat. They may have even heard it. He's now, yeah, he's going to get one tap. So I love that for Bleed. Let's see this. Can we see this?
Bang! Yeah!
Man, this is a dominating game. And it's heartbreaking to watch for Knock Knock.
Yeah, it's quite... I don't know, it's quite sad, Dev. It's just, yeah, Bleed looks so comfortable. Like, so comfortable that it's pretty worrying, I think, in this matchup. Knock Knock, I think once they lose, they edge in the round. Like, the numbers advantage, like a particular position or, like, playmaking opportunity. It all kind of falls apart from there. And, yeah, I don't know. Bleed just really look in control. And I don't want to overanalyze it any more than that, to be honest. They just look like they're on another level at the moment. And I don't really see a world in which Knock Knock can match this, to be honest. They look really
They're
good.
insane. They're very confident, but yeah, with Knock Knock, if I do I have permission to overanalyze for Knock Knock?
Yes, you do.
All right. So, you know when you're down a player or you're at some kind of disadvantage and you feel like you have to take a risk in order to get yourself back in?
Yes.
Oh, if this is like a 50% chance of working, but if it does, it increases our chance of winning by 80%, then I should do it.
Yeah.
And that's what I thought of. I think it was Rattler who was the one pushing in from the top floor. He was soloed the entire top floor setup, entering display, trying to take 2 gunfights at once by throwing 1 loose frag grenade. Stuff like that. It's an objective bad play, and I'm sure that he knows that it was a highly risky play. But if he had got 1 or both of those kills, then he could have unlocked the round. Envy does find a low percentage play kill though, and hey, I encourage it, especially on the defense. The thing is now, I really want Knock Knock to try and play consolidation. Because here, if Rattler overpeaks and dies, then the advantage has been forfeited.
That was quite scary on the rotation out. I think Rattler is now stuck because Turd is here on the cutoff as well. And yep, he is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Reaps is on the other side of this. Oh, hang on a moment. Turd has been taken down from a flank down the bottom main. Okay. Rattler finally does go down, but there are 2 players ready to take this fight onto Reaps.
Yeah, and Bleed actually... Oh, wait. Another defender went back in. Sandy has gone and retaken Wine Cellar and found Reaps. Now, Aspie's looking to hunt him down, and he will. What the hell is going on in this round? I would love to know. Somehow Knock Knock have fragged their way to a numbers advantage. I believe the Solars must have dropped the dining hatch from sight. And Bleed now, believe it or not, are actually at a disadvantage. Jittery is still peeking. This guy still wants more.
And Aspie got his first kill. Yes, let's go.
Aspie was on a doughy, was he?
Yes, he was. Anyway, Knock Knock, this could be their round. This could be the one. All right, here we go. It's Aspie. He's going his way through cabinets or through display. I've forgotten callouts already. But Mentalist has just killed Jittery. Jittery, mate, what are you doing? You've got the numbers advantage and he's standing on the office wall sticking his head in there. That is not good. Now you've just got yourself into a 2 versus 2 rather than having a 3 versus 2. They don't really have this Crossfire's fundamentals down too well, do they, Dev? Anyway, alas, here we go. Situationally, it could go either way now between these 2 teams. They can't quite get this wall open because there's something blocking it on the other side. It's a mute jammer. That should be dealt with pretty easily from down below. Aspie's going to make some vertical to try and land that one. C4 does stick to the roof. Doesn't quite sail on through, but Aspie shoots it out anyway. Still opportunity here for Bleed, especially since there's only one on the bomb site at the moment. Never mind, B has just rotated back up to support his teammate. But yeah, unfortunately for them, that meat jam are not going down. But it doesn't matter, because Mentalist can land a good shot.
Yeah, and Bleed simply collapse in the 2v3. A lot of 1v1s, no crossfires held by Knock Knock. Make it very difficult to overcome that advantage that they had established for themselves. Look, I respect the idea from Knock Knock. They're just going absolute balls to the wall, full fragging, drop the hatch, like keep reaggressing, keep going, keep going, keep going. Even though it only barely works, like a 3v2 after that. But yeah, you really need to play your 3v2s correctly, and just way too many over peaks for Knock Knock. The thing about, like, it's not playing aggressively is not inherently bad, right? Like, it's just about knowing when to play aggressively and when to play passively, and when to switch it up. And if you always play aggressively, you're actually an incredibly easy team to read, just as much as if you always play passively. You have to change it based on the odds, essentially.
Yeah, and you could argue that there's like a difference between good and bad aggression as well, right? Like, you know, you think about Bleed and their MO is that they're quite a frontline heavy team. But the reason why that works is because all their players are so on the same page with looking for early advantages and playing together and off each other. Like, you think about Bleed on their defending half, and yes, they were taking all these early engagements and they were picking their battles just as Knock Knock are trying to do on their defending half, but they're doing it in 2s, or they're doing it in 3s, or they're doing it, you know, off the back of a C4 or off some Azami setup or like something like that, right? So I think, you know, for Knock Knock, their aggression just isn't that calculated or planned out.
Yeah.
Whereas I think for Bleed, their aggression is very calculated and very thought out, and it's a big difference.
I think a good example of that, Mandy, would be Turdster like proning underneath the game's window and then jumping out.
Yeah.
Oh, not jumping out, but like popping his head up when the Claymore got put down. Like, extremely calculated. Like, he knows exactly what he's going for before he even goes and moves into the position to make the play. I'd even say the same of Envy spawn picking last round. I think that was like a good play, a fair play. If he died there, then that's unfortunate, but all of the action that went down in Wine Cellar last round, all that did was strip away two players from both teams. It didn't actually give either team necessarily an advantage. It just was a simple exchange. Here we go, another opening pick for Knock Knock. And yeah, Sandy's still peeking here. Yeah, this is where I think they just need to look to try and consolidate that position.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
I would have to agree with you quite heavily. And you know,
Don't keep peeking.
Yes, leave. You're good here. Oh, well, I guess you can't leave now because you're getting cut off. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's quite frustrating to watch, hey? And Bleed, even though they did lose the first pick out, are now just playing the cautious game, playing the windows of Chalet, like leading into the architecture, and they're doing all right for it. Jittery is going to get one onto Aspie, who's just jumped in through the window. 2 or 3 cap cannon traps there, but, you know, still, actually, somehow, this is a good spot for Knock Knock.
Unless if Hoven gets into sight. High damage weapon. He has been taken down. Knock Knock again. Coming back into it, but once again caught out of position as Jittery Turdster V2. For the map. Very close there, but Envy lands his shots. Knock Knock recompose. It was another sketchy round. I'm gonna be honest, we're not seeing a lot of energy from their face cams as well. Quite the polar opposite to Bleed. Like, Bleed really don't care. They're having a laugh after they just lost that round. Knock Knock, in contrast, like, they finally got their second round on the board, and you'd barely notice it by looking at the faces on the cams. We need to see some energy rise up, and while I do like that, you know, a couple of gunfights slipped their way, I want to see more calculation in this aggression.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Dev. I feel like, yeah, to be honest, I don't quite know how they managed to slip that one away. But I suppose just winning out some of the gunfights when Bleed tried to convert that one into the bomb site after finding that few picks on the top floor. But yeah, I think overall, in general, Bleed probably not taking that round as seriously as they maybe wanted to or needed to win that one out. But that's all right. They've got about, you know, plenty more match points to make those kind of mistakes. And for Knock Knock, I'm hoping to see a little bit more coordination, or at least an attempt for it. Oh dear.
Okay.
Okay.
10 seconds to go.
Okay. Oh, cool. We can see Envy's POV. Mentalist is having a bit of a laugh. I do wonder, Manny, like, why is Reaps... So, obviously, playing with in-ears, and presumably he's got the over-ears, he's, like, testing... Oh, no, is that just for the microphone?
Yes, that's my understanding. What's going on there?
I thought he was doing like the old like practicing for LAN where you got to use the in-ears and then the over-ear headsets over the top.
I
Which
mean,
I
they're,
think
they're
more
all doing
players
that.
should do.
Yeah.
Well, they're all
I-
playing with in-ears, but not many of them are playing with over-ears over the top.
I agree with you as well. I think for these international teams, especially coming back and then, you know, playing around with the audio and trying to replicate what you would hear on LAN. You know, I think in general, a lot of the players that play on LAN do come back and they share just how difficult it is to hear things once you're in that LAN environment. And I think, you know, going back home and then like preparing yourself for that by playing with in-ears is pretty important, even though it's generally not as good.
Yeah, very much so. Well, for Knock Knock, they are trailing by 4 rounds, 4 match points against them. And we will go to a very quick break while we get everyone back into the lobby. Hello and welcome back to the game. It's Devon Mandy. How are you going?
What on earth was that?
What on earth was
What on
that?
earth was that? Why have
golly
we become? I didn't even know what we've become.
Fancy.
Fancy.
I just feel fancy right now, Mandy,
Really?
because we've been treated to such a delectable delight in ladies.
Delightfully devilish.
Did you just make a steamed hands reference?
Yup.
I really hope people got that. I really hope people got that.
All right.
You got that,
yeah.
you're a real one.
We're in Knock Knock versus Bleed. Bleed look like they're about to win, potentially.
Oh yeah.
Unless Knock Knock have something to do or something to say about it. They did last round, so hopefully they do this round as well.
Yeah,
It's good
I've noticed
commentary
this team,
from
they
us.
do like having things to say.
Yeah.
This team right here. And so I would not put it past them to have more words. But yeah, Bleed are pretty damn good at this game. And Knock Knock are all right. Like, credit to them. They've had a couple of rounds that they've stolen away. They've had a couple of cheeky ones. But they've also had their fair share of moments where things just didn't look quite great. And yeah, so 30 seconds in the round, I don't think we're going to be able to rehost this one. But Mandy, what was the trend that we saw in the first half? Almost every round, the team that got the opening pick lost the round. So I would not be surprised if Bleed can win this from a 4v5.
Alright, yes, the Siege Gods have looked favourably upon them. Happy with their sacrifice, surely they'll be able to convert the round. Here goes Turd from outside of the piano window. He's not going to quite find anyone just yet. Sandy being a bit aggressive here on the office quad wall setup that they've got going for them. Now, Hoven was previously tracking, I believe, the player inside of the ground floor, so I think they know where he's gone. Okay, never mind, it's the Frost now. I've got no idea where Envy is. Oh, yeah, he is in the basement, so they're making sure they can at least isolate this single roamer down here, see if they can find this pick, but never mind. It doesn't look like they're going to commit themselves to doing this as Envy's able to fall off.
Interesting, they're not even trying to hunt him, really. He's actually putting the pressure upstairs. Mentalist is looking to take the top floor. He's spotted a mirror, he's spotted a player, and here you go. Big kill from Jittery. Reaps has gone down, and another big one as well for Sandy. 2v5.
Oh my God.
Good work from the Monty to find one, but he's not going to find his second. It seems like another throwaway round for Bleed as Asfi has DC'd and the rest of the team has fallen with very little consolation. A great keeper there is going to make this difficult. Hoven's looking a bit hopeless. Quick reload here, and oh, that's a nice pick. Will there be a trade coming through very quickly here for Knock Knock? Yeah, anything's possible for the game. Opens up a hole in the wall next to him. Is the mirror going to see him? Another kill for Hoven. Surely not like this.
No,
Only 2 more to go. He spots out the player for a second, but Rattler does get him. The dream has been put to rest. And Knock Knock, yeah, they are still alive, and they've found 3 rounds in the game so far.
That was exciting, but Knock Knock won. So the sacrifice was unfortunately in vain of Asfi. The gods were not happy with that one, and instead, Knock Knock got the round. That was pretty impressive there in the top floor. It looked like Bleed, wanted to use the back of Monty to go and find some picks off the back of there, but then they ended up pushing straight into a mirror window, and yeah, they essentially got slaughtered with the setup that was going on there, not quite respecting all the utility that was in place. So well played from Knock Knock to be able to use what was theirs and win out some good fights.
Gotta have respect. That we know well. So we're still waiting on the call or whether a rehost is needed, or perhaps a substitution is needed. Of course, Asfi is just in this tech pause at the moment, trying to get back into the game. I don't know whether to have faith or not, Mandy. But hey, who knows? Like, if we played enough rounds, maybe there's a chance that Bleed could win a 4v5 anyway.
You know what? What was I saying, Harry, at the start? Knock Knock beat Hasib Warriors. Hasib Warriors got 4 rounds on Bleed. So in theory, Knock Knock can get more than 4 rounds against Bleed, right? That's how logic works, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. In theory, potentially. Yeah. I could see
you
that.
You never know. Maybe these guys are crazy. They turned it up.
Fury also 7-0'd Elevate, and I don't think that that's going to translate into Fury 7-0ing anyone that's beaten that Elevate have beaten. So yeah, it is hard to draw parallels like that. At the end of the day, you are only as good as you are on the day in which the game is played.
Damn, you really had to be realistic and have the voice of
Gotcha.
reason there.
Me, the voice of reason?
Oh,
What's wrong?
who would have thought that?
Usually I'm just doing weird fancy intros and getting delirious.
Being Delulu
Getting-
is sometimes the Salulu.
So wise of
Especially in moments like this, you know, full of wisdom.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for Bleed, perhaps a bit of getting Delulu could work in their favor in a 4v5. We got Asfi's PC up, like his camera's working. He's looking very pretty. He's wearing his jersey. He's looking lovely. Got his big old microphone.
Hooray!
He's back in. Question is he in the lobby? How long until he can get to the lobby?
I believe.
Drum
Buttons
roll,
are being
please.
I don't know how to do a drum roll like, you know, verbally.
I don't know, can you hear me? Can you hear me on the desk right now? Is that coming?
Oh,
through
I
the
can hear
microphone?
you on the desk actually. That sounds very
Maybe it's not
strange,
like that.
actually. That didn't quite like make the sound that I think was intended there.
Doing a bit of a drum roll on my mouse pad with a trick sometimes. I actually do have a drum next to me, believe it or not.
But your drum is like electric, right? So you can't actually
electric.
do a.
I could plug it
real
into the
drum roll.
computer and like hook up the MIDI or like the sound output to my audio interface and then like get it directly inserted into
Do you think you could do that
our
before
audiences.
Aspie joins? That would be so impressive. if
Depends
you were
how
able
long.
to
I
do
mean,
that would be impressive.
maybe, but I really don't think that that would be very professional of me. You know, I've already had my dog
you
bark on
haven't done it.
broadcast. I don't think that we need. Oh yeah, fuck. Thank God, Aspie's back.
Now, Sasha's
Thank you,
a
Aspie.
welcome. Sasha
Bailing
is a
me out of that
welcome
one.
addition to the broadcast, I think.
Yeah, just a nice reminder when we're yapping too much that Sasha will get in there and yap at us as well.
Any bombs as they can.
Oh god. Alright, here we go. Knock Knock, having previously won their last defense, down inside of Dining and Kitchen, are going to send us up into the top floor instead. Looking like, once again, leaning into the castle type stuff that was going on in the last round, which actually worked out quite well for them. It meant that Bleed had to funnel their way straight in through the map because they weren't really willing to take down those castle barricades remotely. And it flooded them straight into a load of mirror windows, which worked out very well. So I think for Knock Knock, you know, leaning into what they've got, strategy it's going for them, and if Bleed don't respect that too much, then it might work.
5 seconds to insertion.
True. But Bleed did win on this bomb site last time, so
Bomb and defuse it.
Bleed won their first attack round and it was on here to Master Office. If he's going for another spawn peak, we saw it successful for him prior. Probably a good idea, I guess. Like at this point, Knock Knock playing aggressive has seemed to work like 51% of the time. So I think, you know, take those odds. It's a bit of a peek again. He really wants to commit to it, but I don't think Bleed is particularly interested.
Turd looking like he wanted to entry into library initially, might have a rethink about that. It's looking like Hoven's having to think about targeting someone on the bomb site, maybe, or on the top floor at least, and seeing if they can try and collect these kills off the cutoff. Oh no, he's down below, actually. This could be an interesting spot for Deimos to be in, especially with the pings going both ways. Nevertheless, he thinks the better of it, in fact, and isn't going to target anyone just yet. Still waiting for the info to come out.
Be a very cheeky play. Be this Deimos from below. I've seen it work. That pistol does a lot of destruction. Especially if Bleed pair that with players on windows and on positions. If they open up these castle barricades, maximize as many lines of sights are available. They can use this Deimos to flush players around and find some good picks.
This could be great if they manage to get it on the... Oh, hang on a moment. There is a player inside of... How has this happened? Okay, nevertheless, okay. They've spotted him out, which is okay. Excellent news on the side of Bleed. But what I was going to say is this could be interesting if maybe they can get it on the player like inside of... Yeah, inside a closet. That's exactly what I was thinking of. That player's really stuck in this spot. So, you know, Asfi off the back of that. Is going to find a pick elsewhere, though. That's onto the smoke. Jittery, that's pretty brave. Out onto the window, looking for the peek onto the balcony, but there's Aspi actually watching him directly contesting, and that's now a pretty heavy numbers advantage for Bleed.
Another aggressive peak for Sandy in a 1 versus 5 to save the game. Let's see what he can muster. Absolutely nothing. A flawless round to close it. It was not quite a flawless game for Bleed, but a win is a win. The full 3 points up on the board for the top dogs of Asia. Undefeated thus far. 4 play days in, continuing their perfect form.
Yeah, solid one for Bleed there. They have broken, what is it, the 7-4 curse that they've got. They're actually winning things 1 round better than that, which is pretty excellent for them. So yeah, Bleed continuing pretty dominant form through the Asia League, and it doesn't look like anything is going to stop them from now.
True. 7-4 over Hasib's Warriors, 7-4 over Fury, 7-4 over Direwolves, and now 7-3 over Knock. Knock is a great way to start off their stage. Obviously, the full 12, sorry, I can math. Full 12 points out of their first 4 play days, and nobody can catch them right now. Keep in mind that Bleed actually do still have a couple of tough games to go. The big one was getting a win over Fury, but also just farming points and as many round difference as you can against teams like Knock Knock. So another expected result, but one that I'm sure Bleed will be happy with, as will the guys on the desk.
Yes, happy indeed. Although, I mean, there's something to be said here, guys. I feel like couple of 7-4s, a 7-3. I definitely expected this one to be over a little earlier than it was. Granted, a bit of an Asfi mishap, but it does show that Bleed do have weaknesses. As much as they may be very minimal, it is still possible to make the Giants bleed.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, ultimately, I feel like it doesn't detract from Bleed as much as it actually is an addition. Obviously to Knock Knock in this instance, as we mentioned in the pre-show, the head-to-head round differential being the first of the tiebreakers this year means that that potential 6th position could come down to round differential if the points stay the same as they are, which could potentially happen. It is unlikely, but there is a world in which it comes down to that. So the fact that Knock Knock were able to get some rounds in this matchup, great for them. Bleed aren't obviously going to care all that much. Ultimately, they get the result over the line. They bring things like the Deimos late round and just stomp them. So obviously there were some tech issues or whatever which plagued them and probably didn't help, but didn't really matter in the end.
No, well, we get to hear it directly from Asfi, so let's welcome him in for the broadcast. Asfi, hey. Lovely to see you again, my friend. I'm gonna ask the most obvious question to start with. What happened? PC crash?
I like to play with my room hot, so I like to close the windows and turn off the AC. And I think my PC couldn't handle it, so it just kept turning off.
Oh,
overheating.
That's disgusting. I don't know if I want to ask another question after that one. I'll tell you what. But look, obviously a good start for you and the boys. How's it feeling at the moment in the camp?
It's pretty good. We're doing outside of the tournaments. Obviously, we're just practice as usual. The games recently been really good against Direwolves and Fury. Really fun. And today is just another one of those days.
Actually, I just kind of want your own personal thoughts going up against. I think you've played both of the South Asia teams now. Of course, back on Playday 1, you played Hasib Warriors. They started really well in that game. Knock Knock able to get a couple of rounds against you guys as well. Just where do you kind of view these teams? The general consensus is both of them look like they might be bottom 2. Do you think the gap really is that big, though, to the other Southeast Asian teams?
I think that the gap certainly is there. I think that those teams don't really have the same kind of environment to perform at. So they're not really practicing against the same teams. I don't think they have a very tough schedule, same like the upper tier C's teams. So I guess you could say that's the reason for the skill gap disparity.
We've been talking quite a bit about Reaps throughout the stage. Obviously had another good game today. Everyone knows that he's got the crazy sense and the mechanics and all that, but what's it actually like to be in the server with Reaps? What does he offer to the team?
Basically, he'll go somewhere and then he won't say anything, and then he's gonna either die instantly or, and then he's gonna
get 3 kills. Yeah.
Kind of sounds like Jake Xenox did he? Look, Asfi, I've got to ask you, clearly we're leaps and bounds ahead in the Southeast Asian region and the South Asian region as a team, as a uniform. You guys are looking really good at the moment. I know this might seem like a really basic question, but I really want to know from your perspective, what are you looking to get out of the best of one stage? Because very clearly you're going to go through to the playoffs. I think this result's absolutely locked it in. Then it's about first or second seed, but what are you looking for outside of that?
Okay, so for the group stage, these BO1s have been serving as some nice warm up. As you know, there's not really that many tournaments going on in Southeast Asia. So these BO1s are kind of a very serious scrim. They give us obviously the game day environment. So good to warm up on that. And outside of that, it's just regular practice for incoming playoffs.
Yeah. Well, that keeps it nice and simple. I know it was a simple. What's the answer to that? I think it's stupid games win stupid prizes. Asfi, do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Hope my PC doesn't crash next week.
We can all hope, mate. We can all hope. We only want to see you on the server. Take care.
All right, thanks.
And that's the way the cookie crumbles.
That's unbelievable.
Jake?
Honestly, there should be a maximum temperature rule in a player's room because
Oh
if his
my
PC
God,
crashes, it screws everyone over. So I don't know why he's playing in a hot environment. That's the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard in my life. I don't know how that is comfortable. Like I'm blasting the fan. I'm trying to keep it cool. I don't know why you would want it hot, especially in Southeast Asia with the humidity.
I know.
It would be horrible.
It's already so hot. Jake, could you imagine me in that room? That would
be the swamp.
I honestly don't think I could. No,
that would
It'd be more
that
than
would
just the PC crashing.
It would be a lot more than the PC crashing. I don't think it would become a biohazard danger. I'll tell you that much. But Jake, look again. It's hard to really, take too many negatives away from Bleed's performances. Doesn't make a difference where they are. They continue to put up individual performances that are really star worthy, but also they seem like on their player cams they are enjoying every game they play right now.
Yeah, and look, I mean, you could look at their opponent when we kind of talk about the round differential, but this is actually their best result this tournament, like this entire stage. Every other game has gone 7-4 minimum, so this has actually been their easiest win. And I think it would have been even easier had there not been technical difficulties. So I think that's pretty plain and simple. Keanu Reeves returning to his absolute best. I mean, for me, has he been at his best this tournament? I don't think so. In fact, coming into today, Xenox fun fact, low light for Reeves, but no longer. He was the lowest rated player on the team, which is just actually quite staggering. And his cost was in the red, which is really bizarre. Goes and drops 15 and 5, massive numbers, and all these red numbers are now green, and he's now probably the top rated player. But a big turnaround for him individually. And you're going to need Reeves fit and firing if you're going to get that get that Manchester spot when it's all said and done in the playoffs. Otherwise, if he's not performing at his best and the others are not quite performing at their best, they are still a vulnerable team. We know how good Bleed are, and they go into any matchup as the favorites in this region. But you're 10-15% off against maybe a Fury team that's 10-15% above, and we go back to 23 stage 1, and there's the result.
Ooh.
Yeah, jeez.
Oh,
Sometimes he
that's pretty up old scars. Jeez.
Sometimes it takes.
You are the number
2
one
a.m.
bleed
in the
hater
morning.
right now, Xenox. It's pretty unprofessional.
Why
It's
am I the
confirmed.
number 1 bleed hater? I mean, to be fair, if I'm the number 1 bleed hater, you're like the numbers, ground zero Nova hater. So
Hey, we're not in South Korea tonight. You can pocket that for tomorrow.
Tomorrow night.
Yeah. we'll keep that in the back pocket. We don't have to wait any longer for our final matchup of the night. We're going to go to a short break, and on the other side, Jolita play Hesed Warriors.
Sao Paulo! You have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil.
Into the final match of the night, and I don't think we're going to have to wait too long for this one. Apparently, we are all guns are blazing and prepared in the lobby. Thank you very much for the last two teams, Jalita and Hasib Warriors, for making this one happen. But it's been an interesting old night. Unfortunately, it has been a pretty standard night in terms of the wins, guys. Who's there? Who's there?
No one, apparently.
Just T. T who? T, you don't need to worry about it. T, you just don't need to worry about it, because anything sticking out to you from the performances tonight?
Well, the matches so far have gone in line with predictions. It's important to note that match number 1 is probably a little bit closer than it otherwise should have been. Fury playing that match with their coach in as a substitute. But outside of that, it's been, pretty much expected path of the course. And leading into match number 4, could this be the moment where South Asia finally beat SEA?
Xenox?
I already said no. I said it. I don't have to answer him because I already said it before he even finished his sentence.
I didn't want to have to say it for him. Hasib take on Jalita in a game that I'm almost 90% sure is going to be a very, very big, tough uphill battle for Hasib Warriors. Unfortunately, the only team so far to not grab a single point from their opening 3 matches, Jake. It's a tough sell.
There's 2 things I want from this game, Rob.
Oh, I love it. Give me those 2 things, Jake.
He's cooking up a
the first thing, and you'll agree with me, is no chalet. Please.
I agree.
We don't need the full sweep.
Already agree.
The second thing is no border, because Hasib have played it twice and lost it twice, and I'm following in the footsteps of the wonderful James Devminer Stewart. Don't go to border, go somewhere else. And there's a third thing, bonus.
Oh, bonus round, baby. You have just
I just want them
the
to
jackpot.
win. I want them to win. Is there anything wrong with that? I think Hasib Warriors winning here would be great for the South Asia region. Then they're running out of chances, both them and Knock Knock. There's only so many more games remaining for the group stage that it is, and if they find themselves in the bottom 2, then they're out of the tournament altogether and won't even get an opportunity come playoff time. So I'd love to see a bit of an upset here, but I do love the Jalita boys as well, and I think they're going to be far too good.
Now, speaking of love for the Jalita boys, how about we get their faces up on screen? Guys, this roster has, I guess, kind of stumbled a little bit. I mean, stumble is probably a very hard word to use, but mainly I'm probably looking to their loss against Elevate that maybe has brought the only question mark from the start of their stage. Obviously, beating Fury in Playday 1 set them up quite nicely. Where are we? Not where. What are we expecting from this team? Are you worried at all heading into this game, being the favorites, that maybe there's going to be that little, that devil on the shoulder?
Not really. I think they've shown already throughout the stage that in a one-sided matchup, they can produce a one-sided result. We saw that yesterday against Daystar, 7-1 over on Chalet. Confident in that fashion. And don't forget, these guys took down Fury in Fury in Playday 1 in overtime, not in Elevate. They did lose to them. So yeah, very intrigued to see if they can produce a similar result against Daystar. This should be, by all accounts, a one-sided match. And their players that we expect to do well have been so far at this stage. Sapper, one of those, 111 EPS. That cost also pretty generous as well. So I don't have any concerns for Jalita heading into tonight unless they absolutely throw the veto, but their map pool should be deep enough anyway.
Well, let's go ahead and have a look at the veto to see whether they have in fact thrown. Jake, did I hear you giggle? Oh, hello. That's not going anywhere.
The wrong team did it though, but we'll take it. So one more left, and it's Chalet that needs to get banned out at some point.
Oh,
We're all riding on Team Chalet getting banned here. Surely we don't need a fourth one.
Hasib.
My drillers.
Well done.
Let's go. Up the Warriors. I don't even know where we're going. Clubhouse, is it? Yeah, Clubby.
Yeah. Look, I think it's going to be a very tough sell, no matter who you are, how good of a salesman you are. Hasib Warriors go into this well and truly the least favored in this matchup in particular, but you know, maybe some structure might help Hasib work together a little bit more, try to bring things back into that conversation of competition like we saw in their first 4 rounds against Bliss. But guys, I mean, are you hopeful? Is there any hope left now that we see the veto?
Well, I mean, cross-referencing it to the Oregon matchup, which is probably the closest map in terms of Clubhouse and the way that it's likely to at least play out. That was the 8-6 victory that Jelita got over Fury, so I anticipate much of the same here. It should be a clinical match from Jelita. Starting side may compromise things a little bit if they have to attack first, but I would put it past them to have a strong attacking half anyway. So nothing changes in terms of the veto, and again, expecting a one-sided affair. Hasib, in the past, to be fair, in that Bleed game, were able to throw some things into the server, but it didn't have longevity, so they might be able to get off to a good start, but in the long run, over the course of this game, Jelita well and truly have their match.
All right, well, I'm gonna make this nice and short. Oh, we're going to the club.
Hi, James. Hi, James.
Hey guys, sorry, I'm just finishing some toast. Is that all right with you guys? Because I'm feeling toasty and ready for a game. Mandy, are you excited for this one?
Yeah, I'm keen for this one. It should be fun, I think. And it's not Chalet. That's all that matters to me, to be honest. I think we've seen a lot of Chalet tonight, and yeah.
Yeah,
good.
We have seen a lot of Chalet tonight. And now we're going to Clubhouse, which is probably one of my favorite maps. It can be a very exciting map if we see teams do a lot of playmaking on attack. Otherwise, it can be a very bog standard map. But it is one of the staples of Rainbow Six Siege. Really, it comes down to Oregon and Clubhouse. These are the two most fundamental maps that test your siege. And right now, my god, it is Hasib's Warriors who will be tested. Jelita have exceeded expectations this season by taking down Fury, the reigning champs, in their opening game. Of course, since then, it hasn't been super easy. They lost to Elevate, but Jelita have a big chance to rack up some massive points. Now, Hasib's Warriors looking for their very first point, and they will need to take down one of the most famous rosters in APAC Rainbow Six to do it.
Alrighty, here we go for Jelita. And I think, like you've been pointing out, these guys have got a lot of history to them. They're, this Five is a big name, especially in this region, and I feel like very much they should be contesting for that top spot, right? Like, not only do they want to make playoffs, but I think with their performance historically through Stage 1, they should be really in the top contention. And Hasib Warriors is hopefully just a small hurdle that they're able to get over.
I'm just enjoying the face cams. I always do for these Jelita guys. It's so nice that they have managed to... Oh, is that the old Elevate logo? Where the Elevate logo used to be on the wall that they've now just slapped a massive Jelita logo? Is that what's going on?
I wouldn't be surprised.
If so, that is absolutely baller, and I love it.
That's really funny.
That is very cool. Yeah, and I just love seeing these guys playing in their team house. Of course, a big story for this roster is they were without an organization for quite some time, and it's fantastic that they finally have an org that supports them, and funnily enough, has just got them back in the same team house they used to be when they were under the Elevate roster. Of course, IDFC is the new player, the one that wasn't on that old Elevate roster. I think it's been pretty hot. Now, as we've seen the bans pan out, Kaid and Tube both banned out, Mandy, so a lot of hard breach counter has been removed from the table.
Yeah, that's quite tough for Hasib Warriors starting out on... Oh, sorry, actually, yeah, for the attack, it's... Never mind, makes it easier for them with some of that being banned out, right? Not only that, but Thatcher Maverick slipping through the ban phase into the attack as well will make opening some of the hatches and walls easier as well. So I think, yeah, for Hasib Warriors starting out on the attack, it should be fairly smooth sailing, at least through the early to mid-round, so at least work the map. Of course, there are other struggles, of course, leaving in stuff like Eurozami, which is being brought up by IDFC, and then Solos to go and roam the map will be some of the other challenges they face through the early round.
Curious how aggressive we'll see Sapper play, already taking down one of these drones outside the building on Solus. Very good, very solid. Want to eliminate as many drones as possible in the prep phase to enable that roam, and I believe we will see a bit of a roam here. I think the Legion, the Mute, and the Solus are fantastic for that roam, and we've even seen this Moto hatch opened up as well. So a lot of fall-off routes available for Jelita. Very aggressive spawn pig. Is he going to punch it? Yeah, he is. Wow, this is really nasty, and it could net an early pick. A little bit of damage. Zedux on the re-peak actually gets the better at DCH, so an early spawn pick thwarted, and a good start for Hasib Warriors.
All right, here we go. So, with one pick taken care of, the cautious game being played early on, they are now looking to work the CCTV wall. 8 charges on there, but there is a Mujammer on the other side to meet them. Now, Jalita have gone for a pretty extended roam despite it being down in the basement. So, if Hasib Warriors want to dedicate themselves to clearing this out, at least opening the wall, creating a point of entry, or at least a cutoff here, is quite important. Dinny, though, having found control inside a garage, will get his boots in the building and will be the first point of contact for the attack.
Ooh, that's a huge amount of damage on that wallbang. Don't think Din would know it, but Sapper's been taken very low. He's looking to play his life, however. Oh, he spots the info. He knows there's a player on rafters, but he knows he's also cut off from outside on the platform. He's going to wait for Din to swing. And he's hoping that that drone hasn't seen him. I don't think it has. On the swing now. Oh, perfect timing for Din, and a 2-player advantage very early on for Hasib Warriors. Forces IDFC now to get aggressive as well.
All right, Mr. Punch on the other side. Still in the top floor, in fact, does take down Zedux. Wow, nice one-tap as well onto Hasib. There's a third one inside a Logi. He could surely get this one, and he does. Another headshot, but finally taken down. There goes Din, but C4 instantly collects him. And Doctor's left the game. It's all falling apart. Jalita win the first round. Oh my goodness.
That was just from bad to worse for Jalita, for Hasib. They had the first pick, they counted the spawn pick, then they got the second pick.
Oh my god.
And then, piece by piece, it was Mr. Punch, right, on the Goyo, just absolutely farming upstairs. And then the last player DC'd. Oh, man.
The game literally thought that Doctor didn't deserve to be in the server because of how bad the roam clear was. And they
I reckon he
sent him
just
straight
alt
out.
forward. I reckon he is like, my team's terrible, let's just...
Oh my god. Wow.
Oh, man. Nah, jokes aside, that is so hard to swallow for Hasib Warriors because, man, they really should have won that round after getting a 2-player advantage at the start. They really fed that Roma, though. They really fed Mr. Punch, and, yeah, they got punished for it.
Oh, that is hilarious. I don't know, I'm so sorry. The way that round ended was just absolutely comical. Mr. Punch, after taking down 3 people, finally gets taken down by the 4th. That player instantly dies to a C4, and then we lose the 5th player from the server completely. That is ridiculous. That is one way to start off a match.
Pure comedy. That was a really gnarly shot right there. I actually thought he was going to get the next one for a second as well.
Oh no, it's so sad.
And here's a replay of the final kill. Beautiful. So well played.
Oh dear. Oh my. That is all. Dev. You know what? I feel like we prefaced that one pretty well, talking about the bans, in all honesty. We were saying that, you know, like all your anti-hard breach has been banned out and all your Thatcher Mavericks been left in, which means that, you know, the bomb site's not super safe for the defense, but the roam is pretty dangerous. And then they played a roam. And they played it really well. And they won. That was cool.
Yeah, I mean, did they play it really well? We had a spawn peak die, and then we had Sapper like get into a unsalvageable position. I think it was just Mr. Punch that played it well. And the C4 was good.
Ah, yes, not wrong. That is a fair argument.
I don't know, I'm just looking to be devil's advocate. I didn't call myself Dev for no reason.
Ha ha ha. Very fun.
I'm really all about the bad puns today. How are you feeling? What do you think? Is it working? Is it fit me
your
well?
puns have been alright, honestly, all
Oh,
things considered.
wow.
There's definitely been worse, I think, for sure.
Worse from me or just worse in general?
No, worse from you, I reckon. Absolutely.
shit.
There have definitely been some where it's like, oh dear. Oh no.
Yeah.
Then
well,
again, I feel like I
I
can
tend
say
to
the
have that
same
effect
thing
on
about me
people.
too. I feel like my humor's pretty like...
What
I don't
humour?
even know how to describe. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh god, you've really thrown me there, hey?
Oh, Mandy.
It's not good.
I mean, what happens in the rehost, like, it doesn't count. We're rehosting right now.
No, it doesn't.
Apparently, he's almost back. It was Doctor, and we can't... He's in!
He's in!
Yars come out in chat. Hell yeah, we are back in. And Hasib Warriors, unfortunately, after losing the opening round, look to recompose.
Yep, hopefully they do. That was a pretty rough start, all things considered, to the series. I mean, it's great from our perspective. We had a lot of fun watching that one, but I don't think they did when they were attacking it. So, let's hope that in this round, 1, they get all 5 players in the server and they stay in the server. And that 2, hopefully they can win it too. That'd be good.
Be nice, eh?
That'd be nice.
Must be nice.
Alright, we're going over to gym and bedroom for Jolita, and it does look like they're looking to pretty much hunker down in the bomb site with a small extension over in CCTV and cache. A lot of construction for them to be able to achieve this setup, but nevertheless, I don't think it's anything too special. On the side of the attack, though.
Thank you, Cthulhu, for that free cam.
Wonderful.
Very nice.
There's a lot of silly things on Clubhouse. Last time that I was in the free cam, I was going around reading all the newspapers and like letters and stuff. And yeah. I was going around reading everything in the map. It was good. It was fun.
That is very cool.
There's a lot on this map. Lots of free cam potential on this map. That's all I will say.
Cthulhu. We're loving it so far. Keep it up. And Hasib need to keep up the pace they set at the start of the round prior. Unfortunately, they were unable to convert. Little breach going out on the external con wall is nice, but the mute jammers make that slow and difficult.
There's no Thatcher or Maverick. Like,
oh, how on earth are they going to get that?
Oh, I guess they have baby EMPs, hey. They can get rid of mute jammers, and that's about. But then he's got to go and use them.
He's gone and
yep.
went to do that now. Very good. Good for him.
Oh, has he? I mean, he's all the way in garage, mate. Like,
he did use one. I don't know. I saw it. He used one. I don't know where he threw it.
So that con wall can't be opened because the EMPs are in the wrong spot. Oh, actually, it doesn't matter, right? Because they can. Oh no, they can't get it through vertical. Interesting. So now they're a bit stagnated here on the attack, sort of struggling a bit to cut off these players by not having the con wall open. But at least they have entry in through CCTV.
Seemingly trying to focus on just clearing this Azami and IDFC as well on the Frostverse, and in fact they do get the down onto IDFC, and the finish now from ZDux, nice. He's got the opening to kill both of these rounds so far. Mr. Punch looks for a swing in response, but nothing as of yet. So thankfully for Hasib, they actually have already got the main breach, the jacuzzi wall already open, like fully open breach. Yeah, very nice. And even though they haven't breached con, they have a pretty solid method here of clearing out Mark.
Ooh, they're doing good here.
Big kill though, as Mr. Punch has done a good job of being baited by his teammate. He's actually going to go for a jump out here. Very ambitious from Mr. Punch. He had a big first round. He's looking to continue that form into the second. Hasib has now disconnected. It's not even Doctor this time.
Oh, no.
Mark is in a really solid position. Doesn't land the shots he was looking for, but Sapper's now keen for a run out. There is a player on the balcony ready to watch his position. ZDux flashes himself. Carefully watching for this run out. Jolita realistically don't have to make a move here. Taha's fighting a one-way angle. Sapper's taking down ZDux all up to Taha, and you simply cannot win against that one-way angle without clearing the Kiba. And so Jolita have a second round.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there for Hasib once again, having a player smited out of the lobby. And then, yeah, Jolita from there holding on pretty well. Yes, IDFC goes down, but by the time that he did go down, they had already thrown 2 bodies for the cause. Equal trades, of course, but then on the side of the defense, they just held on to the power positions that they really needed to be honest. The Azami barricade making it pretty hard to enter in through con, despite having cash control, despite putting that pressure out from the balcony. Playing the crossfire as well. Sapper finds his one on the window, and it all just fell into place for Jolita.
Indeed it did. And grim signs, I mean, that's 2 rounds that have been 4v5s now, at least at the end of the round for Hasib's Warriors. And of course, that means we do have to get Hasib back into the lobby. We'll be back in just a moment with the game ready to go.
Dia Sao Paulo! You have waited 5 long years for for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos fazer barulho! It's Pro versus W7M!
To tail can be told. They continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of 6th Invitational 2024.
The 6th Invitational 2024 starts right now. FaZe Clan, W7M, vamos fazer barulho!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again, but it is happening for FaZe. One round away from cementing themselves as world champions. From 6-1 down.
Can W7M respond?
You wanted to fight him, and he fights him. He cannot. We know he can't. It's a red tie. He can't finish it. His own brother. Infinite overtime. It's upon us. And we get it. We get it. This is how legends are created. Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes, we will. Yes, we will. W7s, they cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
Well, it's a 1 in 3 chance.
Thanks. Is that how this works? Is it? I thought there was.
Yeah, one of us should at least get it right.
I have no idea.
This is just a guess because I actually don't know. I did not play any of the Rainbow Six games outside of.
All right. Ready?
Siege. Someone's got it right.
3, 2, 1.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
We are back in the game! It's time to continue Hasib Warriors versus Jolita Esports. We're currently 2-0 in favor of the favorites of Jolita, who realistically, Mandy, should win this game quite handy. Wow, that was a rhyme I did not expect. But if they don't... Thank you.
spit bars.
Thank you. And now I'm going to struggle to finish the sentence. It's going to be like that meme of the little kid who's like, you ever have a dream? Where was I at? Jolita. All right, yeah, good team, right? Hasib Warriors. yet to find a point. So this is a big moment for them and for Jolita as well. I think for Jolita, if they want to gun for those top 2 spots, they just need to farm every one of these teams that is in the bottom half of the standings. That means putting this game to rest as quickly as possible.
Yep, absolutely, for these guys. They've looked pretty confident so far. Now, of course, the asterisk to that for Hasib Warriors is that they can't really seem to keep all 5 of their players in the server in the first place. So you'd think off the back of that, that Jolita would be swell, and they certainly have been. I'm hoping that this round, I was going to say that this round we can keep all 5 of them, but immediately off the back of that, Sapper is going to find the first pick. Dinny, though, is able to get the refrag, so not a bad start here for Hasib Warriors.
Yeah, not amazing, not terrible. I mean, we've seen Zappa die spawn picking twice now, but at least he got a kill this time around.
That is quite frustrating keeper barricade to take down as well, the one that's just gone on the garage door. It's not super easy to go and punch that one out, but nevertheless there's Sledge, so that'll be okay. Okay, they're working on the CCTV wall. That's pretty good.
What's the play just opening a bottom line like this? Like, you can actually trick, most teams trick the right-hand side. Why would you... Oh, they actually want to use Thermite.
Do it the other way.
Yeah, he's done it. So, yeah, we've seen this a bunch recently. If you flip so that you place the the base of the Thermite charge, like your feet, facing the bottom of the wall, then like it blows up. So that's a vault, which sucks.
That is okay. You know, the base of the Thermite charge is more explosive for anyone watching this. Take that into your ranked games if you're a Thermite player. I don't think any ranked player is playing Thermite, I'll be honest, but you know, nevertheless. Just in case, fun fact, put your Thermite charges the right way up because the bottom explodes more. Anyway, now looking for garage control. With the wall being opened up, no, it might not be an entry hole, but it is a line of sight, and that's what's important here for clearing out rafters.
Attackers recover the
Perfect operator to play this position as well, with the ACOG and the util to support as well. Very tough here for Hasib's Warriors. Oh, that was an opportunity that went begging. DCH overpeaked at top red. Taha almost found the pick. And it does feel like Hasib's Warriors are essentially waiting for a pick at this juncture. Well, Mark's getting very aggressive. He's likely to find one here. No, in fact, the Sledge is ready for a great read from Zdux there. But Mr. Punch does finish off Tahoe, who I believe was just on the balcony outside CCTV. IDFC is in the perfect position, though, to cover off this spot. He is feeling a little bit of pressure. Oh, perfect timing on the player on the vault on through. And now it is a 3v1, which IDFC can claim just before the C4 detonates. Another very convincing, solid round for Jolita.
Yeah, absolutely. Clean one, I think, from Jolita. Yes, it got a bit messy with the attempted spawn peek, and yes, he did find a pick of it. Traded a few picks back and forth, but essentially once it came down to that 3v3 situation, I think they held their ground in rafters. Hasib looking to try and make a clear work with the Capitao and some good entries, but I think the crossfire being held from the position on the window, and of course, you know, the Wamai with the ACOG is quite a lethal combination in that position as well. So Hasib Warriors still struggling on their third attack attempt.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Despite managing to get a kill off of that spawn pick as well. I think it's going to be quite hard here on the basement bomb site as well in this next round. Not only was the roam clear turbulent for Hasib's Warriors, but we never really got to see them tested in an execute fashion, which is typically even more difficult. So Jolita are playing with a lot of confidence right now. We've seen Sapper spawn peak most rounds. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that continue. Obviously, Mr. Punch top fragging. He had a big moment in the very first round. Has he actually still got the? I saw he had the Vector. Was I wrong there? He was running the. No, he's running TCSG again. Yeah, he ran this in the first round and absolutely killed with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty lethal so far, and I can only imagine it will continue to be. And also, in this lineup that you've currently got, having something like your TCSG is a bit of a necessary evil for construction, in general, or destruction rather, when you don't have stuff like your smokes and your mutes to go and do that for you. So running TCSG is a good substitute for that.
Setting breach charge.
Good to see how this clear works for Hasib Warriors. The spawn peak I've identified as of yet. Doctor seems to be one of the first in the building. I'm not actually sure how many roamers we've got. I see at least 3.
I don't think there are any, no?
Are we fully... No, okay, so Mr. Punch is just playing staircases. Yeah, it looks like Jolita might be playing a boring style this round, but it's boring for a reason. It's very effective. And You have 5 on site. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, there's a player in
4.
bar.
Is that DCH in bar, is it?
I think so.
Yeah, he is. Okay, there you go. Well, maybe they are going to... So maybe, like, Mr. Punch is going to shoot a drone. Oh, never mind. DCH got droned. He's going to fall back. Of course, he can play for C4s. They can also play for late flanks using the Valkyrie cameras that they might have available.
Alright, so all of Gilead have decided they've got enough value of intel out of this roam game. 3 drones have been shot out of the 10 available to Hasib Warriors, and I think they've wasted enough time, which is fair enough with 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go. All the hatches are still closed. C4 is prepped for DCH on the side of the Valkyrie, which does make me nervous.
Dang.
And yep, he takes down ZDoc straight away, trying to enter in through kitchen or through the hallway. I actually have no idea where that one detonated in the end, but nevertheless, that is your vertical operator down.
Oh yeah, it was in the hallway indeed. Like you said, that does restrict the vertical capability for Hasib's Warriors, losing the buck. Hatch still soft. Oh, sorry, solid, I should say. Hasib has plenty of util to clear that, but they're tunnel visioning now. Like, they're worried about these Valkyrie cameras. No more C4s on the board, but yeah, time is just not going to be on their side. They're going to be dropping into a very powerful setup featuring Fenris, FNATs, Vulcan canisters, even some Q mines potentially, and the Azamis Keepers, and time is continuing to dwindle as these impacts continue tricking this hatch. Now, Din has found a good pick here on the main stairs against an over-aggressive DCH, but it might not matter at this juncture. Hasib's Warriors don't have a numbers advantage, and wow, the site is just completely fire.
They are certainly running out of time with only 24 seconds left to make this execute work. Sapa is in a great position with the vertical game not having been played. He can just sit in the back of Arsenal and anticipate that hatch drop to come through.
He is trying to contest. He's being pressured as well. He does find his pick though on a Din, and that is the diffuser dropped as well. Less than 7 seconds to go. Mr. Punch has found his pick. It is absolutely disastrous once again for Hasib's Warriors, as time was simply not on their side.
Yeah, I mean, once that vertical operator had gone down, the Buck not being able to vacate that position inside of Arsenal by opening up the floor inside a kitchen, Sapa found a really great spot to sit in. Yes, they did try and flush him out with like a little bit of bullets through the floor, but ultimately, once the execute did come through, he was just able to loiter around down the bottom of the hatch. Even off the back of that, the push that came down from the bottom main stairs was shot down pretty handily, and even if there was any pressure on the side of blue, there was crossfire on that as well. So Gilead holding on with the remaining time that they had left, which was only about 20 seconds once the execute had come through. Just playing the discipline game, good crossfires, good positioning, they win out the round.
The recipe for success, to be honest?
Yep.
Hasib's Warriors, I'm trying to figure out, like, what is it that they need to look at for the next few rounds? Because you can see they're trying so hard. In fact, in a way, they're almost trying too hard, I think, Mandy, because they're trying to, like, do everything. They're trying to hunt these Valkyrie cameras. They're trying to do this. They're trying to do that. And as a result, they are missing some of the expediency that perhaps they require to play against Gilead when Gilead have so many layers to their defense.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Like, to me, looking at the way that Hasib Warriors are playing, they don't look that well drilled in their plan, I think is the main thing that I would point towards, to be honest. Like, it looks like they've got like the fundamentals of this is what you need to do to play Clubhouse in their mind, but I think the way in which they're going about it just doesn't look, you know, that well practiced. And I think especially when you're going down to a basement, you're routing your own clears and playing the mini games, like where you're going to open up the hatches from, how you're going to play the verticals safely, just like small things like that, like small micro things that you can drill pretty well, like, you know, dry runs and scrims, don't seem to be that developed, I think, for Hasib Warriors. And Gilead are just really like outclassing them on small things, I think. And yeah, especially on Clubhouse where the small things really add up.
I'd be inclined to agree. And in this round, for example, another small thing is the fact that we've got the Bandit Juggler. How will Hasib Warriors deal with this? They've elected not to go for a Maverick this round, which just makes their life so much harder. It takes so much effort to try and expose this. And, well, Mark has just found a double, I believe. Yeah, that was inside of CCTV, and now he has asserted dominance over this balcony here. Is he going to be punished? He really needs to be punished. Like, just keeping him at bay is not enough. They do need the kill. They have confirmed it. Good work from Doctor. And one player still an advantage for Gilead, but The Warriors have not completed a lot of the checklist that they're looking for. The drone comes forward. IDFC peaks at the right time. Doesn't land his shots on the first swing, but does on the second. Taha caught lacking. A two-player advantage extended now for Jalita, and to be frank, it's looking a little bit hopeless this round for Hasib, which is a damn shame because they desperately need this round. Going 0-5 down would essentially spell their demise. Oh, shots just missing for Hasib. IDFC in position to punish yet another kill if Doctor decides to jump in. His way forward, now moving on backwards, he gets some info. Now he's going to push. Now this could be the moment where Doctor makes this very, very winnable over Pig to overzealous IDFC. Just establishing a very solid crossfire. Almost impossible to lose this one, and Mr. Punch goes aggro for one, traded on back. As the exothermic detonates, it's a 1v3 and a 1v0. There you go. Jalita once again dominating 5 rounds straight, Mandy, and there's very little to say.
It's looking pretty grim for Hasib Warriors, I think, on a fundamental level of understanding Clubhouse, if you ask me. I don't know how much you would agree with this, Dev, but I feel like what Hasib were going for there, like not being able to get the Jacuzzi wall open when there's so much available to you on the attack, and then looking to sweep the map, for example, you know, starting out on cash side, to me, it's that kind of play that you don't really just want to send 2 players in. Like, if you're going to go for a sweep across the map, you want to start on cash, you know, have a lot of your players there be willing to dump bodies, be willing to play the refrag, because, like, you know, ultimately clearing that half of the map is actually quite tough on Clubhouse. And yeah, you know, being willing to feed the 2 picks into Mark, who just held a pretty strong position in that spot inside the server, and then being able to take them both down, to me is just the mark of Hasib maybe not having that well thought out attacks, to be honest. But for me, the big red flag was definitely, you know, not being able to open up Jacuzzi, especially with the lineup that they could potentially have on the attack. Thatcher's in. That's exciting. Yes, Doctor's picked Thatcher.
I don't know, I still would have liked the map. I'd like to see the map trick.
I don't know, Dev. Especially
This is
after
so
our last conversation about C4s and Maverick on Chalet. I gotta say,
Yeah.
I feel like these days it's, you know, it requires a lot of finesse to make Maverick work on Clubhouse, I think, because there's so many walls that you need to open. You know, it might not be the same case for hatches, but trying to play the trick game against C4s that can be so easily lined up now is a little scary, and I feel like if Thatcher's in the lineup, I feel like you may as well use it, right? And yes, you have to play the trick game, but like, it's less dangerous, in theory, right?
Yeah, in theory. I don't know. At this point, like, just either one or the other. Like, just something to give, like, these easy wins. Like, Hasib Warrior just need a couple of easy wins, because, like, they are a good team. They know how to play the game, but when you're on game day and you're playing against a really solid roster, you're getting swung, there's so many things to think about. That's when a good team can look like quite a poor team. And unfortunately, Hasib's Warriors have come across as a poor team today, and I don't think that is deserving of their capabilities. So I want to see some free wins. Easy Thatcher Thermite. Don't know exactly how they're going to try and counter any potential bandit juggle, because they haven't brought the Zafir or anything else. Looks like they're looking for a little bit of cheese, so I don't know whether they've drone this. I assume they haven't, because Zdox is still pre-aiming corners. But yeah, Amaru just in very, very fast. He's made a bit of noise now as well, shooting that camera. So clearly something spicy is set up, and it may well work.
Dinny early on was holding onto a pre-place that was owned by Zdox, so I can only imagine he must have had a cam somewhere. Yeah, this is the one here in Master. So of course, there could have been someone on the main stairs off the back of that camera, but there was no one inside of Master. It was clear. So from there, good control on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, this minigame is happening over on the CCTV wall. Unfortunately, that first exothermic charge hasn't even gone on, because the bandit has gone back on, and they used all of their impacts, so they've got to pivot to the other side of the map and try and get con open instead.
Yeah, Zdox, like, his entire purpose of, like, being unpredictable, it's been completely revealed now. Time's ticking away. There's a really nice piece of barbed wire. Notice how the barbed wire is actually, like, really deep towards him. It does mean it's very hard for them to for him to get close. It does allow Julia to play a bit more aggressively. Speaking of, never mind, I was going to say it's a free kill, but it was actually Hasib who finds it, so that's a good one. Mark's got an amazing position to play with this Kiba protecting him. He's also using Kibas to protect the hole in the wall above him, so he's not vulnerable to grenades. He can do some serious damage from this position.
Yeah, absolutely. From here on out, it's very hard for them to get this wall open. Yes, they could go and play the vertical to try and kill this bandit charge, but Mark being so active in this position is going to make that hard as well. The vertical, of course, is a two-way fight. That being said, that bandit charge has just gone off the wall, so if DCH doesn't get over there quickly, that wall will be opened up.
Right, win condition is... Okay, never mind. The swing, potentially from Mark. The Blitz is still alive. But this Fenrir's gadgets in the site will make it difficult to execute. In goes the Blitz. One big kill for Hasib. Brings the numbers even. Sapper is stunned, but he can't confirm the kill. Neither player can do so. DC Edge comes around the corner, and the Blitz eventually falls. Hasib jumps straight in, but there's nothing for it. One kill perhaps. He will have to ace up in order to claim this round for his team. Smoke in pocket as the one in the field dissipates.
15 seconds left.
Does have the ability to use that to zone these into different 1v1s. Bit of damage. Oh, big kill. Time to ace up. The captain of the team, everything comes down to his shoulders, but DCH says, you are dreaming. 6-0 for Jalita.
That was a close one. You know what? That was the closest one that we've seen all game long. It just came down to a 1 versus 1 somehow from the 1-on-3. And unfortunately, Hasib, the captain himself, does not win that one out. Bit of a tough loss to swallow there for Hasib Warriors. It felt like they actually might have made a dent into the series, but not to be done. Jalita are looking pretty solid.
6 match points in a row, Mandy. And Hasib's Warriors took their tactical timeout before that round, by the way. Before that round, and so now they move on to their attack, or rather defense.
5 seconds left. Attackers.
No, it's rough. Really rough for Hasib's Warriors. This is yet another incredibly one-sided affair. And you look at their stage so far, the very first game, they got 4 rounds against Bleed in a row. And then they got reverse swept 7 in a row, yeah, sure. But then they got 3 rounds off of Direwolves. And then they almost pushed to overtime against Knock Knock. Realistically, that was probably their best chance to get any points this stage. I think maybe they'll have a decent shot against Daystar, but you never know. Daystar are pretty competitive, and I hate to say it, but if Hasib's Warriors can't pull things together before the end of the stage, like they could end up going not only winless, but potentially pointless for their 7 games, and of course they would not qualify for playoffs in that scenario. So this is a really rough slog that Hasib Warriors are finding themselves in. On the flip side, Jalita, a second dominant game in a row after 7-1ing Daystar yesterday, is exactly what got reported after losing to Elevate and getting no points from that game.
I'm inclined to fully agree with you, to be honest, Ev. I think there are some pretty big changes, in my opinion, that could be made for Hasib Warriors to even just look competitive, I think, in some of these games, especially on this Clubhouse map. There is so much stuff that can be dry run early on. There's so many scenarios, especially with like the combinations of hard breach and anti-hard breach, or whether Maverick's in or out or Thatcher's in or out. There's so many ways that they could be like dry running like the Thatcher Zofia combo, or putting Capitao in the mix, or putting grenades into the mix to try and open up walls. But they're just making it so hard for themselves, Devs. That's what I'm trying to say here. By not having some of these things drilled out, and by not having a plan before going into it, they're making maps like Club very hard for them to play. And against a team like Jalita, who kind of just know what to do, it's pretty grim looking. Nevertheless, they have managed to find the first pick of this round. But Mr. Punch going down early, I'm not exactly sure from where, but nevertheless, they've fully forfeited map control now. So vertical game can start to be played for Jalita, the hatch can start to be opened as well, even though there are impacts on the other side of that. Eventually this will be opened up with the time that they have remaining.
Xerx needs to be careful not to overpeak, and yeah, he's actually going to let the hatch open up. Doctor was tempted to come over and use his impact, but of course, just with the soft reach and vertical available from Jalita, it's very risky to try and contest. Now, this is a very solid setup from Hasib Warriors. You've got late round util. Basically, every one of these operators will help late round util, fortifying these positions, making it very hard to crack in. And Jalita have to be careful with the timing, but that's why it comes down to capitalizing on what time they have left, and they do have quite a lot right now. They need to make their move. They go for the drop down the hatch. Sapper loses his life thanks to the boosted up spot from Zedux. There's no pressure from inside dirt as Hasib still maintains dominance over that position. IDFC is about to drop. Flashes go down. He himself is flashed and taking hella damage. Mark needs to have an impact here from Blue, but Dinny is watching the angle. Mark does find his kill, but the trade comes through thick and fast. Doctor on the floor, and it's just DCH in a 1v3. Round in the corner. Player revived. He goes quickly in for it. Taha, he goes down. Another kill could go begging, but Dinny finds him. And finally, Hasib Warriors get around on the board.
Yes, they've done it. I'm so proud of them. They did it on Clubhouse Basement. That's what you want to see. They get the first pick. They all fall back to the bomb site. They wait for the execute to come through. Sapper decides to drop the hatch before all the flashbangs have been sent through so they can see him clear as day. They find that easy pick of a power position. It's all looking good. That was good from Hasib Warriors. I'm happy. Very happy.
Yeah, it was probably the best. Well, it was definitely the best round that they've had yet, but I don't know. It was a bit of a weird one from Jolita. Just dropping. I think we'll see it here. Like this, There was not really a plan for this drop. And also, like, there's a Vulcan canister right beneath you. There was a whole minute left. Like, you could have, in theory, burnt that Vulcan canister before dropping. And, like, just waited out the time, look to execute later. But I think they just were desperate, and they were a player down, so they thought, let's just go for it.
I think they got a bit impatient.
Yeah.
And then they went for it. But yeah, I agree with that. Especially Sapper, I think dropping without anything to enable that execute to happen.
Even a flash.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, when you try and convert from the ground floor into the basement, that's always the hardest part about the Clubhouse Basement attack, right? Like, that conversion is never going to be easy. And if you're just trying to drop it down with, like, absolutely no flashbangs, which are, like, pretty vital on that bomb site, same with nades as well, to try and zone out positions, it's, you know, you're basically sending yourself into your death. So I think, yeah, Jolita probably getting a bit impatient, jumping the gun there. Before
You even see some people drop with Osa shield, like just so that you hold it out. Like, there's so many ideas that you could bring.
Yep.
But they did. Anyway, moving on. Hasib Warriors have found their first round, and Jolita are now looking to attack Gym and Bedroom. Sapper's actually here just on this really long angle. There is a roamer, as you can see from the pip on the bottom right, all the way downstairs. I don't think he's going to have much of an opportunity to do a lot from that position.
Ooh, it was a trick.
As IDFC is trying to bait out this bandit juggle, and he will save his exothermic charge from being destroyed, but he will need some support.
Oh, I think Sapper's killing him while he's going for this. I don't, what is happening? How is he taking damage from this position? Oh, yeah, he is.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Wow, what a cutoff from Sapper. The Azami barricade just not quite high enough to actually protect the teammate of Hasib from being able to land that trick. And now with that being taken away, the wall has been fully opened up. The cutoff is there. Mr. Punch is looking to be the hammer to this anvil of the cutoff that they've just opened. And it's working out pretty well for Jolita.
Mr. Punch has had a good game so far, but he's playing an unfavored angle. Zedux is in a really solid spot at the moment. Try and contest this. They scare off the player down red. Dinny is looking to go all the way down to the basement, joining his teammate of Valkyrie. If Jolita knew about this, they would hit site right now. They've got the numbers advantage, and Dinny has been tracked all the way down to the basement, and that means that Sapper knows he can call to his team. Mr. Punch now making his move. Doctor is ready to receive in Logistic. The timing was just off for Doctor to see here. Mr. Punch ran in the corner. Jolita look impatient. They look tantalized. They could explode onto site at a moment's notice.
Mr. Punch is just going to sit around here and wait for his teammates this time around to actually be postured for this execute. That is the conversion that we need them to see. But in the meantime, Zedux has just found the opportunity to go for the swing inside of Connor. Not only takes down Mr. Punch, but one of his teammates as well in Sapper. Man advantage now for Hasib Warriors on Gym and Bedroom. And not even cleaned back up by Mark. Zedux for a 3K in the round. He's finally downed by DCH, but he's in a pretty dire spot.
1v4 becoming a 1v3. He's just going to confirm the kill. No, he's actually not. The right way to play this would be to look to bait the kill somehow. He's confirmed it, but Doctor with a pre-fire gets to see Warriors their second round. I don't know, Mandy. Maybe there is a possibility here.
Are you a believer?
It's very early to call, but they were two pretty dominant defenses in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that is a fair enough statement, to be honest. That last one in particular, I thought was really good. Yes, they were on a pretty extended roam down in the basement, but I think the moment that they realized that Jolita were about to hit the bomb site, they recalled everyone back in again. And to me, that's pretty good signs from Hasib Warriors. And then yeah, by the time that execute did actually come through, Zedox found a great play, great timing in Frucon for his 2K, and really sealed the deal. Great round for Hasib Warriors.
Jolita really need to tighten up on their attacks. His attacks have been quite rough around the edges. Like, nice ideas. Like, I really liked you called it, right? Sapper actually killing the player right where Doctor is now, who was trying to bandit juggle. It was not only a great way to open the wall, but also to find an early pick. But despite having 5v4, Jolita still fumbled, 3 players in con to Zedox. And yeah, a lot of work needs to be done on tightening that up. Wait a second, I just realized we're in bar. We've gone bar, Mandy.
Interesting.
This is, I don't remember the last time I saw this bomb site. Like, it's been experimented with a few times, and it has some validity, but really only if your other bomb sites are weak, I think, is it actually worth going to a site like this. And it seems Warriors have just had 2 convincing defenses. Surely they have a strong CCTV setup, and they don't need to experiment with bar. It feels desperate.
Is it desperate or genius? You know? Because...
Fine line.
The idea here, surely, right, is that because it's such like an out-of-pocket bomb site to go to, that Jolita probably don't have an attack that is that well drilled, right? So, surely, if Hasib have got a really smart defense here, this could be another one that they could pull out of the hat. Maybe it's genius. That's all I'm saying. I'm wondering now, Dev, how this one's going to play out, right? Because, so Dinny's on the bomb site. He's Echo. This isn't typically where we would see the Echo here, right? Like, usually you want to, like, lean to the late game, try and hide your yokai and Echo in the yokai drones and yada, that type of thing. But...
The punch actually snuck in here.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's in a really exposed position, no?
Dini is actually likely the first one to fall here. Mr. Punch has actually gone down and didn't find his kill, so maybe it's possible that Jolita have overstepped and overstayed their welcome. IDFC, great kill from him on Ataha. 3v3, but Dini holds firm on the site. Eventually traded on back, but a 2v2. Sapper has got the number of Hasib upstairs, but he's been flanked. What on earth is this round, Mandy? A 1 versus 2. So possible, so winnable for DCH, but there's so much information on the site. These yokais and the Valkyrie cameras will enable this retake. And now DCH is the one that's got to put the legwork in.
Dinny was just the bait, mate, but he's the bait that can shoot back. I'll tell you what, he held onto the bomb site for a very long time. 50 seconds left in the 1 versus 2 for DCH now. That's a fair amount of time. But it's not an easy spot to be in. There aren't that many places that are safe from the vertical. Oh, never mind. He's going to get the plant down. They have absolutely no idea that the plant is going down. Oh, and there we go. Now they've got...
Where are all the yellow pings?
Oh,
what? No! Jolita! DCH! How do you win it like that? The Capitals fire the 180. The game is over. A 1v2 clutch to win it in style in the post plant that never should have been allowed. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Manny, but I am bloody speechless for what DCH has just accomplished.
He's actually just roasted them. Like genuinely, literally roasted them in the server. That is ridiculous from DCH in the 1 versus 2. One goes down in the fire and the flames, and the other to a 180 kill. I mean, that is one way to finish the game. It finished about as chaotically as it began, Dev, if you ask me. That was pretty crazy.
I mean, let's have a look at that replay of that round, and particularly that last kill. Oh my god, look at this. Fire down, Zedox immediately cooked. Yeah, immediately. And here's the free cam of it as well. Oh my god, he's just a beast.
That's incredible.
I don't know what to say about that other than like DCH. Hats off to him. That was a gnarly play. Jolita, they didn't get the 7-0 they were looking for, but they certainly won. They certainly furthered a massive round difference, and they did it in style as well. And I'm sure the guys on the desk have a lot more to add.
It truly is our job to point out the obvious. Jolita did win. It's incredible. I think that it probably could have been done much quicker than that, Guz. But look, you actually need to give credit to Hasib Warriors there. They come off the back of a 6-0 half, and they dig their heels in.
Yeah, on the primary sides, they actually didn't look all that bad, to be completely honest. You know, they were running some pretty default stuff. We saw some intriguing things as well, really centered around the Azami for the most part. Gelita did an okay job dealing with it. It wasn't very comprehensive, and ultimately they didn't win those rounds out. But tertiary site, they get it done. Not the end of the world. You walk away with a pretty convincing victory in the end. And yeah, I think Gelita will be pretty happy that a game that could have potentially been a little bit dangerous really wasn't at any point.
Look, we've got to talk about probably the bigger issue here for Hasib, Xenox. They're not finding points. They haven't been able to, and some of these games are rolling out of control in this round differential department. Is this Playday 4? Is this potentially that nail in the coffin?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're probably anticipating it will be another beatdown where, largely uncompetitive in the first half. 6-0 could have easily been, 7-0. A little bit of a fight back. I mean, it was there, but unfortunately, by that point, too little, too late. And also, when you take into account the side they're on, I think. I mean, they had their chance yesterday, right? They had to beat Knock Knock, and then from there you had to find a win elsewhere, where that was going to be probably Daystar, second last play day. But by not being able to beat Knock Knock, they lose that opportunity. Looking ahead, they still play Fury, they still play Elevate, and they've still got Gelita next week. Hard to envision where they're going to find that win outside of maybe a Daystar. It is what it is. I mean, it was always going to be a learning experience for the South Asia teams this particular stage. It's just a matter of what they can do in terms of taking the learnings and then applying that to improving for next stage. That's really the goal. I mean, you can somewhat accept at this stage. Next stage, though, less excuses.
Look, flipping the coin a little bit here to speak about Gelita, guys. I feel like this is when we talk about, really setting benchmarks for teams, again, we always talk about beating the teams below you and keeping par with the teams above you. Do you feel like Gelita are hitting that benchmark now? Do you feel like we have a good enough read? We've seen 4 games from them now. Do you have a good enough read to kind of get an estimate on them?
Yeah, I think they've very much cemented themselves mid-table. I don't see them pushing top 3. I'd probably slot them somewhere in between 4th and 5th currently. So, I mean, that's a positive, not a negative, because it means I'll be finishing top 6, and arguably the teams above them are far more established and experienced, especially at an international level for the most part as well. So for Gelita, they find themselves slotted in nicely. Which side of the bracket that puts them, I'm not entirely sure. I could probably very, very quickly scrub it. I mean, if they do finish 4th, 5th, that then means you get seeded into the first place matchup in the semi-final if you win that. So it's probably not the side of the bracket that you do want to find yourself on, but I think there's still positive takeaways from Gelita that, they're doing a good job. Obviously, they're going to want more, right? Every team wants to finish first. I don't think they're quite in that position yet, but they certainly have, laid the foundations of a team that can continue to improve.
Well, we have IDFC waiting in the wings, so let's welcome him in. IDFC, congratulations on a very convincing victory. How are you feeling after 4 play days now? We've got a good read on you and the team.
Yeah, I mean, we are doing kind of pretty good here and on the schemes, and we kind of got the same performance on the Leo tournament. Yeah, so we trying to elevate it up to make the performance better on the other playdays.
IDFC, obviously, you guys got the win today. It was a pretty strong first half. It's always a bit difficult, I think, when you go up against South Asia teams as to what to expect. But, genuinely speaking, going into a game like this, how do you prepare for these South Asia teams? Do you give them the respect? I know, obviously, a lot of people from Southeast Asia are kind of looking at them as being the bottom 2 teams, but obviously you don't want to underestimate them.
So we actually, we don't underestimate them and try to play the game as much as we try our best to make the result better. Yeah, so we just want to have a fun game and a competitive free game. So there's no underestimate against us and against them.
I think that's a good approach. Well, you're going to go from probably the easiest team today to next week taking on Bleed, the most difficult team in the region. How are you expecting that game to go?
I don't actually know how it is going to go, but it might be fun that day. I don't know. We gotta
Do you think
gotta
you can
wait
win?
for it.
Do you think you can
Yeah, I
win?
think we can win. Actually, I think we can win.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, I love my
That's
team,
the
man.
big takeaway. Look, obviously, there's there seems to be a good team sentiment heading into these best of one stages. When we're looking at an overarching vision for the team, where do you think is realistic? Do you think Jolita could be off to the major? Do you think that is in that realm?
I mean, in the playoff, we all can like qualify for the major if we win or the team in the playoff. So yeah, I mean, we got a chance, we got a chance, but it is hard. It is actually hard, but we'll try our
Well,
best.
the thing is, IDFC, we've been saying that this is the most competitive region, and it truly is. You've got five teams that are really pushing for that major spot now, so it is very competitive. We don't knock any of the teams in the top 5 for even talking about the fact that there's going to be a tough contest. Is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go for the night?
So yeah, thanks for the support from the Geda fans, and thank you. I love you all.
Thank you very much, that IDFC. We'll see you soon, mate.
Thanks, mate. Bye-bye.
Oh, I got a thanks, mate, back. That's what I'm talking about.
lad.
It's the small moments. It's the small moments in these leagues, and when I get a thanks, mate, back, that tops my night. But Xenox, speaking of topping the night, we have indeed had all 4 games play out, but only one of them was close, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing. It was the kind of night, though, that we did kind of preface. I think it was maybe Guz at the start of the night, or yeah, I think it was Guz who actually said that these are like 4 matches that can be very much one-sided. We saw the predictions as well, and it was pretty plain and simple to see who the favorites were. In the end, the opening game of the night was always destined to be the match of the night, and even with the coaching sub in for Fury, they were able to get the win against Direwolves. We played far too much Chalet as well across the board tonight, and yeah, obviously the kind of results we expected.
Yeah, I think that it does really start to create a clear divide, guys. There is very clearly I'm not gonna say a top 4 and a bottom 4. I think there's a clear top 5 and then a very clear bottom 3, because Direwolves, even in that conversation of losing that match with a coach that they had to pull in from Fury last second, they are still very much in the realm of competing against those top teams.
Yeah, for sure. I think as you were touching a little bit there on the interview, it pretty much is going to shape up to be a case of top 5. And on any given day, there is a very fringe case to be made for all 5 of those teams being able to qualify for the one spot to the major. I think it is also, though, very clear that there's one team above everybody at the moment. It's clearly Bleed by a very, very significant margin. Elevate may only be trailing by 3 points, but they had that huge loss against Fury. Jolita have had teething issues. Fury, again, had that big loss in the opening week against Jolita. Direwolves have had their issues. So all 5 of those teams from 1st to 5th currently could be a shout at the spot, but everybody is chasing Bleed. As for the bottom 3, I think there's a case to be made for Knock Knock to maybe make top 6 and make the playoffs. However, Daystar have also been quite competitive and could snatch that later on in the piece as well.
Yeah, there's obviously, quite a bit of action to still unfold. We've still got 3 play days left before we conclude the entirety of the BO1 format. And I think that that's important for us to take away. The important notes for, the teams like Hasib, the teams like Knock Knock, Daystar, the ones that we're talking about, competing for that 6th spot. These are the last couple of days that you have to really cement yourself and try to force your way into that discussion. Even if you miss out, still be a part of the discussion so that when stage 2 comes around, we know a little bit more. We feel like there's a bit more certainty around that. Xenox, final thoughts before we wrap up?
Yeah, I mean, I think the night went as expected, like we said. I'm just trying to get up the next week's games. I don't think we had that as a preview, so I'm just trying to see what's ahead. I mean, you've got honestly probably another week that it might end up panning out pretty similar when you've got Elevate versus Hasib, Direwolves versus Knock Knock, Fury versus Day. Jolita Bleed could be an interesting one for next week. But in terms of this week, as expected, and I think we're starting to shape up to this top 6 now, looking quite locked in, barring something crazy. And it feels as if now we've kind of put a line through Hasib Warriors due to the fact they've already lost to Knock Knock. So Knock Knock still play Direwolves, Fury, Jolita. Can you see them beating any of them? It will be an upset if they do. So they've got 3 more opportunities to try and keep their hopes alive.
Yeah, and it feels like it's already flying. We're only finishing off week 2, and well, that's already half the league done. We, of course, still have GSL formats to get to once we conclude this portion of the league. But for now, that's us done for tonight. Thank you very much for joining us. Hope that you've enjoyed, and be sure to stick around for next week because that's where things get hot and heavy. Otherwise, please, as always, take care, stay safe, and good night.